Hunting Hollywood greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 276: The beginning of the story. Malibu. It was Monday, July 10th. In the villa on the west side of Cape Tourmente, Simon woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning. He had been talking on the phone with Janet until late last night to discuss the cabin design of the Boeing 767. At this time, there were still many design drawings faxed from Melbourne scattered in the bedroom. Since he decided to buy a Boeing 767 first, Simon contacted Boeing after returning from Melbourne last time. However, Simon then sent Boeing's sales representative directly to Melbourne to discuss the specific details with Janet. The only decision he made was the choice of model. The latest model of the Boeing 767 series is the 767-300ER, but Simon chose the 767-200ER. The ER is only slightly inferior to the ER in terms of fuselage length and load capacity, but the cruising range and other data are comparable to the ER, and can easily complete a long-distance trans-Pacific journey of more than 10,000 kilometers. Simon had been renting the ER before. Moreover, the most critical reason why Simon chose the ER is that this medium-sized passenger aircraft has low requirements for takeoff and landing airports. The runway length required for full-load takeoff is only 1.7 kilometers, which can be met by most airports in the world. In comparison, the runway length required for the ER to take off is 2.4 kilometers, which cannot be supported by airports in many smaller cities. During Simon's last trip to Europe, the runway lengths of city airports in Cannes and Florence were all less than 2 kilometers. Boeing's offer for the selected model was $60 million. After Janet contacted the Boeing sales representative, the first thing she did was to bargain. Simon is not a big customer who orders 10 or 20 aircraft at a time, but as a public figure, his purchase of Boeing products as private aircraft can play a better role in brand promotion than those big customers. Moreover, the purchase of private aircraft is indeed negotiable. After consultation, the transaction price between the two parties was finally determined to be $50 million, nearly 80% off. Of course, this is only the price of the bare machine, and the internal equipment and decoration are not included. Simon has never been a person who is stingy with money, but he hates being taken advantage of the most. He is very pleased that his woman can save the money of a top-class villa in this transaction. After signing the contract, including the time for assembly and decoration, the plane will probably be delivered and put into use in November at the end of the year. After getting dressed and getting up, he simply tidied up the drawings around him, and the bedroom became tidy again. This is actually Jennifer's credit. Janet is not in Los Angeles, and Kathryn has also gone to New York. Simon's villas in Malibu, Palisades, Beverly Hills, and Janet's villa on the east side of Point Dume are all taken care of by Jennifer. The female assistant regularly takes time to take people to clean several properties once a week, so Simon doesn't need to worry about it at all. Kathryn has also been helping to keep an eye on the two properties in New York recently. When Kathryn is away, Angela Ahrens, president of Gucci's U.S. branch, will be in charge. As for Europe, after completing the acquisition of Gucci, in order to save money, Sophia originally planned to return the Falcon 50 business jet rented by the company. In the end, in order to be able to travel quickly between different cities in Europe and help Simon manage many properties, she kept it. Janet had warned Simon that too many houses left vacant for too long might become dilapidated and weathered. Now that they are regularly maintained, Simon no longer worries about this. Wash up, exercise, and take a shower. 7 o'clock. Leave home on time. Breakfast is at a nearby restaurant. By the way, I also made an appointment with the construction team leader of Cape Tourmente Manor to discuss the construction progress of the Iron Man Villa. Simon's attitude towards the villa is the same as the imagined Westeros mansion. It is built completely according to the high standards of art. He is not in a hurry. He has a mentality of slow work and fine work, and only pursues perfection. After breakfast, he took a car to Santa Monica. Simon opened today's Los Angeles Times in his car and first looked at the cover index. Skipping words like The Sixth Sense and Reverse Decline, I found a news headline: the U.S.-Iraq Business Forum ended successfully, and turned directly to the international news page. Today is the 11th day since the release of The Sixth Sense. Simon has already done what he can do, and the first week box office has reached his best expectations. He doesn't need to worry too much about the next things. Relatively speaking, the U.S.-Iraq Business Forum that just ended is something Simon has been paying close attention to recently. The Iran-Iraq War, which lasted for 8 years, finally ended at the end of last year. After 8 years of consumption, the economy and people's livelihood in Iraq have been devastated to the extreme. Saddam received enthusiastic help from many Western allies in the war with Iran, so that a war could last for 8 years. Now, if we want to carry out post-war reconstruction in Iraq, we must still need the assistance of these partners. The partners are indeed very enthusiastic. Although it is the U.S.-Iraq Business Forum, oil giants from major Western countries such as the United States, Britain, and France have all gathered in Baghdad. In the 2-week Business Forum, Iraq hopes to get $40 billion in financial support from Western allies to revitalize its domestic economy. The allies were not stingy and agreed, but they also put forward their own conditions. Iraq needed to privatize its oil resources, or most of them, so that international oil giants such as Mobil, Bank of America, and Shell could better help Iraq develop its oil resources and help restore Iraq's domestic economy. According to the detection data of geologists from various countries in the 1980s, Iraq can be said to be the largest undeveloped oil-producing area in the world, except for the Soviet Union. Although the overall reserves are not as good as Saudi Arabia, it has great potential. Seeing that the Allies were asking for Iraq's oil sovereignty to be directly handed over, how could Saddam agree to it if he hadn't been kicked in the head by a donkey? Without oil, what would Iraq have left? Therefore, this business forum ultimately failed to reach any substantive agreement, and all parties were left with only superficial harmony. Simon watched all this coldly, knowing in his heart that this was probably the beginning of many stories in the next 20 years. Arriving in Santa Monica, Simon rushed directly to Deanery's special effects headquarters. He had to discuss the final modification plan of some CG shots with the special effects team of Batman in the morning. Jennifer was already waiting for Simon at Deanery's special effects headquarters. Instructing the female assistant to collect more information about the U.S.-Iraq Business Forum, Simon also took over his work schedule for today from her. The work content for the morning has been determined, and he has an appointment with Jonathan Friedman for lunch at noon. In the afternoon, it starts at 1 o'clock. Check the production progress of Toy Story, 1 hour, the video game demonstration of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 1 hour, listen to the brief progress report of the company's financial audit team, half an hour, visit from Blockbuster Chairman Wayne Huizinga, half an hour, watch the rough cut of Angel Messenger and discuss the revision opinions with the main creative team, 2 hours. At 6 o'clock, there will still be a working meal with Amy in the evening. In addition, the schedule also lists some documents that Simon needs to review as soon as possible, which can only be arranged after returning home in the evening. Entering the office building of Deanery's special effects headquarters, Simon read his work schedule while walking, and the female assistant handed him the box office data report for the 3 days of the past weekend. Simon just glanced at it roughly and turned his mind to today's work. Compared to Simon's calmness, the whole of Hollywood was a little uneasy when they saw the box office data report for the past weekend early this morning. From July 7th to July 9th, The Sixth Sense successfully withstood the pressure from all new and old films. Compared with the first weekend, the box office of this movie did not fall in the second weekend, but rebounded by 6.8%, earning another $24.73 million in 3 days. Although some media judged that the proportion of weekend and full week box office of The Sixth Sense in the second week will return to the normal range of 60% to 70%, and the weekday box office is unlikely to have the high proportion when the word of mouth just fermented in the first week. However, the 3-day data of $24.73 million in the second weekend still exceeded even the best expectations of Deanery's Entertainment's own team. 10 days after its release, the total North American box office of The Sixth Sense has quickly accumulated to $66.08 million. In comparison, Ghostbusters 2 had a sharp drop in the second week box office, and the box office figures for the same 10 days in the same period were only $58.76 million. If the first 2 days of the advance opening are not counted, the box office figures of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade in the corresponding 10 days are only $67 million. Although the data is better than The Sixth Sense, compared with a rebound of The Sixth Sense, the box office of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade in the second weekend fell by 27%. After The Sixth Sense, Lethal Weapon 2 won the second place on the list with a box office figure of $20.38 million in the first 3 days of the opening. The box office revenue of the first 3 days of the weekend was $20.38 million. If it were not for the sudden rise of The Sixth Sense, Warner Brothers would almost be eager to prepare a celebration party. Disney's old film Honey, I Shrunk the Kids ranked third this week, with a box office figure of $9.43 million, and the cumulative box office reached $59.24 million in 2.5 weeks. Compared with a production cost of $18 million, this movie has been a great success. Entering the sixth week, the box office of The Bodyguard also fell by 27%, and collected another $5.76 million in the 3 days of the weekend, ranking fourth on the list. This romantic film, which has been successful despite a lot of negative reviews, has accumulated a total box office of $93.69 million in 5.5 weeks, and is about to break $100 million. The two films, Ghostbusters 2 and The Karate Kid 3, which were ahead of The Bodyguard last week, both saw a sharp drop in box office this weekend, and were also surpassed by The Bodyguard. The box office of Ghostbusters 2 fell by 41% in the 3 days of the weekend, earning another $5.26 million, barely holding the fifth place, and the cumulative box office in 3.5 weeks was $85.52 million. Outside the top 5 on the list, the new film The Boss Goes on Vacation ranked only 7th, behind Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, with a box office of $4.5 million in the first weekend. In this week's box office data list, the one that Simon didn't expect was Sex, Lies, and Videotape. With 517 screens, this art film earned $3.93 million in the first 3 days of the weekend, and the total box office in the first week is expected to exceed $6 million. To be fair, Simon really hopes that this movie will fail. However, the first week's box office data of $6 million means that Sex, Lies and Videotape has reached the level of a hot-selling movie with an average of more than 10,000 theaters. Compared with commercial films, art films are more likely to have a long-term slightly declining box office. In this way, the North American box office of Sex, Lies and Videotape can at least be comparable to the original version, or even higher. Combined with some media feedback seen over the weekend, Simon can only judge that Sex, Lies and Videotape itself has some elements that can attract audiences to buy tickets, and it does not just rely on the film's awards and honors. Although Simon will not be too frustrated because he failed to get a movie with a total box office potential of only $20 to $30 million in North America, he can't help but feel distressed. The production cost of Sex, Lies and Videotape is only $1.2 million. If the North American box office can reach $30 million, the box office revenue alone will be enough to exceed many large-scale productions with tens of millions of dollars invested. Deaneries Entertainment was the first to express interest in this film, which is no secret in the circle. Sex, Lies, and Videotape has been a success, and Deaneries Entertainment will still face very fierce competition if it wants to easily win some projects and scripts in the future. In fact, the unexpected box office success of The Bodyguard, a film by Lawrence Kasdan that has been disliked by the industry for more than 10 years, has destined the entire Hollywood to continue to keep a close eye on Deaneries Entertainment for a long time to come. Simon is paying attention to Sex, Lies, and Videotape, while Hollywood is talking about The Sixth Sense crazily. Why is this movie so successful? So-and-so seems to have a similar idea. The information of the main and supporting actors in the film. Can you try to sign the next contract of the film's young protagonist? Do you want to let Deaneries Entertainment continue to be so strong? Simon works step by step, and various discussions continue to spread. Time will not wait for anyone. On July 14th, the box office data for the new week was released. The industry's prediction that the weekend and weekly box office share of The Sixth Sense will return to normal has become a reality. In the second week, the box office of The Sixth Sense failed to maintain the decline of last weekend, and the overall box office figures fell by 9% compared with last week. However, the box office figure of $39.26 million still made too many people feel mixed. The box office of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade in the second full week was only $30.85 million, and the box office of Ghostbusters 2 in the second week was only $19.92 million. In the second week of opening, even if the scale of screens was increased last week, the average box office of The Sixth Sense in a single theater of $20,352 still exceeded the best first-week data of Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade and Ghostbusters 2. Because of this strong box office performance, Deaneries Entertainment successfully won another 379 screens from the theaters this week, and the total number of screens for The Sixth Sense was once again expanded to 2,308. In addition, the number of new films released in the new week has also been reduced to 2, namely United Artists 007, License to Kill, and Disney's re-release of the classic animation Peter Pan. However, although there is a big-budget classic spy war series sequel such as 007, License to Kill released this week, The Sixth Sense is so aggressive that the 007 series, which has been on the decline in recent years, is destined to be difficult to pose much threat to it. As for the re-released animations such as Peter Pan, it is obviously not a concern. Chapter 277 He Can See People. Santa Monica. At the headquarters of Deaneries Entertainment, Simon is saying goodbye to Kevin Costner, Jessica Lange, Michael Blake and others. Dances with Wolves will start shooting next month, and everyone has just finished a production meeting. With Simon's support, Dances with Wolves will still be directed and starred by Kevin Costner himself, and he will also be listed as a producer. Jessica Lange, who worked with Deaneries Entertainment on Steel Magnolias last year, plays the heroine Standing Fist Dancer. Compared with the original version, this new film has been greatly improved in terms of cast. Although Jessica Lange has multiple Oscar nominations and is the winner of the Best Actress in 1983, her salary has never been high. She only received $1 million for playing the role of Standing Fist Dancer, which has few scenes and is more inclined to be a supporting role. With the success of The Bodyguard, Kevin Costner has firmly established his position as a top male star in Hollywood. However, the two parties had already signed a contract before The Bodyguard, and his salary as both director and actor was only $6 million. Considering that the film may involve the most difficult animal and child scenes in Hollywood, as well as many large scenes in the wild, Simon provided a budget of $25 million for this project, which is also higher than the original version. Since he has sufficient confidence in Dances with Wolves, Simon will not be stingy with a budget. Of course, the budget is limited to $25 million. Simon has always attached great importance to the budget control of the film and has set an example. Batman uses a lot of new technologies and new special effects. The film is nearing completion in the later stage, and there is no sign of overspending so far. In the lobby on the first floor of the headquarters, Simon saw off Kevin Costner and Michael Blake, and shook hands with Jessica Lange, who was carrying a shoulder bag, and said, "Jesse, see you next time." Jessica Lange shook hands with Simon and asked, "Aren't you going to Jonathan's party tonight?" Simon nodded and said, "Of course I will go." Today is July 14th, Friday. This Wednesday, WMA announced another major personnel change in this old talent agency. The company's president Norman Brokaw resigned, and Vice President Jonathan Friedman took over as the new president of WMA and joined the board of directors. Although the release dates are 1 month apart, The Bodyguard and The Sixth Sense will both break the domestic box office of 100 million yuan this weekend. Deaneries Entertainment has previously announced that it will hold a grand celebration party for the two films this Saturday. In order to avoid Deaneries Entertainment's event, Jonathan arranged his celebration party for his appointment as president of WMA tonight. Seeing Simon nod, Jessica Lange smiled and said, "Then, we'll see you again tonight." Simon said in advance, "Nice to see you again." Jessica Lange chuckled. After chatting for a few more words and seeing off the main creative team of Dances with Wolves, Simon turned around and was about to return to the office, but Jennifer was already standing behind him, holding a folder in her hand, staring at him with a strange look. Thinking that she had just been joking with Jessica Lange and had no intention of flirting, Jennifer should have no reason to be jealous, so she walked towards the stairs with confidence and asked the female assistant who followed her up, "What's wrong?" Jennifer handed over the folder in her hand and said, "Peter Butler from the Los Angeles Times just faxed a press release about you." It turned out that she was not jealous. Hearing that it was a press release about himself, Simon didn't care too much. With a rapid increase of wealth and fame, many mainstream newspapers in North America now want to publish news about Simon. In order to avoid lawsuits or hostility with Deanery's Entertainment, they basically pass it to Simon's public relations team or Deanery's Entertainment first. Simon took the folder and opened it. He glanced at the title, "He Can See People." It looked familiar. He immediately remembered that it should be related to the currently released The Sixth Sense. In the movie, Cole said to Dr. Crow, "I can see people." This sentence does not translate to "I can see people," but "I can see ghosts." After understanding this, Simon scanned the main text. After paying close attention to Simon Westeros for 3 years, I have always had a strong doubt about where all the amazing talents that Westeros has shown come from. He is just an unknown orphan in San Jose. Maybe he works hard, maybe he is very smart, but as far as I can understand, it seems that no one can be as amazing as this young man who is only in his early 20s this year. I have made many assumptions. Maybe Westeros is an alien, maybe he has undergone some mysterious scientific experiments, maybe he is no longer himself, but a spy with a changed face. It is said that Westeros is proficient in many languages, which is exactly the talent that a top spy must have. It's just that I haven't been able to find any substantial basis for all these assumptions. Until recently, when I watched The Sixth Sense, I suddenly realized that this might be the final answer I have been exploring. Simon Westeros is a psychic. Don't worry, I don't intend to spoil the story. The title of this article comes from the TV trailer of The Sixth Sense. The little boy Cole said to the doctor, "I can see ghosts now." If we apply this sentence to Simon Westeros, he can see ghosts, then many things that have puzzled us in the past can be explained. Theoretically, Simon Westeros, who grew up in an orphanage, would not have the opportunity to learn skills such as music, painting, film, foreign languages, etc. For a child at the bottom of society, even if he tries hard, these are obviously impossible to accomplish due to the lack of resources. But what if the one who taught him these was not a human, but a ghost? Everything suddenly makes sense. I even think that Simon Westeros' sudden mental breakdown 3 years ago may be related to this incident. Then, Westeros came to Los Angeles and immediately became a movie genius. For an 18-year-old boy who may not have seen many movies since he was a child, this is completely incredible. However, what Los Angeles lacks the most is obviously filmmakers. By analogy, after more than half a century of accumulation in this city, ghosts who are proficient in various film skills should be enough to form a large army. As long as Westeros can win the help of a group of elite ghosts, he can naturally become a movie genius easily. The article was very long, and Simon read it with great interest. When he arrived at the door of his office, he forgot to push the door open. After reading the press release by the door, Simon looked up and noticed that Jennifer still had the same strange expression as before. So he turned his eyes to the air on the right side of the female assistant and whispered in a low voice, "Nate, our secret has been discovered." Because she had read the press release in advance, Jennifer was already somewhat involved. When she heard Simon say this, she subconsciously looked to her right and felt half of her body was a little hairy, and goosebumps oozed out. Seeing that the female assistant was really scared by him, Simon smiled and stretched out his index finger, gently scratching the white neck that was exposed when she turned her head. After Simon scratched her neck, Jennifer reacted and the left half of her body was slightly hot again. The combination of cold and heat made her face red. Staring at Simon with dissatisfaction, Jennifer followed him in after seeing him push the door and walk into the office. After the man sat down at the desk, she asked, "About this, do we need to call the Los Angeles Times to have it taken down?" Simon leaned back in the leather chair and did not answer the question. Instead, he asked, "Jenny, do you think I can communicate with spirits?" Jennifer was stunned for a moment and shook her head. I don't know." Simon suddenly asked again, "Then, are you afraid of death?" Jennifer was a little confused, but she said honestly, "Yes. I'm afraid of death too. To be precise, it's fear." Simon raised his hand and stroked the folder in front of him, and said, "So, I very much hope that what this article says is true. Because if ghosts really exist, it means that death will no longer be the end. If death is just the end of a journey, not the end, why should we still be afraid?" Jennifer nodded, but perhaps because the article had aroused some thoughts in her mind, The inquiry in the female assistant's expression still did not dissipate. Simon smiled and said, "I can only say that I have indeed experienced some things. However, you can rest assured that I am not an alien, not a robot, not a spy, and not a psychic. I am just Simon Westeros, that's all." Knowing that it was rare for him to explain himself so vaguely, Jennifer curled her lips slightly and pointed to the article in front of Simon, saying, "Then, what about this? Let them publish it. It will just provide another publicity gimmick for the Sixth Sense. In addition, send a copy of this article to Burbank and Pat Kingsley respectively, and let them pay attention to the subsequent trend of public opinion. If necessary, intervene to avoid any messy arguments from emerging." Jennifer nodded and looked at her watch. It was already 5 o'clock. Just as she was about to go out, there was a knock on the door. After Simon responded, Nancy Brill pushed the door open and walked in. Getting off work on time does not exist for Simon. He and Nancy still have to discuss the IPO of Blockbuster. After spending more than half a year to expand, Blockbuster's cash flow has once again dried up. As a major shareholder, it is also the obligation of Deaneries Entertainment to help Blockbuster solve its financial difficulties. Through the matchmaking here, Blockbuster has obtained a 5-year loan of $100 million from Citibank at very favorable terms at the beginning of the month. However, Blockbuster cannot continue to increase its debt like this. After discussions among all parties, a group of shareholders passed the decision to promote the company's IPO. This matter cannot be accomplished overnight. It will take about half a year, and by then Blockbuster's loan from Citibank should have just been spent. Once listed, Blockbuster can more easily expand through various means such as issuing additional shares, issuing bonds, and exchanging shares for mergers and acquisitions, which can greatly alleviate the financial pressure. After saying hello, Jennifer left the office to go about her business, and Simon also got up and sat in the reception area with Nancy to facilitate the review and comparison of some documents. Simon did not pay much attention to the article, but the response caused by the Los Angeles Times press release the next day was beyond his expectations. He can see people. He can see ghosts. It has to be said that the article is too logical. Indeed, if Simon Westeros is a psychic, everything he has shown in recent years has a very reasonable explanation. While major mainstream newspapers have reprinted the article from the Los Angeles Times, the North American media has also set off a wave of proving that Simon Westeros is indeed a psychic. Directly contacting Simon Westeros to try to interview him has no results. Westeros public relations spokesperson Pat Kingsley only publicly refuted the absurdity of the article and did not take any other action. As a result, the media have once again shifted their targets to San Jose, where Simon grew up, and to some people who used to be around Simon. Perhaps it was some kind of psychological suggestion effect, and those who knew Simon in the past all suddenly realized and cited various unusual things about Simon when he was a child to prove the argument of the Los Angeles Times article. Some reporters also turned their attention back to the Watsonville Mental Hospital where Simon once lived. However, because Janet had signed a confidentiality agreement with many people in the hospital, the reporters got nothing this time. However, this further stimulated the curiosity of the media to get to the bottom of the matter. At the end of the matter, Janet called from Melbourne and curiously asked Simon if he was a psychic. If he was, the necklace that the woman's grandmother had originally intended to leave for her as a dowry could not be found after the old woman died, and she wanted Simon to help ask where it was. Simon unhappily suggested that the woman tear down the Johnston mansion and search it, and she would definitely find it. The matter was a commotion for a few days, and as expected, some other arguments about Simon began to emerge. Fortunately, it was not the Middle Ages, otherwise, Simon felt that he might have been tied to the stake and burned to death. In order to prevent the discussion from getting out of control, Deaneries Entertainment's media department and Simon's private public relations team began to work hard to put out the fire. On the other hand, this incident also stimulated the box office of The Sixth Sense as Simon expected. Because of some arguments that Cole is Simon Westeros's childhood self-portrait, many viewers who were originally unmoved by the film despite the discussions around them have recently started to buy tickets to enter the theater. In the end, from July 14th to July 20th, the box office of The Sixth Sense fell by a negligible 2.7%. In the third week of its release, it earned another $38.25 million, and the cumulative box office quickly reached $118.86 million. This phenomenal horror film not only achieved the feat of breaking the 100 million mark in 3 weeks, but also surpassed the $110.65 million cumulative box office of Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade in 3 weeks and 2 days. In addition, in the 7th week of its release, The Bodyguard also successfully broke the 100 million yuan mark, with a cumulative box office of $104.25 million in 7 weeks. After the silence in the first half of the year, Deaneries Entertainment created 2 films that broke the 100 million yuan box office in North America in one fell swoop. The overall number of moviegoers in North America has not changed much in recent years. Deaneries Entertainment's strong box office performance will inevitably suppress other studios, and as a result, some things will happen. Chapter 278. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. The cause of the incident originated from the script of The Sixth Sense. On July 22, a gossip newspaper in Los Angeles that was not paid much attention to suddenly broke the news that the script of The Sixth Sense was not written by Simon Westeros himself, and the real screenwriter of the film was actually Bruce Joy Robin, the screenwriter of Scream. The newspaper article attacks Simon for stealing other people's creative achievements. Since Westeros was not the screenwriter of The Sixth Sense, the recent hotly discussed arguments such as "you can see people" are naturally nonsense. Simon admitted that he did steal other people's creative achievements, but the original author of the script is still unknown. The report of that newspaper completely violated the established facts of this time and space, and completely removed Simon and the script of The Sixth Sense, and all the credits were given to Bruce Joy Robin, who only wrote the story outline given by Simon. The box office of The Sixth Sense in 3 weeks was close to $120 million. The films in the same period were all under pressure. Other Hollywood studios were eager for the film to break out some negative news. Therefore, the newspaper article immediately became a fuse. Under the impetus of some people, the media immediately began to hold on to this matter. Bruce Joy Robin was naturally the first target of the media's inquiry. Originally, as long as Bruce Joy Robin firmly denied this matter, it would probably be resolved. However, Bruce Joy Robin did not do so at the first time. As for the reason, it was ultimately for profit. According to the current box office momentum, the total North American box office of The Sixth Sense is generally predicted to be between $250 million and $300 million, and the global box office is likely to double to $600 million. The global total box office of $600 million means that the subsequent income from the film's videotapes and television broadcasting rights will be very huge. If Bruce Joy Robin had signed a contract with Deaneries Entertainment in accordance with the basic agreement of the Writers Guild of America, he would have easily obtained millions of dollars in subsequent income in the future, just based on the profit-sharing terms of the basic agreement. However, of the 3 film contracts Bruce Joy Robin signed with Deaneries Entertainment, only his original work Ghost was signed in accordance with the WGA basic agreement. For the other 2 scripts of Scream and The Sixth Sense, he signed long-term employment contracts as a full-time screenwriter of Deaneries Entertainment, writing scripts for the company, with a weekly salary of $2,000. Bruce Joy Robin spent about 10 weeks on the 2 scripts of Scream and The Sixth Sense, and was paid $20,000 for each script. Compared with Bruce Joy Robin's personal qualifications at the time, this salary was not shabby. Moreover, after the box office success of Scream, although it triggered some rumors that the idea of the Scream script came from Simon, Bruce Joy Robin was successfully promoted to first-line screenwriter in Hollywood, which is an opportunity that many screenwriters who have been in Hollywood for decades may not be able to encounter even if they pay for it. According to the contract signed by both parties, as a full-time screenwriter, Bruce Joy Robin does not enjoy the right to share profits. This is actually a common practice in Hollywood to circumvent the WGA basic agreement in order to save budgets. Hollywood studios generally have their own full-time screenwriters. These people usually create scripts based on the creativity of studio executives or other aspects. Even members of the Writers Guild often cannot obtain the later share stipulated in the basic agreement. So, the question is, doesn't the WGA care about such violations of the basic agreement of the Writers Guild of America? The answer is indeed no. Although the WGA is the most frequent strike in Hollywood, as long as it is consensual and no members file a complaint, it basically will not intervene. In fact, it is not just the WGA, but also the Hollywood Actors Guild and the Directors Guild have a common similar phenomenon. Steven Spielberg was once publicly complained by actors that he was very stingy in terms of pay. In order to reduce the actors' pay and the later share stipulated in the basic agreement of the Actors Guild, He often asked the actors who participated in his movies to sign a contract to circumvent the basic agreement of the Actors Guild. However, Hollywood also has another common phenomenon. Whenever a movie unexpectedly becomes a big hit at the box office, it is bound to be followed by all kinds of disputes for interests, such as uneven distribution of interests between the producers and distributors, or people accusing the studio of plagiarism and demanding compensation, or stakeholders believing that the studio is hiding profits, etc., etc., all kinds of disputes. A series of phenomenal movies over the years, from Jaws and Star Wars in the 1970s to Top Gun and Rain Man in recent years, have all failed to escape this curse. For The Sixth Sense, even if the film sells $100 million at the North American box office, Bruce Joy Robin may still be able to take it calmly. After the first Scream, he successfully became a first-line screenwriter. Although he did not accept the invitation to create the sequel because of the high-paying invitations from other studios, he did not object to the original salary. However, a super blockbuster with a global box office potential of $600 million makes it difficult for him to maintain psychological balance. This imbalance probably began to accumulate since the release of Scream last year. So, when the Gossip newspaper article was exposed, Bruce Joy Robin not only did not publicly deny it as Deanery's Entertainment requested, but while dealing with the media, he made demands to Deanery's Entertainment, hoping that as the creator of the scripts of the two movies Scream and The Sixth Sense, he could get some compensation from the huge profits of the movies, and unceremoniously offered a sky-high price of $5 million. Simon was very angry about this matter. Another guy who was unwilling to abide by the contract and even threatened with power. Simon is a person who attaches great importance to contracts. Just like last year's Pulp Fiction, Orion recovered at least $100 million in net profit from the global box office of more than $300 million, but he could only get more than $15 million in box office share. However, since the original contract was like this, Simon has never regretted it. There is also the film contract owed to Disney. According to the original agreement, Simon only needs to pay a penalty of millions of dollars to get rid of it. Compared with the hundreds of millions of dollars in net profit of a movie, this is completely worth it, but Simon has no intention of doing so. Although Simon adhered to the contract, Deanery's Entertainment encountered repeated backtracking. Simon originally did not intend to compromise. Everyone's contract was written in black and white, and many details at the time were also available for record. Even if it went to court, Deanery's Entertainment was not afraid at all. However, under Amy's persuasion, in order to avoid this incident affecting the box office situation of The Sixth Sense, Simon reluctantly agreed to the proposal of a private settlement. Bruce Joy Robin probably also knew that if his request was put on the table, it would be difficult to get a result that was favorable to him. Deanery's Entertainment bargained with the other party's lawyers several times and soon confirmed the settlement amount of $2 million. However, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. Deanery's Entertainment was about to reach a settlement with Bruce Joy Robin. The American Writers Guild, which had always been at odds with Deanery's Entertainment, suddenly jumped out and announced that it would publicly investigate Deanery's Entertainment's behavior of signing an illegal agreement with WGA members to harm the interests of union members. In Hollywood, not to mention the bottom screenwriters, even the top gold medal screenwriters often take some private work, busy for several weeks as script doctors for some projects, receive a one-time generous remuneration, do not participate in the signature, do not ask for a share, and of course, do not need to be responsible for the commercial success or failure of the film. There are also many who directly complete the entire script without signing. In the original Time and Space, the famous Dumb and Dumber by Jim Carrey was not actually written by the Farrelly brothers. The first draft of the script was written by John Hughes, the screenwriter of Home Alone. Things are always like this. If you don't take it seriously, everything will be fine. If you take it seriously, it will be troublesome. The two sides have too much resentment in last year's screenwriters' strike. Perhaps there are some other forces pushing it. The American Writers Guild is obviously very happy to take Deanery's Entertainment seriously. It also forced Deanery's Entertainment to actively cooperate with the investigation, otherwise it will be included in the union's blacklist and prohibit union members from continuing to cooperate with Deanery's Entertainment. The serious consequences of the Writers Guild of America's strike last year are still fresh in people's minds. Simon naturally cannot ignore the statement that the WGA threatens to strike against Deanery's Entertainment alone. Once the worst happens, Without any preparation, many of Deanery's Entertainment's ongoing projects may come to a standstill. This year's autumn TV season is coming. If some dramas in the TV department cannot be delivered on time due to lack of screenwriters, it will not only have a serious impact on Deanery's Entertainment's TV business, but also have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages to the TV network. Since this matter is destined to no longer be covered up quietly, Deanery's Entertainment immediately gave up the plan to reconcile with Bruce Joy Robin privately. In addition to cooperating with this so-called investigation of the WGA, it also made the inside story of the whole matter public in the media. Whether it is Scream or The Sixth Sense, Simon personally completed a detailed story outline and discussed more script details with Bruce Joy Robin in private. Bruce Joy Robin injected very few personal ideas into the two scripts. His work was limited to expanding Simon's ideas into a complete script of about 2 hours. Not only the story outline, but also the minutes of Simon's several meetings with Bruce Joy Robin are available. All of this has been exposed, and any normal person can probably figure out the right and wrong. Santa Monica. The time is July 28, Friday. Simon was no longer busy with the post-production of Batman this morning, and came to his office at the company headquarters early in the morning. When Amy walked in, Simon was looking through the box office data report for the past week. Prior to July 21st, there was only one low-cost comedy UHF from Orion Pictures released in North American theaters. It tells the story of a TV station, which is somewhat similar to broadcast news starring William Hurt and Holly Hunter, which won both box office and awards 2 years ago. However, UHF did not have the good luck of broadcast news. It opened on 1,295 screens, but the box office in the first week was only $3.52 million. It did not pose any threat to the still strong The Sixth Sense, and was even worse than The Bodyguard, which earned another $5.07 million in its 8th week. On the box office charts this week, the box office decline of The Sixth Sense, which entered its 4th week of release, finally began to widen, reaching 19%. In 7 days, it collected another $31.06 million, with a cumulative box office of $150.02 million. All data are still far ahead. Warner Bros.' Lethal Weapon 2 and Disney's Go-Go Shrunk the Kids ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. 007, License to Kill, which was released on July 14, set a new low in North American box office since the birth of this classic spy film series, taking into account inflation factors. The first week of release only earned $13.03 million. This week's box office fell again by 39%, only $7.83 million. The cumulative box office of $20.86 million in 2 weeks is only half of the single-week box office of The Sixth Sense in its 4th week of release. Although the box office of the 007 series has always accounted for the majority of overseas sales, and has not yet suffered losses, the North American box office of this sequel is expected to be only more than $30 million, which is far from the expectations of the producers. Simon remembered that due to the failure of this sequel and some copyright lawsuits, the 007 series, which had been maintaining a sequel every 2 or 3 years in the original time and space, did not launch another new work until 1995 after 007, License to Kill, with a time interval of 6 years, and the leading actor was also replaced by Pierce Brosnan. Amy sat down opposite Simon and waited patiently for a moment. When she noticed that he looked up, she said, "WGA just sent someone to take away some files from Scream and The Sixth Sense." As for Rain Man, MGM had originally given up the idea of filing a formal lawsuit, but they just called and their attitude became stronger. Perhaps this lawsuit is inevitable. Simon still pressed the box office report in his hand and asked Amy, "What do you think is going on this time?" Amy shook her head. "It's hard to say. Someone is definitely targeting us, but maybe it's not just one company. Those people should just go with the flow. After all, we took the initiative to reveal the flaws this time. Well, MGM is just making trouble." Simon picked up a pencil at hand and looked at the box office report in front of him again. He was actually thinking about this matter just now. Moreover, the conclusion he came to was roughly similar to Amy's. Chapter 279 10 Movies. In today's Hollywood, the 7 major film companies are no longer the big studios that are still controlled by the founders and compete fiercely for market share. The 7 major studios are basically listed companies or parts of listed companies. The helmsmen of the 7 major studios may have different powers, but they are all professional managers who manage the company for shareholders. In this situation, if Simon is just a young director who has just made a name for himself in Hollywood and produced several hit films, he may be ruthlessly suppressed when he seriously threatens the interests of other studios. However, the current situation is that Simon's identity is no longer limited to being a director. Before the whole of Hollywood has reacted, he has established Deaneries Entertainment, an entertainment company that is as powerful as the traditional big studios. Moreover, Simon himself has quickly accumulated billions of dollars in wealth through various means. In a society like the United States where capital is king, Simon's personal wealth of billions of dollars represents strong strength. Even if this strength is not as deep-rooted as those old money families that have accumulated for decades, it is definitely not something that the professional managers of Hollywood big movie companies can easily provoke and shake. Those people might do some small moves in private, trying to get them to risk their careers and confront Deaneries Entertainment, but the possibility is very low. As for uniting to suppress Deaneries Entertainment, a latecomer, it is difficult to unite people's hearts. 3 monks have no water to drink, let alone 7 monks who are also fighting for a well with different thoughts. In the office of Santa Monica headquarters, Simon understood all this, but he did not take the ongoing WGA investigation lightly. Just like the vigorous anti-sexual assault movement in Hollywood many years later, many people were just watching with relish as a bystander to a fat man who had been rampant in Hollywood for decades, but they did not expect that a hurricane that swept everyone would be swept up in the blink of an eye. Things are unpredictable. Although it is clear that the threat in the WGA statement to prohibit union members from cooperating with Deaneries Entertainment is unlikely to actually happen, if Simon treats it lightly and Hollywood competitors seize the opportunity, this worst result is likely to come true unexpectedly. By then, Deaneries Entertainment, which was not so stable in Hollywood, would definitely suffer a heavy blow, and even trigger a more serious chain reaction. Therefore, Simon decided without hesitation to nip this potential crisis in the bud as soon as possible. After making up his mind, Simon put down the pencil he was playing with and said to Amy, "I suddenly remembered that after last year's Beyond Innocence in Batman, the company has not signed any cooperation projects with other film companies. Now is the time to continue this matter." Amy remembered that Simon mentioned this plan last year. He planned to cooperate with other Hollywood studios to eliminate the fear of competitors about the rise of Deaneries Entertainment. However, since the end of last year, everyone has been busy all day and night until now, and there is no extra energy to take care of this matter. Simon thought for a moment and continued, "Amy, spread the news as soon as possible. Deaneries Entertainment will cooperate with external parties on 10 movies in the next 2 years. Amy showed surprise on her face and asked, "What is the cooperation model of Flying Over Innocence?" Of course, and this time there is no need for copyright bundling like Wonder Woman. As long as the project is finalized, both parties will invest 50% each and share the copyright and profits. Deaneries Entertainment will lead the production, and the other party will be responsible for distribution through various channels. Well, this time the distribution commission ratio is a bit more rigid, limited to 10%. Amy said, 8% is actually fine. Simon smiled and shook his head, saying, "There is no need to be so harsh. The key is that Deaneries Entertainment's accounting team must follow up on all stages of the project from production to distribution." Amy thought for a while and said, "We can set up independent financial accounts for each project that are jointly supervised by the two parties to avoid the phenomenon of the company's deserved income being concealed and delayed. You discuss these details yourselves, I only look at the results." Amy agreed, but still asked, "What about the script, Simon? Are we going to use the copyright we have hoarded?" "Of course not. The studios that want to cooperate with us will take the initiative to provide the scripts, and I will personally select them. In addition, remember to sign the relevant copyright agreements in advance to prevent them from reneging." "I don't think this situation is likely to happen," Amy smiled. Just as she was about to get up and busy herself with this matter, she noticed that Simon was leaning back on the leather chair with some fatigue, and couldn't help but say, "Simon, after the news is released, you will probably become the most powerful person in Hollywood." The continuous success of The Bodyguard and The Sixth Sense proves that Deaneries Entertainment is still magical. Now, the company suddenly released the news that it will cooperate with the outside world to produce 10 films, which will definitely make the whole Hollywood boil. After all, Deaneries Entertainment's previous series of films in cooperation with Orion, Fox and MGM have all achieved box office success, which is enough to prove that Simon Westeros does not just keep the best projects for himself. 10 movies. Perhaps because of the increase in number, the commercial performance will not be so outstanding, but as long as half of them can reach the top 10 level of the annual box office list, it will also have great appeal to the studio. If a hit project like The Sixth Sense could appear, a studio would be able to survive for a year with only 50% of the revenue. Simon smiled, but in his heart he remembered the Hollywood Power list of Premiere magazine in the original time and space. The first list of the Hollywood Power list of Premiere magazine in memory will not be announced until next year. What surprised many people was that the first list in the original time and space was ranked first by Michael Ovitz, the president of CAA. In fact, this could once again prove Simon's concept just now. The power and influence of the helmsman of the current Hollywood studios are not as great as ordinary people imagine. If it was the golden age of Hollywood decades ago, the first place on such a list would either be Jack Warner of Warner Brothers, Louis Mayer of MGM, or Daryl Zanuck of Fox, and it would never fall to a talent agent. After a few more words of advice, Simon waited for Amy to leave and leaned back in the leather chair. It was another busy week that was about to end. He had to discuss the film's fine editing plan with the main creative team of Beyond Innocence soon, so he could only take a short break. Inexplicably, he wanted to suddenly fly to Australia again, let go of everything, and spend 2 days with Janet. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to bother with the Japanese stock market anymore. A moment later, Jennifer pushed the door open and indicated that the main creative team of Flying Over Innocence had arrived, and Simon stood up. At the same time, the news that Deaneries Entertainment would cooperate with other Hollywood film companies to produce 10 films in the next 2 years spread quickly throughout Hollywood in just one morning. For a time, the phones of Simon, Amy, Robert Rem, Ella Deutschman, and even Robert Iger on the East Coast and other Deaneries Entertainment executives were all blown up, and appointments for various parties, dinners, and cocktail parties also poured in. As the final decision-maker of this plan, Simon was naturally the focus of everyone's attention. However, Simon just let Jennifer push all the invitations. Although he did not fly to Australia on the weekend, he quietly went to San Francisco. It was mainly to rest and check the development progress of various projects of Ygritte. By the time the media, which was as excited as Hollywood, found Simon's whereabouts, the weekend had passed. August also came quietly without anyone noticing. Although it was realized that it was probably the sudden attack of the WGA that triggered Deaneries Entertainment's plan to cooperate with 10 films, there were many people in the circle who felt that Westeros's reaction was a bit exaggerated. However, in the new week, the originally aggressive WGA seemed to have suddenly lost some support and its attitude softened significantly. George Kogo, chairman of the Western chapter of the Writers Guild of America, also stated in a statement last week that the WGA would set up a special investigation committee for Deaneries Entertainment's violation of the agreement. After the weekend, this so-called committee seemed to be forgotten by everyone, and only the legal department of the WGA was still following up tepidly. Obviously, compared with the WGA's investigation of Deaneries Entertainment, everyone thought that the 10 film projects were the most important. If you count carefully, the 7 major Hollywood film companies do not have completely irreconcilable conflicts with Deaneries Entertainment. Well, maybe they have snatched 1 or 2 projects, maybe they have snatched 1 or 2 talents, maybe they are preparing to file a lawsuit, but these are just normal business behaviors, not personal grudges. As long as everyone is more positive and proactive, there is still a great possibility to get a share of these 10 movies. So, when the WGA's investigation was about to be launched, major studios also began to show goodwill to Deaneries Entertainment. Orion Pictures, whose performance had been sluggish for more than half a year, contacted Amy Pascal as soon as possible, claiming that the company had recently recovered a sum of money and could pay Deaneries Entertainment's share of Pulp Fiction. It's just that they hope that the two sides can sign another film contract. Amy was also unambiguous and insisted that Orion pay the share first before discussing other things. MGM just stated last week that it would insist on filing a lawsuit, but changed its tone on Monday and even shamelessly sent a batch of scripts. The head of Columbia's TriStar Pictures also passed a message to Simon through Jonathan Friedman, and TriStar Pictures decided to cancel the contract with Matthew Broderick for a film called The Lizard Godfather. Simon and Matthew Broderick's entanglement is no secret in Hollywood. A few months before Norman Broca left, Matthew Broderick jumped from WMA to CAA. The Lizard Godfather was originally a film that TriStar Pictures was more interested in. The story was set with two male protagonists. In addition to Matthew Broderick, the other male protagonist was the famous Hollywood veteran actor Marlon Brando. After signing the contract and then terminating it, TriStar Pictures had to pay a penalty. This really shows sincerity. The Circle also realized that after this incident, Matthew Broderick's career in Hollywood was completely over. Originally, other studios wanted to use Matthew Broderick without much scruples, as they felt that they had no interest in Deanery's Entertainment. Now, everyone is vying for Deanery's Entertainment's 10-movie contract. TriStar Pictures has paid a penalty to draw a line directly. Its attitude is so obvious that if other studios continue to cooperate with Matthew Broderick, it will be a provocation to Simon Westeros. After all, there is only one Westeros, but there are a lot of Hollywood actors who can replace Matthew Broderick. It can be imagined that Matthew Broderick will not be able to get any role from the first and second-tier mainstream Hollywood film companies in the next few years, even if he wants to turn to the TV circle. In a few years, this actor will only be completely forgotten by Hollywood. Deanery's Entertainment announced the details of the two scripts of Scream and The Sixth Sense. Because the announcement of the plan for 10 foreign cooperation films attracted the attention of Hollywood, no other forces came forward to disrupt the media trend, and public opinion almost overwhelmingly supported Simon. For the sake of its own face, the American Writers Guild did not end the investigation of Deanery's Entertainment as soon as possible, but just delayed it without anger. However, due to good public opinion control, the script incident of The Sixth Sense basically did not have much impact on the box office of the film. The three new films Lucky Stars, Friday the 13th 8 and Cinema Paradiso released on July 28 also did not pose a threat to The Sixth Sense. From July 28 to August 3, another week passed, and the box office decline of The Sixth Sense continued to be controlled at a very good 23%, collecting another $23.96 million. At the same time, the total box office of The Sixth Sense in 5 weeks accumulated $173.98 million, and also surpassed Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which was originally ranked first in the year. In the 9th week of its release, the cumulative box office of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade was $172.16 million, lagging behind The Sixth Sense by nearly $2 million. Moreover, the single-week box office of Indiana Jones and The Last Crusade has slipped to less than $5 million. Whether it can break through $200 million in the next few weeks depends on luck. In comparison, the weekly box office of The Sixth Sense remains above $20 million. With a box office trend shown by the film, it is definitely not a problem to collect another $100 million in North America. Whether it can break through $300 million may also depend on luck, but this kind of luck is only enviable and hateful compared to Indiana Jones 3. Disney's Lucky Stars and Lucky Stars starring Tom Hanks and Michael Fox took in $19.12 million in the first week, ranking second. Warner Bros. Lethal Weapon 2 took in another $15.68 million, ranking third, and the cumulative box office in 4 weeks was $94.12 million, with strong stamina. Paramount Pictures' old classic horror film Friday the 13th series, the 8th film Friday the 13th 8, took in $8.48 million in the first week, ranking fourth. Disney's Honey, I Shrunk the Kids slipped to fifth place this week, taking in another $7.61 million, with a cumulative box office of $98.47 million, and also had strong stamina, and it is about to break $100 million. Outside the top 5, Universal Pictures Cinema Paradiso did not repeat the luck of Sex, Lies, and Videotape in early July. The box office performance of Sex, Lies, and Videotape in its first week of release at the beginning of the month was finally $6.31 million. For 4 consecutive weeks, with excellent media reputation and continued slight decline, it continued to earn $3.76 million this week, with a total box office of $22.19 million in 4 weeks. According to this box office trend, Sex, Lies, and Videotape can almost safely break through the $30 million box office mark before it is off the shelves. In comparison, because Universal Pictures was too eager to push Cinema Paradiso to the theaters, it was difficult for the film to be refined in re-editing and English dubbing. Cinema Paradiso won the Palme d'Or in Cannes, but the re-edited and dubbed version in North America had a terrible reputation. Even director Giuseppe Tornatore publicly stated that it was already another movie. With poor word of mouth and lack of commercial attributes, Cinema Paradiso only earned $1.86 million in the first week, with 553 screens, similar to Sex, Lies, and Videotape, and the average box office per theater was just over $3,000. With a failed start, long-term prospects are out of the question. It is expected that the theaters will withdraw the film after the 2-week contract period ends, and the total North American box office of the film will be only about $3 million. Cinema Paradiso has failed in both media word of mouth and box office, and Universal Pictures is doomed to not be able to fight for the Best Foreign Language Film Award for the film like Miramax did in the original Time and Space. In order to get Cinema Paradiso, Universal paid the film company an advance copyright amount of $5 million and promised a profit-sharing clause. The recent investment in publicity and promotion costs is no less than $2 million. Now, this project is bound to lose all its money. Universal can certainly afford the loss of millions of dollars, but for many people who are looking forward to Cinema Paradiso because of Deaneries Entertainment's optimism, it is extremely disappointing. Not only Universal, but also Giuseppe Tornatore, who wanted to win the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film after the Palme d'Or at Cannes and try to further enter Hollywood, was hit like a club. The producers who had paid a high price to snatch the production rights of Tornatore's new film because of Deaneries Entertainment's move are no longer so confident. After the North American box office of Cinema Paradiso was released, the French producer TF1 Film Production Company, which had originally snatched the investment rights of Tornatore's new film, contacted Deaneries Entertainment again to test whether there was any possibility of cooperation between the two parties. Simon had read the script of Family Trip before. Although he didn't have much impression of the original Italian version, he remembered that the film was remade into an American version in the original Time and Space, starring stars such as Robert De Niro, Kate Beckinsale and Drew Barrymore. The French film company took the initiative to show goodwill, and Simon did not let Ella Deutschmann refuse, and asked the other party to participate in the investment to win the North American distribution rights of Family Trip. Sex, Lies, and Videotape and Cinema Paradiso, one was a big hit, the other was a flop. The two films had completely different endings, which made the top executives of Hollywood studios gradually realize a fact: the projects that Deaneries Entertainment values are not necessarily 100% successful. Obviously, the key to the matter is the participation of Simon Westeros himself. Chapter 280 Financial Report for the first half of the year. 10 movie plan made Hollywood excited. Deaneries Entertainment's mid-year financial audit also quietly ended. Simon spent 3 days reading through dozens of pages of financial reports compiled by the company's financial department while taking care of other work. In general, Deaneries Entertainment's revenue focus in the first half of the year is still the 4 movies Scream, Steel Magnolias, Dead Poets Society and Rain Man at the end of last year. From January 1st to June 30th, in 6 months, the domestic box office of the 4 movies continued to earn $263 million, and Deaneries Entertainment received $121 million from this part of the box office. The reason why it is lower than the average 55% box office share is mainly due to the tiered share plan of theater screenings, and the box office share ratio gradually decreases after a movie is released. Overseas, the total revenue of the 4 movies was $356 million, of which Scream was $95.15 million, Steel Magnolias was $12.37 million, Dead Poets Society was $86.32 million, and Rain Man was $163.65 million. This box office data will increase in the second half of the year, but the potential is very small. Compared with the data in the original Time and Space, the overseas box office of the 4 films has shrunk significantly. Except for Steel Magnolias, which has a huge gap between overseas and domestic box office because the overseas audience is too small, the box office shrinkage of the other films is mainly due to the lack of overseas distribution capabilities of Deaneries Entertainment and the fact that many overseas ticket warehouse countries have not yet opened up their film markets. Moreover, even if most overseas box office countries in this era have opened up their film markets, they still implement various restrictive measures such as low share, high tax and delayed release dates to protect their own film industries. The average share of Deaneries Entertainment from overseas box office is only 33%. In addition, For some overseas ticket warehouses that are too small or have stricter policy restrictions, Deaneries Entertainment can only sell them out once. Although the box office will still be included in the overseas total box office data, it will not participate in the share. In Simon's memory, this situation will improve rapidly after the 1990s. Calculated, the total overseas box office revenue contributed by these 4 films to Deaneries Entertainment is $116 million. As for the new films released this year, as of June 30th, the 6 films such as Blue Angel and Metropolitan Man in the first half of the year have accumulated a total of $123 million. The Sixth Sense released on June 30th was excluded from this statistics. The 6 new films have accumulated a total of $73 million in revenue. In the home entertainment business, When Harry Met Sally, which was released at the end of last year, sold 2.93 million videotapes in the first half of the year. Based on the unit price of $29.9 for videotapes, the sales reached $87.6 million. Although the film company counts 80% of the videotape revenue as cost in the basic agreement with various unions, leaving only 20% for sharing, in fact, the gross profit obtained by the studio from the sale of each videotape can generally reach 40% to 50% of the sales price. The gross profit ratio of hot-selling new films, such as When Harry Met Sally, will be even higher. Therefore, the videotape distribution of When Harry Met Sally alone has brought more than $46 million in gross profit to Deaneries Entertainment. Including some other fragmentary project income, comprehensive statistics show that of the nearly $900 million industry output value generated by Deaneries Entertainment's film business in the first half of the year in terms of box office, videotapes, etc., the operating income attributed to Deaneries Entertainment itself was $395 million. Behind the rich revenue, it also means huge expenses. In the first half of the year, Deaneries Entertainment had more than 10 films in various formal production stages, among which the budget cost of Batman alone reached $50 million. Other projects such as Bodyguard, The Sixth Sense, Uncle Buck, and Scream 2 also required large expenditures. At the same time, Deaneries Entertainment also invested a lot of publicity and distribution expenses in the theater distribution of local and overseas films. Finally, considering the construction of the Malibu Deaneries Cinema, the establishment of many overseas branches, the repayment of some overdue loans, and a series of large expenses that need to be borne by the company as a whole, as well as the equally important tax factors, the net profit scale of Deaneries Entertainment's film business in the first half of the year was only $51.19 million, with a net profit margin of less than 13%. In terms of television business, compared with movies, the TV business in the first half of the year was somewhat lackluster, and the revenue focus of Deaneries TV Company is still 4 reality shows. Since the beginning of this year, the TV department has signed production contracts for 3 new dramas with TV networks, but last year's 2 dramas were also cut after the spring season due to low ratings. According to statistics, Deaneries TV Company currently has a total of 10 TV projects in operation, of which 6 are TV series and 4 are reality shows. Because the profit figures of reality shows, which are the main source of income, are basically determined, in the first half of the year, the total revenue of Deaneries Entertainment's TV business was $232 million. After amortizing large expenses, the net profit of the TV department was $36.82 million, and the net profit margin was also only 16%, which was not too high. In terms of comic business, although the launch of the Batman project has attracted the attention of the industry to Marvel Entertainment, in the first half of the year, the comic company still maintained a Loki operation, and the revenue of $39.71 million and the profit of $2.26 million had little impact on Deaneries Entertainment as a whole. However, there are some bright spots in the financial report for the first half of the year, that is, the Consumer Products Department led by Nancy Brill. After several adjustments, Deaneries Entertainment's Consumer Products Department is currently mainly responsible for the development of peripheral products for a series of film and television projects of the company, the distribution of original soundtracks, and part of the advertising business. Of course, the sponsorship and advertising operations of several reality shows such as Who Wants to Be a Millionaire are still solely responsible for Deaneries Television, which belongs to the advertising department of Deaneries Television. The Consumer Products Department is only responsible for the development of peripheral products for several reality shows. The so-called advertising business is mainly the product placement cooperation of Deaneries Entertainment's movies and TV series. In the first half of the year, the energetic little woman led the investment in Blockbuster, established Deaneries Analysis Company, and launched Blizzard Studios. Although it seems that she is not doing her job properly, the operation of the consumer products department has not fallen behind at all. Through the operation of peripheral products for the two key projects, Scream and The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, the peripheral product business of the consumer products department has opened up the market in one fell swoop. The two projects targeting different consumer groups have successfully established two targeted retail channels for the consumer products department, one for teenagers and the other for housewives. These two groups of people happen to be the two groups with the greatest consumption potential. After the successful operation of the peripheral products of Scream and The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, the development of peripheral products for other films of the company has also been carried out more smoothly. In terms of soundtracks, although the soundtracks of Dead Poets Society and Rain Man launched by the record department are far from the height of the soundtrack album of The Bodyguard, they have also achieved fairly good sales. The sales data of the soundtrack of Rain Man has exceeded 5 million copies as of June 30th, which is very rare for Pure Music records. Finally, in the advertising business, in order to avoid the company's blind advertising placement in film and television dramas causing disgust among the audience, Simon is very cautious in this regard. Nancy Brill did not blindly pursue inappropriate advertising placements. However, due to the success of Deaneries Entertainment's series of films last year, there were countless companies that wanted to cooperate with the company and the offers were very generous. Nancy Brill, under Simon's premise of avoiding excessive advertising, still brought the company rich income through brand cooperation in projects such as Batman, Angel, Pretty Woman, and Ghost. As a result, the consumer goods department, which did not have much income last year, had revenue figures exceeding $200 million in the first 6 months of the first half of the year, reaching $207 million. However, because Nancy Brill pursued the long-term development of the business rather than the short-term profit of the business, a large amount of funds were invested in product production, channel construction, publicity and marketing, etc. The company even unknowingly owned a toy factory in Rhode Island on the East Coast. In addition, the consumer goods department also needed to share the company's other expenses, so the profit margin was lower, only 9.5%. And the net profit was $19.71 million. In the end, overall, Deaneries Entertainment's total revenue in the first 2 quarters of this year was $873 million, and its net profit was $110.78 million. Compared with the huge profits that Circe Capital just made from the Japanese financial market, Deaneries Entertainment's net profit of $110 million seems insignificant. However, Simon has always been clear that this company is his foundation. Opportunities in the financial market cannot be available every year. As he becomes more and more eye-catching, it becomes more and more difficult to make profits in the financial market. Investments in the field of science and technology generally take 10 or 20 years to see the final results. Deaneries Entertainment's low profit scale is mainly due to the need for Deaneries Entertainment's rapid expansion. Moreover, the net profit of $110 million in half a year is definitely not low. Such a profit level can easily squeeze into the top 100 of the Forbes North American 500 list in this era. More than 50 kilometers away from the coastline of Los Angeles, a luxury yacht with a length of more than 60 meters is quietly anchored on the sea level. The time is August 6th, Sunday. This weekend, Simon did not work continuously, but chose to rest again. However, this time it was not just a rest. James Raybould came from New York in the past few days to discuss company matters and introduce some people to Simon, to be precise, some politicians. The location was arranged on this yacht. Simon did not intend to use illegal means in the process of expanding his political connections. Everything was done in accordance with the public rules such as the Federal Election Act. However, he also hoped that this matter could be carried out as low-key as possible. At least, he had no intention of appearing in the newspaper media with a certain politician. In 2 days, including David Dinkins, who is making final preparations for the New York mayoral election at the end of the year, Simon met with a total of 6 politicians. These were all people that Westeros Company had confirmed to provide financial support. In addition to David Dinkins, the other 5 people were a California state senator, 2 California state representatives, a congressman from New York State, and a congressman from California. These people were also Democrats. Since they had decided to stand on the side, Simon did not intend to bet on both sides in the short term. Moreover, Simon did not choose those celebrity politicians who were highly concerned. The few people he chose were basically potential stocks with good abilities and no confirmed background after careful investigation. The election of congressmen in the United States is held every 2 years, which seems to be very frequent, but in fact, the probability of congressmen being re-elected is very high. Some evergreen politicians can even be re-elected for more than 10 terms. Simon does not seek these people to bring him immediate returns. The first batch of investments in the early stage is mainly to establish connections to avoid Deanery's Entertainment being in the dark at the top of the federal government if something happens. In the long-term concept, as long as these people can provide support for the expansion of Westeros in 3 to 5 years, it will be good. After 10 or 8 years, if someone can enter the core of federal power and still stand on the side of Westeros, it will be a big profit. In the evening, Simon finally ended the last meeting of this weekend. After personally sending the New York State Senator away by helicopter, Simon and James walked to the table and chairs on the top terrace of the yacht next to the helipad and sat down. As the sun set, the fiery clouds on the horizon covered the horizon, rendering a magnificent sea and sky scenery. Jennifer personally brought a pot of coffee to the two of them, but walked to another set of tables and chairs next to them and sat down, quietly lowering her head to read a magazine. James glanced at his daughter, sighed slightly in his heart, and continued to Simon, "I will send you the information of some other candidate lists when I have time. There is also a consulting company that provides election surveys and campaign plans for political parties. It has just been established. It is called Sclap Consulting and is headquartered in Greenwich, Connecticut, near New York. Although it has just been established, the founder of this company, Joseph Sclap, and his family have very deep qualifications and connections in the political arena. I think this is a good opportunity, Simon. We can set up a special fund to provide long-term funding for this company. Political investment cannot demand direct monetary returns. The establishment of a non-profit fund can also maximize the conversion of capital investment into tax-avoiding capital. I'll take some time to look at the information first, Simon did not nod immediately, and said, in addition, this time we can probably transfer another $50 million from Deanery's Entertainment to you. We will definitely not be able to use the overseas funds within a year. $50 million is already very good. I have also sorted out the company's finances recently. The batch of technology companies we invested in the first half of the year contributed about $37 million in dividends, which is a bit lower than last year. The main reason is that several Microsoft companies that we hold heavily did not implement dividends. However, counting the original accumulation, this money is enough to maintain the company's operations. James said, and then remembered something, saying, in addition, among the remaining 3 companies that can be sold at any time, AMD's stock price has been falling recently. The current market value is 50% lower than when we bought it 2 years ago. I think there is no need to stay. AMD is naturally Intel's little enemy. After all, it still can't be helped. I remember that when I bought AMD 2 years ago, the market value of this company was about $900 million, and the total investment was about $45 million. Simon had not paid attention to this matter recently. Hearing what James said, AMD's market value may have fallen to $600 million, compared with Intel's market value of $6 billion. Well, it's simply incomparable. However, considering that AMD can continue to survive for more than 20 years, there is no need to sell at a loss now. Maybe it will have a comeback and make up for the losses. Simon smiled and shook his head, saying, our funds are not tight now, so continue to hold on. James nodded in agreement. After finishing the business, they casually talked about the recent big news of Deanery's Entertainment. The two sat on the terrace for half an hour, and the helicopter flew back. Simon, James and Jennifer boarded the helicopter and returned to Malibu. Back on the shore, the Rebolds rejected Simon's invitation to attend the Warner Brothers party in the evening, and rushed to have dinner with Jennifer's uncle George Norman and his family. Simon rested for a while at his home on the west side of Cape Toomay, and then set off for downtown Los Angeles. Chapter 281 Enlightenment. Normally, Sunday is not a good time to hold a party because the next day is a working day. However, Today's situation is a little special. Warner Brothers Pictures' Lethal Weapon 2, which was released on Friday and Saturday in its fifth week, officially broke through the $100 million North American box office, so the celebration party for this film was specially arranged today. Because Lethal Weapon 2 is the first domestic box office of Warner Brothers Pictures to break the $100 million mark 5 years after the release of Gremlins, directed by Joe Dante in 1984, the celebration party at the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills was very grand. Warner Brothers helmsman Steve Ross still took time to come to Los Angeles at the most intense moment of the litigation game of the merger case between Time Incorporated, Warner Brothers and Paramount Communications. Not only that, it is said that at the banquet for the main creative team of Lethal Weapon 2 at noon today, Steve Ross also rewarded each of the main creators with an expensive sports car and personally handed the keys to everyone. Steve Ross's generous character is indeed the reason why Warner Brothers couldn't win over a group of top filmmakers to cooperate with it. Clint Eastwood, the old cowboy, has been making films exclusively for Warner Brothers in the past decade. Steven Spielberg, Barbra Streisand, Cher and other famous Hollywood filmmakers are also close friends with Ross. Simon could no longer refuse after receiving 2 consecutive enthusiastic invitation calls from Steve Ross, and had to agree to attend tonight's party. After Deaneries Entertainment announced its plan for 10 foreign co-production films, Simon didn't know if he had become the most powerful person in Hollywood, but he was definitely the person who received the most invitations in Hollywood recently. Just look at the grand celebration of Lethal Weapon 2 by Warner Brothers after the box office success, and it's not difficult to understand why Hollywood is so crazy about Simon. Lethal Weapon 2, whose box office performance made Warner Brothers overjoyed, is expected to have less than half of the total box office of The Sixth Sense in North America. Because Simon asked his partners to provide scripts, the 7 major Hollywood studios, mainstream second and third tier film companies, top producers in the circle, and even major talent agencies have all sent a large number of scripts to Deaneries Entertainment. These days, no matter where he is, Simon almost always has a pile of scripts ready to be read. The main creators of Deaneries Entertainment's next year's Ghost, Pretty Woman, Dances with Wolves, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and other films have been determined. However, with the news of the 10 films, various talent agencies and Hollywood stars of all sizes have also become excited. 10 movies naturally mean a lot of opportunities. Deaneries Entertainment's ability to make actors famous in a series of films is obvious to all. Second and third tier actors are crazy about these opportunities that may allow them to be promoted to the first tier. Even the top first tier stars cannot remain calm in the face of the plan for these 10 movies. After all, Hollywood's resources are limited. If latecomers are promoted to the first tier, the opportunities will not increase too much, and the original first tier stars will inevitably decline. In the banquet hall of the Hilton Hotel, when Simon appeared, all the guests' eyes were like countless compasses encountering a strong magnet, all converging on the young man at the door. Steve Ross immediately brought some people to greet him. Although he knew that it was inappropriate to invite Simon, a young man who was destined to be the focus of the whole event, Ross was helpless because he had to fly to Delaware tomorrow and could not squeeze out other time to meet Simon in the short term. "Simon, it's so nice to see you again." Ross hugged Simon warmly and teased, "Why are you alone?" "But it doesn't matter, you can just find a female companion." After Simon hugged Ross and greeted him, he said, "What about you, Steve? How are you doing recently? You know, if possible, I would like to have a fight with Martin Davis." Simon smiled and said, "Then he definitely can't beat you." Ross also laughed, patted Simon on the shoulder, looked at the others and said, "You know everyone. This is Barbara. She just wanted me to help introduce her." Simon nodded to Terry Semel, Mel Gibson, Joe Pesci and Richard Donner, the director of Lethal Weapon 2, and shook hands with Barbra Streisand, who Ross specifically mentioned, and said, "Hello, Ms. Streisand." Barbra Streisand shook hands with Simon warmly and said, "Just call me Barbara, Simon." "Of course, Barbara." After everyone chatted for a few words, Mel Gibson and others dispersed from the party crowd again. Steve Ross took Simon to a dining table in the corner of the hall and sat down. He waved to the waiter to serve the 2 drinks and said, "I called George Kogo this afternoon, Simon. The WGA's investigation of Deaneries Entertainment should be over. You can have someone contact them tomorrow and the matter will be settled soon." Simon was no longer worried about the WGA's investigation, but he still nodded and said, "Thank you, Steve. By the way, how is the result of this lawsuit?" Simon was talking about the dispute between the three companies in the merger case. Paramount suddenly made an acquisition offer to Time Incorporated in June, disrupting the merger between Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers, which was about to be settled. After being firmly resisted by Time Incorporated, Paramount filed a lawsuit to the Delaware federal court, asking the court to stop the merger between Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers. As we all know, for tax avoidance and other considerations, many large companies in North America are registered in Delaware. According to the information Simon paid attention to, Time Incorporated has recently adjusted its stock swap merger plan with Warner Brothers to a combination of stock and cash in order to resist Paramount's offer. Steve Ross heard Simon's question and said with confidence, "The verdict will be out next month, so it won't be a big problem. Then I want to congratulate you on becoming the head of the largest media company in Hollywood." Steve Ross smiled and raised his glass to Simon, feeling very proud. As far as the current situation is concerned, Paramount is almost doomed to fail in the ongoing lawsuit because of Time Incorporated's strong resistance. Moreover, because of this lawsuit, although the merger between Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers has encountered twists and turns, Warner Brothers, led by Steve Ross, has unexpectedly gained more benefits. Not only has Time's offer for Warner increased, but the senior management of Time Incorporated, which was originally an acquirer, has also tried their best to win the cooperation of Warner in order to avoid the fate of being acquired. Recently, they have also made great concessions in the power distribution of the new company in the future. Now, although Warner Brothers is still the nominal acquiree, it has actually taken the leading role in the merger of Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers. Steve Ross is a person who likes to discuss company management and business negotiation skills with people around him. He did not hide the fact that he continued to reveal some of the progress of the current acquisition to Simon. The two chatted enthusiastically for more than 10 minutes before the old Hollywood tycoon got to the point and asked, "Simon, how do you plan to arrange the 10 movies of Deanery's Entertainment?" Simon was thinking about some of the mergers and acquisitions that Ross had just mentioned, and he seemed to have realized something. He has been paying attention to this merger and acquisition, hoping to gain some experience from it for his future layout. Ross's personal explanation made him understand this merger and acquisition more deeply. Time Incorporated, Warner Brothers and Paramount Communications are all listed companies. However, it was not the shareholders of the three companies who pushed the progress of this matter, but the management who had their own interests in mind. Therefore, the lawsuit initiated by Paramount Communications to protect the interests of Time Incorporated shareholders went in the wrong direction from the beginning. In the era of decision-making power, company management does not care whether shareholders can get an extra $1 billion or $2 billion. What they care about is whether their own profits of millions or tens of millions of dollars are maintained and their own control over the company. Hearing Ross asking about the 10 movies, Simon temporarily withdrew his thoughts and said with a wry smile, "I have received too many scripts recently, Steve. To be honest, I was still reading the scripts in the car on the way here. As for the specific arrangements, the most important thing is the quality of the script. Simon, I saw the sample of Batman this afternoon. It was amazing. Although Beyond the Child and Batman have not been released yet, I believe we will definitely have a very pleasant cooperation. So, for 10 movies, Warner is not asking too much. How about giving us 2 more? I am also looking forward to continuing to cooperate with Warner, Steve, but, you know, this requires encountering the right project." "I understand, Simon. Warner's copyright library is still very rich, you can choose at will. In addition, if you have your eyes on any other scripts, tell Terry, he will do everything he can to get them. Moreover, I know that Deanery's Entertainment has also reserved a lot of copyrights. If you are willing to take them out to cooperate with Warner, even if the conditions are more compressed, we can accept them." Simon had actually seen the first batch of scripts sent to him by Warner, and roughly confirmed the goal. However, the dispute with WGA has not been settled yet, so out of caution, Simon is not in a hurry to announce the projects he has already taken a fancy to. Feeling that Ross is still staring at him with a sharp eye, as if he will not give up until he gets a definite answer, Simon pretends to hesitate for a moment, and finally says, "I can only say, Steve, there will definitely be a quota for Warner in these 10 movies, but I can't be sure of the specific number. In addition, even if we can cooperate on these 10 projects, You know that Daenerys and Warner will definitely continue to develop the sequel of Batman. Since you have seen the sample film, I think you must have such confidence. What Steve Ross wanted tonight was Simon's words. Warner and Daenerys have already cooperated on 2 movies, and Ross also saw Simon's intention to make this decision a few days ago, so he was a little worried that the young man in front of him would give all the opportunities to other film companies. Ross actually thought of Batman, and even Superman and Wonder Woman. However, the more cooperation projects with Daenerys Entertainment, the better. In that case, then, enjoy the party tonight. After getting the promise he wanted, Steve Ross raised his champagne to Simon, and said to himself, I already feel that many eyes are criticizing me, an old man, for taking up too much of your time. Simon stood up and watched Steve Ross leave. Just as he was about to go eat something, Jonathan Friedman came over before anyone else did and asked straight to the point, Simon, have you picked out the project? Chapter 282 Eternal Smile. Simon was somewhat helpless. Jonathan's question had almost become his mantra these days. Walking towards the buffet table filled with food with his agent, Simon said, Joe, you know me. As long as the conditions are right, I will definitely give priority to WMA's clients. WMA has more than 3,000 clients in total. Simon, I believe any of your needs can be met. Simon joked, what if I need Robert Redford? I'm trying to get some clients back from CAA recently, so, Simon, you really have to help me this time. Simon also knew about this. Compared to the old men in their 70s and 80s at WMA, Jonathan is in his prime. He successfully became the new president of WMA and successfully entered the board of directors. He is ambitious to revive this old talent agency. Joe, I don't think you need to compete for customers anymore. The most important thing is to manage WMA's existing customer resources well. You just said that WMA has more than 3,000 customers, which is enough to meet the needs of any type of film. And, you know, I'm not the kind of person who likes to use first-line stars. Jonathan nodded, but insisted, but we have to dig some back. Everyone has his own persistence. Simon stopped persuading and said, in fact, the Crossroads that Ella is preparing is a very suitable project for WMA. You should have read the script. This is a large-scale group play that requires dozens of actors. Robert Altman's direction is enough to ensure that this film will receive attention from major film festivals. This kind of artistic type of film, with an Oscar-level director at the helm and a lot of room for role development, is actually the best platform for training actors. You can put in some actors that WMA plans to focus on training in the next few years. In this way, if several similar projects continue, and then rush for some nominated awards and star in 1 or 2 excellent commercial films, most of them can be firmly in the first and second tier ranks. As far as I can remember, the original version of Crossroads had a cast that included Robert Downey Jr., Julianne Moore, Chris Penn, Tim Robbins, Andy McDowell, Frances McDormand, Jennifer Jason Leigh, and many other Hollywood stars. However, in this era, these people were basically just second and third tier actors. For Simon, who knows the future well, it is easy to find such a very standard path to fame for Hollywood actors by looking back. Before the 1990s, veteran Hollywood stars basically relied on luck to star in some successful commercial films to become popular and maintain their fame for a long time. Just like Robert Redford's Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, Harrison Ford's Star Wars, Al Pacino's The Godfather, etc., even Robert De Niro, who is famous for his acting skills, was recognized by the industry after the commercially successful The Godfather 2, and then began to conquer the Oscars. However, after the 1990s, the new generation of Hollywood stars gradually found a career development model from participating in art films to accumulating popularity and then advancing to commercial film stars. The key reason for this trend is the resurgence of art films in the 1990s. It must be said that a certain fat man did play a big role in this process. Now, Hollywood has just recovered from the low tide of the 1960s and 1970s. Simon can clearly see this somewhat stereotyped road to fame. Maybe someone in Hollywood has tried it, but because the types of Hollywood movies before the 1980s were not as segmented as after the 1990s, at least before Simon appeared, there were not many obvious successful examples in the circle, so naturally no one had a reference. Jonathan heard Simon's words and gradually showed a thoughtful expression. After Simon appeared, Hollywood has given birth to similar famous examples. Sandra, who became famous with Lola Run, is the most special case. Jonathan thought of Pulp Fiction. Although this movie also used big names such as Robert De Niro and Robert Redford, Samuel Jackson and Nicole Kidman, who were previously unknown, became famous through this movie. Simon does not have the background of veteran directors such as Robert Altman, but his fame is not inferior to the other. Then, Simon's works can make many people famous, and the works of veteran directors such as Robert Altman also have such potential. Simon through box office, these people through awards. In the final analysis, as long as the qualifications and exposure of the actors are increased as much as possible, they will naturally be more likely to get more opportunities. I will go back and study the script of Crossroads carefully. Simon, what do you think of WMA taking all the roles in this project? I promise to provide the best and cheapest actors for Deanery's entertainment. Don't think about too high a salary for participating in such a movie. Jonathan believes that most actors should not lack this vision. If you only have money in your eyes, there is no need to discover and cultivate. Simon shook his head and said, Joe, this request is a bit too much. I can't agree to it. Okay, then, try to prefer WMA, should it be okay? That's for sure. The two came to the buffet table. Jonathan followed Simon to pick up the tray and choose the food. He said, also, Simon, do you really not think highly of the new film that Brian is preparing? Jonathan was talking about Brian De Palma. Simon, who was also Jonathan's client and had helped him a lot, had always maintained close contact with Brian De Palma. After the cooperation on Basic Instinct last year, De Palma tried to transform and cooperated with Columbia Pictures to shoot a Vietnam War-themed movie Casualties of War, which has been popular in recent years. Starring Sean Penn and Michael Fox, the budget cost was $22 million and the release date was August 18 this month. Simon didn't have much impression of Casualties of War and felt that it was a bit unreliable for De Palma to shoot war-themed movies, so he naturally didn't think highly of it. However, what Jonathan was talking about was another new film that Palma was preparing recently, called The Bonfire of the Vanities, which was adapted from the original novel of the same name. It tells the story of a Wall Street elite who was targeted by a tabloid reporter because of a traffic accident, and his work and life became a mess. As far as I can remember, this urban comedy with a realistic satire style was starred by Tom Hanks and invested a lot of production budget, but the box office was a complete failure. Tom Hanks has never played a villain on the big screen since The Bonfire of the Vanities. Brian De Palma also began to be conservative because of the box office failure of this movie. Since then, there have been few masterpieces with distinctive personal style, and he can only serve as a foil for Tom Cruise in commercial blockbusters such as Mission Impossible. I think this story lacks highlights. Moreover, if Brian insists on filming, he must pay close attention to the casting issue, and try to keep the budget within a reasonable range, preferably not more than $20 million. Jonathan suggested, how about this, Simon, you two take some time to talk about it in detail. Simon nodded and said, okay, but I have to be honest, Deanery's can't take on this project. With Palmer's fame, as long as the budget is reasonably controlled and there are no major casting mistakes like the original Time and Space, the new version of The Bonfire of the Vanities will not lose too much, even if it still loses money, and may even make some money through later operations. However, if Deanery's Entertainment takes on this project, it must arrange a relatively good schedule for it and invest enough publicity and promotion resources. Hollywood's popular schedules are fixed and limited every year. Think about the same summer schedule, the same $20 million budget, and the same publicity and promotion investment. The Bodyguard can sell $100 million at the box office, while The Bonfire of the Vanities can only sell $10 million. This potential loss is huge. That's not a problem, Simon. After The Butterfly Effect and Basic Instinct, Brian has no shortage of investors for the projects he wants to shoot. He just wants to try more genres. You're a director, so you should understand this feeling better. Simon nodded in understanding. After chatting and picking some food, the two were about to find another place to eat when someone at the scene finally couldn't wait for them to finish their conversation and interrupted them directly. Jonathan saw Don Johnson and Melanie Griffith approaching and realized that he had taken up too much of Simon's time, which probably caused dissatisfaction among many people at the party tonight. Jonathan and Simon had too many opportunities to communicate and were not in a hurry. After simply greeting the Johnsons, who were also WMA's clients, they readily gave them the space to talk. Simon had met Melanie Griffith during last year's Cannes Film Festival in France. When they met again, this actress from a Hollywood family had already married another actor, Don Johnson, and she came to the party with a big belly today. After patiently chatting with the Johnsons for a few words, Simon also pretended to be curious and asked about the baby's gender. When he learned it was a girl, he couldn't help but become more enthusiastic and asked the little girl's name. When Melanie Griffith heard Simon's question, she stroked her belly and said happily, "As for the name, we haven't thought about it yet. Simon, do you have any good suggestions?" "I have even less experience," Simon said with a smile, "but since it's a girl, how about Dakota?" Melanie Griffith repeated, "Dakota." "Yes." Don Johnson was also curious and asked, "Simon, what does this name mean?" Simon searched his memory and said, "It's probably from the Native American language, meaning eternal smile." "Eternal smile, what a beautiful name," Melanie Griffith praised, and looked at her husband. "Don, what do you think?" Don Johnson nodded and said, "Very good. Then our little guy will be named Dakota, Dakota Johnson," Melanie Griffith said, and then looked at Simon and said, "Since you named it, Simon, how about you be the little guy's godfather?" Simon shook his head and refused. "Forget it, I'm not prepared for that. Besides, I'm not religious." "That's a shame." Melanie Griffith had no expectations to begin with. She held her husband's arm and pulled him toward her, saying, "Simon, Miami Vice will probably be finished next year. Don wants to try to develop on the big screen. Are there any opportunities for him in your 10 movies this time?" Don Johnson is about 40 years old this year, still in the golden age of Hollywood actors. He has a handsome appearance and tall stature that are very suitable for tough guys on the screen. However, he used to develop on the small screen. In recent years, the high drama Miami Vice starring in the past few years can be said to be the peak of his career. Simon naturally would not agree to anything immediately, nor did he refuse directly. He said, "If there is a suitable role, I will contact you." Melanie Griffith was not polite and said, "Then let's leave each other contact information." She poked her husband. Don Johnson quickly took out his business card and handed it to Simon. Simon took the business card handed over by Johnson, took out his wallet with one hand and flipped through it, took out a small stack of business cards and put them on the food tray he was holding in his other hand, and handed one to Don Johnson. The business card handed over by Don Johnson had various public and private contact information written on it, but Simon's business card only had his office phone number. However, the Johnsons were very satisfied with Simon's business card. Many guests who were watching the situation around them saw Simon handing out business cards, and they were obviously more eager to try. The Johnsons had just turned away from Simon when someone else came over. Simon only had 5 or 6 business cards in his wallet symbolically, but they were snatched away in a blink of an eye, and he also had a stack of other people's business cards in his hand. After several rounds of socializing, he finally found time to find an empty round table and sit down. A blonde girl followed Jessica Lange and Sam Shepard and his wife and came over. Simon recognized the sexy actress named Rebecca de Mornay. Without getting up, he pointed to his tray and joked, "There are only crab cakes left. Want some?" Seeing that Simon was not unfamiliar at all, Rebecca de Mornay smiled and replied in the same familiar way, "Okay." As she said that, Rebecca de Mornay bent over and took a crab cake from Simon's tray across the dining table. She sat down opposite him and ate it in small bites, occasionally licking her lips, which were very sexy to Westerners. The woman was wearing a low-cut black evening dress tonight, and the vacuum inside was completely exposed to Simon. Simon didn't feel anything. Although the scenery was nice, it was not his cup of tea. Rebecca de Mornay chatted with Simon casually. After eating the crab cake, she put the bamboo stick in the empty space on Simon's plate, took out a card from her handbag and handed it to him, saying, "Simon, this is my business card. Remember to come and see me." After saying that, without waiting for Simon to react, Rebecca de Mornay stood up and floated away in a charming manner. Simon picked up the hard card with a magnetic strip in front of him. It was a room card with a room number attached. "It's an interesting business card, isn't it?" Another female voice sounded from the other side, a little hoarse. Simon judged from experience that the other party might be smoking. He looked up and saw the round face of a mature woman with a pure and charming look. However, what attracted Simon the most was the deep V dress that was held up high by the woman. Linda Carter, the heroine of the Wonder Woman TV series in the 1970s, a sexy idol of the generation. Simon was still stroking the room card. With a smile on his face, he said, "Good evening, Ms. Carter." Linda Carter put her arms on the dining table, leaned forward slightly, and said, "Mr. Westeros, aren't you going to treat me to a piece of, that?" Simon pushed the tray towards the woman and said, "If you want to." "It's really reluctant." Linda Carter did not extend her hand, but raised her chin slightly to indicate the room card in the man's hand. "Will you go to visit the lady just now?" Simon shook his head and smiled. "No." "Huh? I have a trauma about places like hotels. Unless I have no choice, I will not stay in a hotel room. It's a very interesting quirk." "Why?" Simon said, "Probably blame Hitchcock's The Shining." Linda Carter laughed and said, "Mr. Westeros, do you think I don't know that The Shining is from Kubrick?" "Oh, I made a mistake." Simon shrugged and asked, "What about you, Ms. Linda? What are you busy with recently?" "I like Wonder Woman very much." "Simon, you can actually call me Linda," Linda Carter said, her tone becoming lonely again. "I recently came to Los Angeles to audition for a TV movie. I don't know if it will work out. I'm already out of fashion." "Which company?" "If you don't mind, I'll say hello for you." Linda Carter's eyes turned slightly, and she said, "How could I mind such a thing? But I'd better not trouble you, a big shot." Simon smiled and said nothing more. He waved to the waiter to bring another glass of champagne, and also carefully helped Linda Carter get a glass and handed it over. Linda Carter thought Simon would continue to be attentive to her, but he unexpectedly became quiet. Unwilling to leave like this, she took the initiative to find a topic and said, "We just talked about The Shining. Simon, do you like Stephen King's novels?" Simon nodded and said, "I have some impression of them." "No wonder you have written so many excellent horror movie scripts. I watched The Sixth Sense last month. To be honest, it is much more exciting than the movies adapted from Stephen King's novels." "Thank you." Linda Carter paused for a moment, waiting for Simon to finish the last sandwich on the plate, and said with a look of resentment, "Simon, do you always let women take the initiative to find topics like this?" Simon pushed the empty plate away and said with a smile, "Of course not. It's just that I usually have a slow reaction in front of beautiful women." "Is this a compliment?" "Yes. Unfortunately, I'm not those little girls anymore." Simon looked at the woman opposite him, with a little more aggression in his eyes, and said, "Actually, I don't have any feelings for little girls." Linda Carter subconsciously avoided Simon's eyes, and inexplicably felt that she was playing with fire. A voice in her heart had begun to urge her to get up and leave, but her body did not move. Some rumors about Simon Westeros in the circle also emerged in her mind. It seems to be true. But I am really playing with fire. Across the table, Simon Haas stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand to the woman, saying, "Linda, can I ask you to dance?" Seeing that the man had completely restrained his aura just now and seemed very gentlemanly, Linda Carter comforted herself that it was just a dance, so she smiled and nodded, raised her hand and handed it over, letting Simon pull her to the dance floor in the hall. Then, about 11 o'clock in the evening, Linda Carter felt that she was taken out of the hotel, got into a car at the private exit of the lobby leading to the parking lot, and came to a mansion halfway up the palisade in the western suburbs of Los Angeles. At a certain moment, Linda Carter even felt that this little man must have been cursed by the ghosts around him. Chapter 283 Check. Waking up in a strange big bed, the sky was just getting light. Listening quietly to the rustling sound of dressing next to her, Linda Carter still couldn't help wondering how all this happened. Perhaps, a certain little man was too attractive, young, handsome, rich, and had no flaws at all. Perhaps, it was vanity. Well, being brought by him after the party last night, and the envious eyes of many women younger and more beautiful than her were a feeling she hadn't enjoyed for a long time. Perhaps, he had been seducing her since she sat down opposite him. Yes, Hitchcock's The Shining. Oh, how could such a little man who could be called a film genius make such a low-level mistake? He probably just wanted to relax himself. Look, Simon Westeros also makes mistakes. It's no big deal. Recalling the details of last night, she originally approached him with a little caution and even awe, but after his little mistake, she was indeed no longer so restrained. Anyway, in short, she played with fire. Although, she felt empty in her heart. Well, it's not right. Silently raised her hand and groped her chest. It wasn't that she felt empty in her heart. She gave birth to a son last year, and the little guy at home was less than 1.5 years old. In order to maintain her figure, she basically never fed the child herself. "Are you awake?" A voice suddenly came from her ear. Linda Carter looked at the little man who was buttoning his shirt beside the bed with a slightly red face. She responded and pretended to be calm and said, "Morning." "Morning." Simon smiled, fastened the last button, and said, "Sleep a little longer, I'll have someone prepare breakfast for you. In addition, the driver will be waiting outside in the morning and can take you away at any time." Linda Carter noticed a men's watch on the bedside table, stretched out a white arm to reach over, took it in front of her eyes and took a look. The time was not yet 6:15. Thinking of what Simon had just said, she realized something and asked, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, it's work." "What kind of work can there be at 6 o'clock in the morning?" It felt like he wanted to escape, but she couldn't help asking, "Don't you want to eat breakfast?" "Well, not too hungry." Linda Carter was stunned, and her face turned redder when she thought of something. "Asshole, of course you're not hungry." Simon noticed the woman's reaction and realized that his answer was somewhat ambiguous, which made him feel awkward. He actually made an appointment with Amy for a working breakfast at 7 o'clock. His subconscious answer just now was just because he didn't want to explain too much. After getting dressed, Simon saw the woman curled up under the sheet still holding his watch, and he stretched out his hand to signal her. The woman noticed Simon reaching out to her, subconsciously shrank back, understood, and handed over the watch embarrassedly. Simon put on the watch casually, looked at the woman on the big bed, hesitated, took out his wallet, opened the checkbook, filled it in for a moment, and tore off a check. Linda Carter had slightly turned her head to avoid Simon's gaze, but she noticed the man's movements from the corner of her eyes, turned her head, and soon widened her eyes slightly, with a little more anger in her tone. What are you doing?" Simon paused with his hand holding the check, and whispered, "No other meaning, you can buy whatever you like." Linda Carter glared at Simon fiercely, stopped talking, and simply turned away. Simon looked at the woman and said softly, "I'm sorry, Linda. I'll treat you to dinner next time I come to Los Angeles." "Asshole, you can go now." Simon apologized again softly, thought about it, and then gently put the check on the bedside table and turned to leave the bedroom. The door of the room rang softly. After about 10 minutes, the sound of a car engine was faintly heard. The asshole should have left. He was still a little angry. So he cursed a few more times, and was tired of being angry. He couldn't help but droop his eyelids and continue to sleep. When he woke up again, the light coming through the gap in the curtains was already very bright. He pulled the sheets to wrap himself up and got out of bed. He walked to the window and opened the curtains of the French window leading to the terrace. The bright sunlight that made people hate it immediately filled the entire bedroom. This villa has an excellent view. Standing inside the French window, you can see the Los Angeles city at the foot of the mountain and the blue Santa Monica Bay under the sunlight. I am somewhat greedy for this beautiful scenery, but I know that these will never belong to me. Thinking of what the little asshole did a few hours ago, I got angry again. Although she is not as rich as him, her husband is also a well-known financial lawyer with an annual income of millions of dollars. With the popularity brought by Wonder Woman that year, she has been able to earn a good income through TV, movie and advertising endorsements in recent years. In short, she is not short of money. Originally, this was a somewhat exciting but not too bad experience, but he wanted to give her money like he was sending off that kind of woman. Bastard. She repeated it again, not in the mood to look at the scenery anymore, and turned to the bathroom. After a simple wash, she got dressed, picked up her handbag and was about to leave, but she noticed that the check he should have signed was placed on the bedside table. Because it was placed with its back to the cover, the number on the front could not be seen. Hesitated. I thought that there would definitely not be a next time anyway, so I just saw how much the bastard signed. Just take a look. So I picked it up. Then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's right, 6 zeros before the decimal point. This is $1 million US? Exclamation mark. I was stunned for a moment. Wonder Woman was 10 years ago. The largest check she received in these years was only $500,000, a 3-year endorsement contract with a betting company. She recently came to audition for a TV movie. If she can sign the contract, the salary will probably be only $50,000. She participated in these TV series mainly to increase her exposure so that she can continue to receive relatively lucrative advertising endorsements to ensure that she can squeeze into the high-income class in the United States. However, all the endorsement pay and the like add up to an average of only a few $100,000 a year. As for her husband's money, the two of them are financially independent and signed a prenuptial agreement. Although he is responsible for the family expenses, even if they divorce, she may not be able to get a lump sum of more than $1 million in alimony. She continued to stand there for a while. Thinking about her reaction in the morning, she thought that even if he was generous, he would only sign a check for $100,000 at most. $100,000, compared with her persistence, she still looked down on it. It seems that he was very rude to let him go. Now, suddenly, she couldn't help thinking that he must have done it on purpose, deliberately torturing herself. It must be like this. Hateful little man. Scum. Asshole. Villain. If you are so generous, why don't you sign for $10 million and see if I will take it? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Change of Concept. Batman has already started the final editing phase. Simon was still busy with the film's post-production in the morning, and had a half-day distribution meeting in the afternoon. Today is Monday, August 7th. After the release of the last new film Uncle Buck on Friday, Deanery's Entertainment's summer release work this year will officially come to an end. So far, Deanery's Entertainment has released a total of 7 films this year, namely Blue Angel, Metropolitan, Sisters, Hellraiser 2, Heathers, The Bodyguard and The Sixth Sense. Only The Bodyguard and The Sixth Sense are enough to support Deanery's Entertainment's performance for the whole year, and other released films are also bright spots. Next, including Uncle Buck, there are 10 films related to Deanery's Entertainment waiting to be released in the second half of the year. Among them, Beyond Innocence and Batman are released by Warner Bros. Pictures, and the release dates are set for November 17th and December 22nd respectively. The other 8 films, Uncle Buck, Sweet Sister, The Woman on the Roof, Angel, Scream 2, My Left Foot, Gucci Documentary, and Driving Miss Daisy, are operated by 3 labels under Deanery's Entertainment, covering all 5 months of the second half of the year. At the same time, because Deanery's Entertainment has established branches in major overseas ticket-buying countries such as the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Japan, and Australia, Deanery's Entertainment's overseas distribution work has been carried out continuously since the 4 films of Scream at the end of last year. The focus of overseas distribution in the second half of the year will be the 3 films of the summer season. Burbank. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the 4-hour meeting of Deanery's Entertainment branch ended. Most people started to leave work, and Simon and Ella Deutschman made an appointment to watch the sample of Driving Miss Daisy and stay for another 2 hours. In the meeting room, Amy noticed that Simon had been in a very good mood since breakfast today. After everyone dispersed, she called Simon and motioned Ella to leave first, then pulled a chair over to sit down at the conference table. Simon knew that Amy had something to talk about, so he sat down again and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" "It's like this," Amy said after a little consideration of her words. "Simon, Rem came to see me this morning." Simon roughly realized something and just motioned Amy to continue. Amy continued, "I heard recently that Sony originally intended to invite Bob to take charge of TriStar Pictures after the acquisition was completed. Because of the recent 10 movies, Sony should have given up this idea. Bob said that he would no longer ask for a salary increase. However, he hopes that the company will help pay for a property he has set his sights on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, which costs $3 million. Robert Rem's contract just expired at the end of July, and he received the full bonus of $3 million on the original contract last week. Simon actually paid attention to Rem's actions. If Sony had not been trying to win the 10 movie quotas for Deanery's Entertainment, perhaps Rem would have resigned to Simon by now. Seeing Simon tapping his fingers lightly on the table without giving an immediate response, Amy had to continue, "Simon, compared to the total of $15 million in additional rewards for the main creators of The Sixth Sense, Rem's request is not excessive. His work results in the past year are obvious to all. The release of The Sixth Sense has entered its sixth week. Last Friday, according to the tiered profit-sharing plan between the company and the theaters, Deaneries Entertainment has recovered the first $106.13 million in box office revenue from the total of $150.02 million in the first 4 weeks. According to the global box office forecast of $600 million for The Sixth Sense, this movie will bring Deaneries Entertainment at least $150 million in profit from the box office. Excluding all costs, Deaneries Entertainment will not be less than $220 million in net profit in the next year just through the theater release of The Sixth Sense, and the later videotape and TV broadcast revenue will also be generous. Comprehensively calculated, during the entire profit cycle, the net profit contributed by The Sixth Sense to Deaneries Entertainment will not be less than $500 million. On the other hand, many things that happened recently are changing Simon's ideas. Billions of dollars of funds hoarded overseas and a series of huge assets under the name of Westeros Company that continue to appreciate in value have made Simon realize that although some things cannot be implemented for the time being, the wealth he now has may not be spent in his lifetime. Then, Deaneries Entertainment's plan for 10 foreign cooperative films triggered a frenzy of pursuit in Hollywood, which made Simon understand that sometimes sharing the benefits can not only protect oneself, but also gain unexpected power and more benefits. The announcement of the 10-film plan instantly resolved the WGA investigation, prompted Orion to settle the arrears of Pulp Fiction. MGM no longer mentioned the lawsuit of Rain Man. Sony, which is about to complete the acquisition of Columbia, voluntarily gave up the plan to poach people from Deaneries Entertainment, and Simon encountered more enthusiastic stars than ever at the party last night, which means that Deaneries Entertainment and Simon's personal influence on Hollywood has increased dramatically. Obviously, these are undoubtedly a kind of hidden power. At the same time, although Deaneries Entertainment only invested half of the 10 films and voluntarily gave up the income from distribution, due to Simon's foresight, the projects he selected should have been very successful. Now Deaneries Entertainment has taken nearly half of the income that should have belonged to other Hollywood studios. In addition, yesterday, when he heard about Steve Ross rewarding the Lethal Weapon crew with a sports car, Simon also realized another truth. Spending money is not just about buying physical objects. Spending money on people is also a kind of consumption, and it often brings unexpected returns. Therefore, Simon discussed with Amy at breakfast today an additional reward plan for the main creators of The Sixth Sense, totaling $15 million. Among them, De Niro received $5 million. This reward can make his total salary from the project reach the current top Hollywood level of $10 million. The other producers received $2 million. The director received $2 million. The young actor who played Cole received $1 million. And the remaining supporting actors and the main creators of the film shared the last $5 million. Such a bonus is not much compared to the expected huge revenue of The Sixth Sense, but it is rare for a production company to actively distribute additional bonuses after a box office hit. In Simon's memory of Two Lives, there are many cases where film companies tried every means to swallow up the share that the main creators should share after a box office hit. The current Hollywood first-line star pay has begun to reach the level of tens of millions of dollars. In order to control budget costs and prevent film companies from becoming supporting roles working for stars, Simon will still try his best to suppress the star pay, but at the same time he also plans to set up more reasonable profit-sharing plans so that the main creators can get more benefits after the box office hits. As for the matter at hand, although some of Simon's ideas have begun to change, one thing has not changed. He still dislikes people who violate contracts. The most fundamental reason for Deaneries Entertainment's smooth expansion of the distribution network in the past year is the support of a series of hit films. Without these chips, Deaneries Entertainment would not be able to attract major theaters in North America, let alone quickly open up the situation overseas. Simon actually has a positive attitude towards Robert Rem's work results. Moreover, he is a person who cherishes the past and advocates the idea that new clothes are worse than old people. If Rem can conscientiously complete his 3-year contract, Simon will definitely give him a renewal salary plan that will satisfy him. Now, Simon stopped tapping his fingers on the table and nodded. Since he wants it, give it to him. In addition, I plan to integrate the various overseas branches into a unified subsidiary, which will be responsible for the operation of the overseas distribution network and the investment in overseas film projects. As for the name, It will be called Deaneries International. You should look for management candidates recently. Also, the theater window period for last year's Scream and other films has ended. The company's upcoming videotape business will see an explosion, and Deaneries Home Entertainment also needs a dedicated person in charge. Amy heard Simon say this and knew that he was really annoyed. After thinking about it, she said, "Can these two things be separated by some time? If Sony hadn't given up on its own initiative, I should have received my resignation letter by now." Simon shook his head, looked at Amy seriously and said, "I'm actually a person who is very afraid of owing others. This makes me feel very uncomfortable. So, whenever I can, I will give you more. However, I also really don't like a person who overestimates his or her importance and uses it to ask for things that he or she doesn't deserve." After saying this, without waiting for Amy to respond, Simon stood up and walked out. It was already 7 o'clock when Simon and Deutschman finished watching the sample of Driving Miss Daisy in the screening room of the branch. After dinner, Simon did not go back to his residence in Truesdale Manor in Beverly Hills, but returned to his villa on the west side of Point Dume in Malibu. It was Monday night in Los Angeles, but it was Tuesday afternoon in Melbourne. Several major stock exchanges in Asia were basically closed. Janet told Simon on the phone that the Nikkei 225 index officially broke through 38,000 points at the close of Tuesday afternoon local time. Out of caution, the two only touched on this topic briefly. Simon's goal was too obvious, and the Americans had a long history of eavesdropping. It was hard to say whether his home phone would be tapped. During this period, some important information was transmitted through the most primitive manual method, and staff traveled back and forth between Melbourne, Los Angeles and New York every day. Simon and Janet talked on the phone for more than 2 hours, mainly discussing the vacation schedule starting next month. After hanging up the phone at 11 o'clock, Simon looked through the script for another hour before taking a break. The next morning, I saw more detailed information. The Japanese stock market closed at 38,076 points on August 8, local time. During this period, Cersei Capital Funds 1 to 5, which were still nominally operated by Janet and Anthony, did not liquidate and leave according to Simon's plan, but continued to maintain a net long position. The current net asset value has reached $3.29 billion. Due to the strict confidentiality measures of all parties, the news that Funds 1 to 5 had changed hands was not leaked at all. With the current growth momentum of the Japanese stock market, Simon felt that there was no problem for the Nikkei 225 index to hit the 40,000 point mark this time. Of course, all this has nothing to do with him anymore. According to the established plan, Cersei Capital Funds 6 to 10 have recently begun to establish short contracts for junk bond-related companies in the North American stock and bond markets. Unlike stock index futures, shorting stocks and bonds is much more complicated and is easily detected by the target company and counterattacked. However, the North American junk bond market with a total of $200 billion and the stocks of affiliated companies with a total scale of hundreds of billions of dollars are enough for Cersei Capital, which has only $5 billion in funds, to complete its layout without causing too many people to be alert. This is actually the reason why Simon restricted the scale of Cersei Capital. With Simon's current appeal, if he opens up to attract investment, Cersei Capital can easily gather a huge amount of funds of tens of billions of dollars. But if he really does this, Cersei Capital, which is already large enough to stir up the market, will not be able to achieve much. The last time I went to Melbourne, combined with my own memory and the information collected by Janet, Cersei Capital has confirmed the operation plan in North America. Simon is just paying a general attention to it now and does not interfere with the specific operations. The Writers Guild of America investigation. After several negotiations over 2 weeks, Deaneries Entertainment finally reached an agreement with the Writers Guild of America. Deaneries Entertainment admitted that it violated WGA regulations on the 2 scripts of Scream and The Sixth Sense. At the cost of $100,000 for each script, a total of $200,000 fines were paid to obtain the understanding of the WGA. Everyone knows that this is just Deaneries Entertainment giving the WGA a step. As for the compensation that Bruce Joy Robin tried to fight for, because both parties signed the agreement completely voluntarily, the WGA ruled that Bruce Joy Robin also actively violated the rules, so it did not support Bruce Joy Robin's claims. The agreement signed by the 2 parties did not violate the relevant federal laws and regulations. The key to this dispute lies in the attitude of the union. Now, without the support of the union, Even if the two parties go to court, Bruce Joy Robin will not be able to get any compensation. What's more, it is well known that lawsuits in the United States cost money. Bruce Joy Robin obviously does not have enough capital to file a lawsuit against Deaneries Entertainment. He can only stop after the WGA made a ruling. Many people understand the origin of Deaneries Entertainment's plan for 10 foreign cooperation films. The dispute with the union has ended, and the attention of the entire Hollywood has turned to this matter. The media has also paid more attention to it. Because Simon has not announced the selected script project, some people have even begun to worry whether he will regret it. Chapter 285 Sleeping with the Enemy. Beverly Hills. Simon was having lunch with Joe Roth, president of Fox Films, in a restaurant near Fox Studios. It was Friday, August 11th. Deaneries Entertainment signed a settlement agreement with WGA yesterday, and Simon met with Joe Roth today to discuss the first of the 10 foreign cooperation film plans. Simon has already taken a fancy to more than one project, and the reason why he started with Fox was because of Murdoch. These days, Rupert Murdoch has called Simon personally more than once, and he naturally talked about these 10 films. Even when talking to Janet, the woman mentioned that Murdoch had told her old man about the project. Fox Films cooperated with Simon in the past 2 years on 3 films, The Butterfly Effect, Final Destination and Basic Instinct, all of which were great successes. In addition, The Butterfly Effect and Final Destination also developed sequels last year, but because the success of the first part already had external factors that the public was curious about Simon, the box office of the second part of the 2 series was far less than the first one after it was released last year. The Butterfly Effect 2 only earned over $56 million at the box office, and Final Destination 2 only earned over $38 million. Such results are actually very profitable, but because the drop was too big compared to the first part, Fox has become cautious in developing the third part. Without the release of these 2 ace horror sequels this year, Fox Films' performance immediately fell into a slump. This summer, Fox's July film, The Boss Goes on Vacation, has only earned over $22 million at the box office so far, without any splashes. James Cameron's new film The Abyss, which was released last Friday, is even more of a pit. Due to Cameron's repeated overspending, the budget of the film finally reached a staggering $69.5 million. Hollywood movies usually take an integer budget, such as $10 million or $20 million, but the actual situation is of course not so coincidental, and most of them are just an overall estimate. Fox did not round up to $70 million for The Abyss as usual, because the studio executives did not dare to do so again. After all, although there are many Hollywood movies with budgets of $50 to $60 million in recent years, there is only one movie with a production cost of $70 million, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Even for this movie, Disney often lied to the public that the budget was not that high, and it was actually $45 million. If burning money can be exchanged for a blockbuster like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, the result is not bad. However, compared with a high production cost, The Abyss is indeed a box office dud. According to the statistics released this morning, the box office figures of The Abyss in the first 7 days of its opening week were only $17.53 million. In comparison, The Sixth Sense, which was released for the 6th week, still had a single-week box office of $20.37 million, firmly ranking first in the weekly box office list. Based on media reviews and audience feedback, Fox's North American box office estimate for The Abyss is only $50 million, and this project is almost doomed to lose money. However, this is still the best box office performance of the 7 movies Fox has released so far this year. As for other movies, the highest-grossing one is The Boss Goes on Vacation last month, which has earned $22 million so far. The other 6 movies have not broken the $20 million box office threshold. Murdoch has never been very enthusiastic about the film business. He prefers newspapers and television. However, since he has bought Fox Film, he can't just stay lukewarm. Therefore, he is eager to get a share of Deaneries Entertainment's 10 foreign cooperation film plans. Since he has decided to operate Australian capital as his backing, Simon naturally has no reason to refuse Murdoch's request. Moreover, News Corporation's huge global media network is still of great benefit to Simon's personal business expansion around the world. There are only benefits and no harm in making friends with the Murdoch family. Sleeping with the enemy? I remember it. It's the story of a wife who couldn't stand her husband's abuse and faked her death to escape. Joe Ross opened the script folder Simon selected in the restaurant and took a look. He couldn't help but say, "Simon, this story doesn't seem to have any selling points. It can only be made into a low-cost thriller. I think that Marked for Death seems to be better. Have you seen it?" Sleeping with the Enemy is actually a movie starring Julia Roberts in the original time and space. It tells the story of a wife trapped by a mentally ill husband who pretended to drown and fled from her family because she couldn't bear the torture. This story as a whole doesn't seem to have any highlights, but it is a work that Simon remembers with a box office of over $100 million in North America. Simon happened to have seen this movie. The success of Sleeping with the Enemy is not only due to Julia Roberts' participation, but the tense plot that is linked from beginning to end and always hangs the audience's heart is the key to its success. Therefore, compared with a script that really doesn't have too many highlights, the details such as rhythm control, suspense setting, atmosphere creation and even theme music in the production process of the film are crucial. There was not much free time at noon, and Simon had no intention of arguing with Joe Ross. He put down his cutlery and looked up and said, "Joe, I'm not interested in Marked for Death. If you think it's good, you can focus on this project yourself. Let's talk about Sleeping with the Enemy." Joe Ross smiled awkwardly, and said without further ado, "So, Simon, what should we do next?" Simon said simply, "I've had someone conduct an assessment based on my ideas. The budget for this project is about $15 million US. We'll start preparations now. If everything goes well, we'll start shooting in October and release it next summer. You can start looking for a suitable director and producer this afternoon, and I'll have someone contact the actors." Joe Ross thought for a moment and said, "This is a movie that's supported by a female lead. Simon, who are you going to let be the female lead? I saw a preview review in The Hollywood Reporter. You're going to release a new movie in October called The Baker Brothers." Joe Ross was naturally well aware of Fox's films, and blurted out, "Michelle Pfeiffer. The Baker Brothers is a musical film starring the Bridges brothers and Michelle Pfeiffer. It is also translated as A Song of Love. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that it is a very literary film. The story is indeed very literary, ambiguous and memorable, and even has a feeling of old Hong Kong films such as In the Mood for Love." Simon nodded and said, "Michelle's acting skills have become more and more mature in recent years. She will definitely be able to support this movie. In addition, if possible, please send me a copy. I want to see her performance in this movie in advance." Film critics say that Michelle's performance this time is enough to get an Oscar nomination. If this is true, it will be more helpful to our movie. Pretty Woman is currently being filmed. Although it can be completed before October, Simon does not plan to let Julia continue to play in Sleeping with the Enemy. The image contrast is a bit big, and Simon is not sure whether the audience can accept it. Cinderella in a romantic love movie directly jumps to her wife trapped by her husband. Michelle Pfeiffer just turned 30 this year, and her acting skills are beginning to enter the prime. If she can get an Oscar nomination for Baker Brothers next year, her fame will rise to a new level, and it is just right for her to star in Sleeping with the Enemy. If others ask for copies, Joe Roth will at least try to figure it out, even if he won't refuse. However, he readily agreed at this time, "I will have someone send the copy to Deanery's Entertainment headquarters this afternoon." Simon nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "There is one more thing. About James Cameron, I heard that he has completed the script of Terminator 2. Fox can buy the copyright of Terminator and invest in this movie. This can be the second project of Deanery's Entertainment and Fox." Joe Ross heard this, his face suddenly became bitter, and said, "Simon, because of the matter of the Abyss, even if I am willing to continue to cooperate with James, the company's board of directors will not approve it. I just said that this can be regarded as the second project of Deanery's Entertainment and Fox's cooperation," Simon said, and then said, "In addition, you only need to take the copyright of Terminator and the script in Cameron's hands. We don't necessarily have to let him be the director." Joe Ross immediately understood, but he was a little confused. If Simon is optimistic about this project, why doesn't Deanery's Entertainment take it personally? Simon saw Joe Ross's doubts and explained with a smile, "I have asked people to contact the copyright holder of Terminator before, but failed. If I go to their door now, I will definitely be hit hard." Terminator 2 was the annual box office champion in North America in 1991 in the original time and space, with a global box office of more than $500 million. Simon naturally thought about monopolizing this project. However, since the plan of 10 movies has been proposed, if there are no big hits from beginning to end, other Hollywood studios will definitely not be so enthusiastic in the future. After all, the reason why Hollywood is boiling over these 10 projects this time is mainly to expect surprises like The Sixth Sense. Otherwise, counting the 10% distribution commission of various channels, the interests of other studios in these projects are probably only 60%. In this way, a movie with a North American box office of $100 million is actually equivalent to only $60 million. Of course, a North American box office of $60 million is definitely not low in this era. Not counting the box office explosion last year, a year or two ago, a North American box office of $60 million would have been enough to squeeze into the top 10 of the annual list. Even in the next few years, there will be only about 20 Hollywood movies with domestic box office exceeding $60 million each year. Even if all of them fall to the 7 major studios, each of them will have less than 3 movies on average. Moreover, Simon did not intend to choose all billion-level projects this time, which requires several blockbuster movies to support the performance of this plan. The main reason for giving up Terminator 2 is that the cost performance of this project is relatively low. The original Terminator 2 is the first Hollywood movie with a production cost of more than $100 million. Now, even if Simon's plan is followed and Cameron is kicked out and another director is replaced, the producer is no longer Carlock Pictures, which is known for its extravagance in The Circle, and the budget of the film will definitely not be much lower, so it is just right. After discussing things, lunch ended quickly. Simon and Joe Ross had just walked out of the restaurant when some reporters who heard the news surrounded them. Mr. Westeros, are you discussing a film cooperation plan with Joe Ross? Joe, can you tell me what this subject is? Simon, are you really a psychic? The North American box office of The Sixth Sense is about to break the $200 million mark, which can be said to be unstoppable. Due to the general attention from all walks of life, Deanery's Entertainment's plan of 10 foreign cooperation films has become the focus of media pursuit recently. Deanery's Entertainment has not made any substantial moves in the 2 weeks since the plan was made public, which has aroused strong curiosity from the media and the public. Amidst the chatter, Simon's bodyguard quickly came over to block the reporters and protected him to sit in a car on the side of the road. Although Joe Ross enjoyed the feeling of being chased by reporters, he did not rush to reveal anything. He just asked the reporters around him to pay attention to the specific announcement of Fox, and then hurriedly got in the car and returned to Fox Studios, Santa Monica. Simon had just returned to the office at the headquarters of Deanery's Entertainment when Jennifer followed him in. Forbes magazine will release the new Forbes 400 list of the richest Americans next month. They contacted us this morning to see if we can provide some materials. If possible, they also hope that you can accept an interview. Simon shook his head without hesitation and said, "We will neither cooperate nor stop this matter. Let them figure it out themselves." Jennifer hummed, opened the folder in her hand, took out a check and handed it to her, saying, "It's not good to just leave it on the bedside table in the bedroom." Simon took it and took a look. It turned out to be the check he signed to Linda Carter on Monday. Jennifer probably found it when she was doing routine cleaning of the villa this morning. Simon hadn't been to Palisades since last Sunday, and thought that the woman would take the check away, but she didn't expect that she would keep it. He pretended to put it aside carelessly. Uncle Buck was released today. John Hughes came to Los Angeles from Chicago in the past few days to promote the film. Simon made an appointment with him at 1 p.m. to discuss the second movie and the contract. Of course, Simon's real purpose was to confirm the matter of Home Alone. The time is almost up. He looked across. The female assistant was still standing there, with her head down, seemingly reading the document in her hand very seriously, with no intention of leaving. After a brief confrontation, Simon had to take the initiative to explain, "Well, I am a very suspicious boss, so of course I have to test whether the cleaners will steal things. Well, the result is not bad." Jennifer slightly tilted her head and glanced over, with a smile on her face, like a curious baby who wanted to continue listening to the story. Simon had no choice but to straighten his face and act like a boss. "John will be here soon, go make a pot of coffee first, don't stand there and wait for me to deduct your salary." Jennifer glared at Simon without any lethality, and when she turned around, She did not forget to repeat a habitual little threat, "I will tell Jenny." Chapter 286 3 Press Conferences. Simon, since you don't feel the same about the previous story, how about this one? Danny is a policeman who looks very impressive outside, but he is like a mouse seeing a cat in front of his harsh and irritable mother. One day while on duty, Danny met his favorite girl, Teresa, and they quickly fell in love. However, Danny was very worried that his mother would be dissatisfied with Teresa, so he was very cautious and sneaky in everything he did with his girlfriend, which led to a series of jokes. In the office, John Hughes showed Simon several story ideas in succession, but Simon never expressed his opinion. After John Hughes finished introducing another story, the two discussed for a few words. Simon pretended to be casual and said, "John, I think the box office performance of Uncle Buck should be very good, so have you ever thought about making a more pure children's film?" John Hughes shook his head as if he had thought of some terrible scene and said, "Simon, children's films have always been a forbidden area in Hollywood. I experienced this very deeply during the filming of Uncle Buck this time. Those little guys made me suffer so much that sometimes I wanted to change people. So, I really don't want to experience it again." Uncle Buck tells the story of the Russell couple who had to temporarily hand over their 3 children to their bachelor brother Buck Russell to take care of them because of some family changes. According to the original agreement, Uncle Buck was fully responsible by John Hughes, and Simon did not pay too much attention to the production process. He did not expect that there would be such entanglements. As we all know, children and animals are the 2 most difficult elements to deal with in Hollywood movies. After listening to John Hughes, Simon roughly understood why he could not come up with the idea of Home Alone again. In the original time and space, John Hughes should have had a very pleasant collaboration with the 3 young actors in Uncle Buck, especially Macaulay Culkin, who left a deep impression on him, which led to the subsequent Home Alone. However, in the new version of Uncle Buck, the 3 young actors are no longer the original actors, and they cause John Hughes a lot of trouble during the filming process. In a bad mood, it is naturally difficult for the filmmaker to have the heart to conceive another children's film. After confirming that Home Alone was completely rejected, Simon stopped beating around the bush and said, "Actually, this is an idea that came to me after watching the sample of Uncle Buck. John, I think this project is very suitable for your style. Moreover, the ideas you just introduced also gave me some other inspirations, such as the story of a young man and woman who encountered 2 thieves during the night watch at a convenience store. So, how about making another children's film? If you don't want to be the director, you can let someone else take charge. The salary plan you get for this project can refer to Uncle Buck. However, this time Deaneries Entertainment also needs to participate in the project decision-making, especially the casting of actors. The contract for Uncle Buck that the 2 parties had agreed on was that John Hughes, as the screenwriter, director and producer, received a salary plan of $5 million in base salary plus 10% of the North American box office share. John Hughes is a very shrewd person. The ideas that Simon Westeros came up with were inspired by his films, and they were also Simon Westeros ideas. Look at the box office performance of Simon Westeros films in recent years. The recent Sixth Sense alone has a North American box office of $300 million. Moreover, referring to Uncle Buck's $5 million base salary plus 10% of the North American box office share, John Hughes is not one of those directors with strong personalities who only make films he likes. He knows very well that he is just a film businessman, so he can't think of any reason to refuse. "Well, Simon, can you tell me more about your idea?" Seeing that John Hughes agreed without any hesitation, Simon also began to explain the general plot of Home Alone. As for handing the project over to John Hughes again, and maintaining the $5 million base salary plus 10% of the North American box office share plan, Simon has no regrets. John Hughes as the main creator can ensure the original flavor of the new version of Home Alone to the greatest extent. Moreover, if the new version of Home Alone can achieve the amazing box office results of more than $280 million in North America, just like in the original time and space, John Hughes is fully qualified to take a salary of $30 million. Speaking of which, this decision was also influenced by Simon's recent change of ideas. The reason is actually similar to the recent plan of 10 foreign cooperation films. If the pursuit of maximum profit is blindly pursued, and all the proceeds fall into Deaneries Entertainment's pocket, Hollywood filmmakers will not have much motivation to cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment. The two discussed for about an hour, and the meeting ended. John Hughes then decided to stay in Los Angeles for another week so that he could keep in touch with Simon at any time and write the outline of Home Alone first. After the weekend, after some consultations on details, Deaneries Entertainment and Fox Film jointly held a press conference to announce the establishment of the first of the 10 film plans, Sleeping with the Enemy. Sleeping with the Enemy is an original novel of the same name completed by a female writer named Nancy Price in 1987. After the novel was released, its fame and sales were not great. After the script department of Fox Film won the adaptation rights at a low price of $150,000, it has been shelved. After the announcement of this project, the original novel of Sleeping with the Enemy, which was originally unknown, immediately attracted a lot of media attention. The sales of the novel increased sharply for a time, and the publisher had to urgently reprint it. Then, on Wednesday, August 16th, Deaneries Entertainment and Disney jointly held another press conference to announce the second of the 10 film plan. The new project is called The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. This is a classic thriller in Simon's memory. It tells the story of a housewife who disguised herself as a nanny to avenge the family that caused the tragedy of her family after her husband committed suicide and she had a miscarriage. Similar to Sleeping with the Enemy, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle is also not well known. Moreover, it is also a script written by a female screenwriter named Amanda Silver. The difference is that The Hand That Rocks the Cradle has no original novel, but an original script. In addition, Deaneries Entertainment and Disney have deliberately taken confidentiality measures. This time, the media can only roughly guess the story content of The Hand That Rocks the Cradle based on some scattered information. It is not accidental that the two scripts are not well known. Those copyrights that are very famous and highly regarded by various film companies are generally not shared with Deaneries Entertainment, just like Simon will not invest in Home Alone that has been quietly established with other studios. Most of the projects that could be sent to Simon were not well known or had uncertain prospects. Then on Friday, August 18th, Deaneries Entertainment and Warner Bros. Pictures held the third press conference to announce the third film in the 10 film plan, which was another blockbuster that Simon expected, called The Fugitive. The story was adapted from a TV series under Warner Bros., telling the story of a surgeon whose wife was murdered and who was framed and tried every means to clear his name. In the original time and space, The Fugitive starred Harrison Ford and grossed more than $360 million worldwide. However, compared with the next year's schedule of the first two projects, Simon told Warner from the beginning that this project would be postponed to next year, and the earliest schedule would be the summer of 1991. Because, according to Simon's plan, the schedule in 1990 was too crowded. Home Alone has been confirmed. In Simon's memory, Deaneries Entertainment has produced 5 of the 1990 box office hits, namely Pretty Woman, Ghost, Dances with Wolves, Home Alone, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. In Deaneries Entertainment's established plan, Pretty Woman will be released during Valentine's Day in February next year, Ghost and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles will be released during the summer of next year, and Dances with Wolves and Home Alone will be released at the end of next year. If The Fugitive starts production now, because it is a big-budget movie, unlike Sleeping with the Enemy, which can be prepared and filmed quickly, it will be scheduled at the end of next year, which will collide with Dances with Wolves and Home Alone, 2 films with a box office potential of 200 million yuan. In memory, The Fugitive's North American box office exceeded $180 million, which can be regarded as reaching the 200 million level. If 3 blockbuster movies are squeezed into the end of the year, the result will only be a loss for all 3. Simon confirmed that the end-of-year schedule of this era could not accommodate 3 domestic movies with a box office of 200 million yuan. Moreover, there will definitely be more than just these 3 movies in the corresponding schedule, so the competition will only be more intense. Warner understands Simon's decision, but still hopes to announce the news immediately, because it will be a good news for Warner and boost the stock price. After Paramount suddenly made a move in June to ruin the stock exchange merger agreement that Time Incorporated and Warner Bros. Were almost negotiating, the original plan has now been completely invalidated. After winning Paramount's lawsuit to prevent Time and Warner from merging, the two parties still need to renegotiate the merger plan. Time Incorporated has also proposed the new merger plan of half cash and half stock, but the specific price has not been finalized. Now, if Warner's stock price rises by 1 cent, Time Incorporated will have to pay 1 cent more. This is indeed the case. After the news was announced, Warner Bros. Stock rose significantly by 2.1% before the afternoon close. At the same time as Deaneries Entertainment and Warner Bros. Pictures announced the third film cooperation plan, the new week box office data from August 11th to August 17th, at the end of the North American summer season, was officially released. Uncle Buck, written and directed by John Hughes himself, opened on 2021 screens and earned $16.94 million in the first week, ranking first. Although the average of Uncle Buck of about $8,000 did not reach the hot-selling level, it was also in line with expectations. With a box office start of nearly $17 million, the total box office in North America should be able to reach between $50 million and $70 million, which is comparable to Deaneries Entertainment's initial forecast and in line with Hughes' previous box office levels. Counting the $5 million base salary that John Hughes took away, the film's production budget was only $15 million. Although Hughes will have to pay another $5 million to $7 million in box office revenue, Deaneries Entertainment is also enough to make a profit at the box office. The Sixth Sense, also produced by Deaneries Entertainment, is still ranked second in the rankings in its 7th week of release, earning another $16.71 million. At the same time, the total box office of this phenomenal horror movie in North America officially exceeded the $200 million mark, reaching $211.06 million. Although Universal Pictures' family comedy Home Sweet Home starring Steve Martin did not start well and never won the weekly box office championship, the box office curve was very beautiful. This week's decline was only 22%. In the 4th week of opening, it earned another $11.66 million. The total box office of the film has reached $47.32 million without knowing it. A Nightmare on Elm Street 5 by New Line Cinema opened this week with a scale of 1,902 screens, with a box office of $11.1 million in the first week, slightly behind Home Sweet Home and ranked 4th in the rankings. James Cameron's The Abyss fell 39% in its second week of release, earning only $10.69 million, and the cumulative box office for 2 weeks was $28.22 million, ranking 5th. The film has no hope of making a profit, and a group of executives at Fox Film continue to be upset. Apart from the top 5 on the list, a number of other popular summer movies have entered the final stage of closing. The North American box office of The Sixth Sense has exceeded $200 million, and it is obviously expected to hit the $300 million mark, which has attracted much attention to the 3 film projects announced by Deaneries Entertainment and 3 Hollywood partners. In fact, Simon has confirmed more than these 3 projects, such as Terminator 2, which Fox has already contacted the copyright holder, and a project of Columbia Pictures. Columbia's subsidiary TriStar Pictures decisively gave up Matthew Broderick some time ago, and Simon was not indifferent to this. However, Sony's acquisition negotiations with Columbia have not been completely finalized. Compared with the merger between Time and Warner, because all aspects have begun to close, Columbia, which has had a sluggish performance in recent years, has no other competitors to compete with Sony, so this acquisition is almost a done deal. Sony has now begun to take over a series of operations of Columbia Pictures, and the decision to abandon Matthew Broderick is the result of pressure from the Japanese. After Deaneries Entertainment communicated Simon's selected projects with Columbia, Sony's negotiation team hoped that Deaneries Entertainment would postpone the announcement of the results so that the project Simon was interested in could be a good start after Sony won Columbia. Deaneries Entertainment naturally did not mind cooperating. While various film companies began to invest energy in various projects, many Hollywood talent agencies were also eager to move. Of course, CAA was an exception. Since the second half of last year, Deaneries Entertainment had a dispute over Rain Man. In this year, many key projects produced by Deaneries Entertainment have no CAA stars in the main creators. For the 2 summer projects, Kevin Costner, the male lead of The Bodyguard, is an artist under ICM, and the actress Whitney Houston's acting contract has also been signed by WMA. As for The Sixth Sense, including Robert De Niro, all the main and supporting roles are WMA's clients. This situation was not a big deal, and CAA stars did not lack film contracts. However, with the announcement of Deaneries Entertainment's plan to produce 10 foreign films, CAA felt obvious pressure from top to bottom. Chapter 287 CAA's situation. Mike, of course we want to cooperate with Barry, but his new script is too lacking in selling points. Besides, we can't accept a budget of $25 million. I understand what you are thinking, Sid. Paramount must also expect to get 1 or 2 projects from the 10 films of Daenerys Entertainment, but because you snatched The Rocketeer and The Firebird from Simon Westeros by not so glorious means, do you think he still has the possibility of cooperating with you? Mike, it is precisely because we are very clear about our situation that we have this meeting today. I guess other studios are probably unwilling to discuss this project with you anymore. Paramount Studios in Hollywood. Paramount Pictures presidents Sidney Guinness and Michael Ovitz are discussing Barry Levinson's new script Avalon. Avalon is the paradise in European mythology. The story tells the struggle story of several generations of the Krasinski family, an Eastern European immigrant, after they immigrated to the United States at the beginning of this century. Although Dustin Hoffman won his second Oscar for the Rain Man project, which saved some face, Barry Levinson and other main creators were actually in a very bad situation. Barry Levinson has been focusing on writing his new script Avalon in the first half of the year, hoping to redeem himself with this project. In early July, Levinson finally completed the script of Avalon, and several Hollywood studios expressed interest in Avalon, and all parties began to contact each other. However, with Daenerys Entertainment suddenly announcing a plan for 10 foreign cooperative films, things began to take a sharp turn for the worse. Disney, Columbia and Warner Brothers, which were originally interested in Avalon, all firmly refused, leaving only Paramount. These days, Michael Ovitz has secretly regretted more than once why he did not stop Barry Levinson and others from trying to shirk responsibility. Now, the entire CAA has been blacklisted by Daenerys Entertainment. After a moment of silence, Michael Ovitz said, "Sid, let's be honest and tell us what Paramount wants. Barry's new script is supposed to be for an Oscar, so it doesn't have much potential at the box office. So, Paramount can only offer a budget of $12 million at most, of which $2 million is Barry's salary. Of course, we can also add a 10% profit-sharing clause." Michael Ovitz was a little angry. "Sid, $2 million, do you think that's possible?" Barry Levinson was quickly promoted to first-line screenwriter after his debut in the 1970s, and then switched to directing. Even without Rain Man, hit films such as Good Morning, Vietnam were enough to make him a first-line director with a salary of $5 million. Moreover, no one can completely deny Barry Levinson's contribution to Rain Man. Now, after 2 consecutive films, Good Morning, Vietnam and Rain Man, Paramount is only willing to offer $2 million for Barry Levinson's new film, which he wrote and directed. This is simply an insult. Sidney Guinness ignored Michael Ovitz's sarcastic questioning, looked at his watch, and said, "I have a meeting soon, Mike, you can go back and think about it, and call me when you make a decision." Michael Ovitz left Paramount Studios in a depressed mood, thinking about how to talk to his clients about this matter. Paramount was obviously taking advantage of the situation, but Barry Levinson didn't have many choices. Or, let Barry put this project aside for the time being and start shooting a commercial film with better sales. This idea was immediately dispelled by Ovitz. Matthew Broderick, who had a dispute with Simon Westeros, has been completely ruined. Now, although Daenerys Entertainment has not said anything publicly, there are not many film companies in Hollywood that dare to take the risk of continuing to cooperate with Barry Levinson. Even within CAA, many stars are now deliberately avoiding Barry Levinson and others. Back at CAA headquarters in Century City, just after sitting down at his desk, one of the company's agents, Richard Lovett, came to report that Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn were planning to leave CAA. Michael Ovitz couldn't help but frown. This is another more serious problem facing CAA. After Jonathan Friedman became the president of WMA, he was ambitious to win back the customers who had lost from WMA. Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn were both first-line stars that CAA took the opportunity to poach when former WMA president Stan Kamen passed away 3 years ago. This was obviously a counterattack by WMA. Michael Ovitz picked up the microphone on the table and made a few calls. He quickly contacted Kurt Russell. However, the invitation to have dinner was directly rejected. Although Kurt Russell was very polite, he said that the couple's lawyers would be responsible for the follow-up matters. Obviously, there is no room for maneuver in this matter. Moreover, the Russells are not the first wave of stars to leave recently. Michael Ovitz is well aware that not only WMA, but also other talent agencies in Hollywood have been wielding hose against CAA recently. Michael Ovitz once ambitiously wanted to dig out the essence of all other talent agencies in Hollywood, relying on CAA's unique packaging mechanism to obtain increasingly generous remuneration for stars, which was originally very smooth. However, after Simon Westeros appeared, Michael Ovitz found that everything was going wrong in the past 2 years. Many clients who had wanted to be recruited by CAA, such as Robert De Niro, Kevin Costner, Brian De Palma, etc., were all unsuccessful. Now, with the growing momentum of Deanery's Entertainment, CAA has even begun to be poached in turn. CAA's packaging strategy is not outdated, but more and more popular. However, Ovitz also understands why this happens. In the final analysis, it is still a problem of resource competition in Hollywood. In the past few years, CAA has been invincible in Hollywood because of the successful launch of a large number of box office successful packaging projects such as Tootsie and Out of Africa. Not only has it successfully recruited a large number of first-line stars to join, but projects involving CAA can also obtain various resources such as schedules and screens from the studios. However, the rise of Deanery's Entertainment quickly made CAA lose these advantages. Because many non-CAA clients who have increased their status by relying on a series of blockbuster films of Deanery's Entertainment have attracted more attention from Hollywood studios. With the popularity of more blockbuster films, stars such as Robert De Niro, Kevin Costner, and Sandra Bullock can also ask the studio for better resources. In comparison, the commercial performance of its stars is obviously not as good as that of Deanery's Entertainment's movies, and CAA has gradually fallen into disadvantage in this regard. Now, Deanery's Entertainment's 10-movie plan, once all CAA stars are excluded from the participation, will undoubtedly widen this gap. After all, these 10 movies will definitely occupy the best schedules, the most generous publicity and the most generous number of screens in the next 2 years. At the same time, no one will doubt that the status of another group of stars will be greatly improved. As one thing grows, another thing declines. Some of CAA's first-line stars may be squeezed into the second line in a year or two. Michael Ovitz couldn't help but think of the recent Sony acquisition of Columbia. As the matchmaker of this merger, Sony had previously expressed its intention to make him the head of Sony's film and television entertainment business. Now that the merger has basically settled, Sony no longer mentions this matter. Talent agencies do not have any fixed assets and are destined to be difficult to grow. Seeing Simon Westeros, Michael Eisner, Barry Diller and others thriving in the production industry and gaining both fame and fortune, Ovitz certainly had similar ideas. In the end, it was still because of Simon Westeros. After weighing and thinking for a long time, Michael Ovitz picked up the phone again and dialed a number skillfully without checking the address book. The call was connected, but Westeros was not on the company. Michael Ovitz chatted with the other party for a few words, and the other party only said that he would convey the message, but did not mean to help him transfer the call. After hanging up the phone, Ovitz was thinking about how to deal with this matter, and the fax machine in his office rang. A page was pulled out of the fax machine, with only 4 names on it: Barry Levinson, Dustin Hoffman, Tom Cruise, and Meg Ryan. There was also a handwritten W logo on the lower right corner of the page. W. Westeros. After a moment's pause, Ovitz immediately understood that Simon Westeros meant that CAA must draw a line with these 4 people before the dispute between the two sides can be resolved. Simon Westeros obviously completely ignored Matthew Broderick, who had previously transferred to CAA and is now completely useless. Drawing a line must mean terminating the contracts with these 4 people. But can CAA do this? Not to mention that these 4 are all top Hollywood A-listers. If they terminate the contracts with these 4 stars for self-protection, what will other clients of CAA think? However, after a brief anger, Ovitz suddenly realized that perhaps other clients of the company did not mind him doing this, and might even expect him to do so. After all, Barry Levinson and the other 4 left CAA, and other large talent agencies would obviously not easily accept them. Small agencies probably dared not to provoke Deanery's Entertainment, so they could only work alone. There are stars working alone in Hollywood. Jack Nicholson has been outside several major talent agencies for many years, and he is still doing well. Before joining WMA, Robert De Niro had also been working alone. However, if these 4 people who were suppressed by Deanery's Entertainment work alone, they will lose the resources and connections of large talent agencies such as CAA, and Hollywood studios dare not cooperate with them easily. The result can only be described as an uncertain future. People are selfish. The decline of these four first-line filmmakers actually means opportunities for others. Moreover, Michael Ovitz had to admit that this was undoubtedly the most favorable way for CAA. However, it was difficult for Ovitz to convince himself to surrender to Simon Westeros. Just when he was feeling bad, the assistant knocked on the door. Ovitz looked up and saw a screenwriter-client of CAA appear at the door. This was Joe Eszterhas. Due to the success of films such as Flashdance and Bleeding Edge, Eszterhas is currently one of the highest-paid screenwriters of CAA. The highest transaction price of his previous scripts was as high as $1.25 million. Remembering that this was a meeting scheduled in the afternoon, Ovitz temporarily put away his anger, smiled and stood up, walked over to shake hands with Eszterhas, and said, "Joe, come in and sit down." Joe Eszterhas looked a little unnatural, and sat down with Ovitz in the reception area. After chatting for a while, Eszterhas took a sip of the coffee that the secretary had just brought in, and said, "Mike, this is what happened. Do you remember my original agent, Guy McElwain?" Ovitz nodded and said, "Didn't he go to Columbia to be a producer? I haven't seen him for a long time." "You also know," Eszterhas continued, "Sony is about to acquire Columbia, and Guy finds that he is not very suitable to be a producer. He wants to return to the agency industry." Ovitz recalled Guy McElwain's information and nodded readily. Guy is still very capable in this area. In this case, just let him come back directly. We will find time to talk. "No, that's not the case." Eszterhas shook his head, his face showing more embarrassment, and said, "Guy has confirmed that he will go to ICM this time. Actually, you know, Guy and I have a very good relationship. I want to continue to let him be my agent." Ovitz restrained his expression. "Joe, do you want to leave CAA?" Joe Eszterhas nodded and said, "Yes, Mike, I hope you can understand. A series of events today have made Michael Ovitz in an extremely bad mood. When he heard that the client that CAA had spared no effort to support all these years was leaving, his bad mood suddenly broke through a certain critical point. He shook his head without hesitation and said coldly, 'Joe, I will not let you leave.'" Joe Eszterhas did not expect Ovitz's tone to be so blunt and firm. He was stunned for a moment and said, "Mike, I can pay the penalty." "No," Ovitz shook his head again and said, "Joe, you are CAA's most precious asset. I will not agree to your leaving." Joe Eszterhas said dissatisfiedly, "I am not CAA's asset, I am a person." "Okay, you are a person. No matter what, you can't leave. At least, don't think about leaving CAA before your contract ends." "Mike, I just heard that Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn have already left. Why are you making things difficult for me?" "Why, Joe, do you know how much resources CAA has invested in you over the years? Do you know how much effort I have put into you? In short, you want to terminate the contract early, which is impossible." Feeling Ovitz's unreasonable and resolute tone, Joe Eszterhas also became angry. The voices of the two people became louder and louder, and soon turned into a quarrel. Ovitz's roar even spread to the corridor. "Don't forget that it was CAA that gave you $1.25 million. Without CAA, you are nothing. Don't even think about it. I will bombard you with lawsuits and prevent you from getting close to the typewriter, making you completely useless. I will make you eat shit, and you have to eat shit. Do you see those people outside? If you want to escape, CAA's infantry will find you from anywhere and smash your head. I don't care what the outside world thinks. Those guys just want to write a script for Robert Redford." The quarrel between the two became more and more intense, until several assistants of Ovitz rushed into the office, feeling that something was wrong, and stopped a physical conflict in time. However, the matter did not end there. The next day, Joe Eszterhas published the details of the meeting in the form of an open letter in The Hollywood Reporter, accusing Ovitz of violent acts of threatening him personally. Michael Ovitz's image in Hollywood has always been low-key, mysterious and omnipotent. Both Hollywood studio executives and first-line stars have been in awe of Ovitz in recent years. Once Joe Eszterhas's open letter was released, both Hollywood and the outside media were in an uproar. Michael Ovitz's carefully built personal image over the years collapsed in an instant. Under Deaneries Entertainment's intentional or unintentional suppression, CAA's situation became even worse. P.S. This is a true story. Even Ovitz's swear words are real. The CAA infantry soldier joke has been circulating in Hollywood for many years. Joe Eszterhas is the screenwriter of Basic Instinct. Chapter 288, a novel about dinosaurs. For the next week, the North American media was discussing the Michael Ovitz and infantry warrior incident. The embarrassed Ovitz had to quickly publish an open letter, firmly denying that he had threatened Joe Eustachus during the dispute, and said that Eustachus could leave CAA at any time and he would never stop him. Joe Eustachus did not buy Ovitz's account. In an interview with a reporter from the Los Angeles Times, he once again accused Ovitz of verbal violence against him, claiming that he had suffered serious psychological trauma and had completely lost his sense of security because Ovitz threatened to ruin his career. Eustachus also said that he had to sell the house he had just purchased with his family to avoid any accidents. Soon after, whether it was Ovitz's push or not, many CAA clients began to publicly support Ovitz. Sean Connery, Sidney Pollack and other big names expressed their disbelief that Ovitz, who is always polite and rarely lost his temper, would say that to Joe Eustachus, and also hinted that Eustachus might have deliberately exaggerated the story to gain sympathy. This possibility certainly exists. However, Joe Eustachus did not defend himself, but cleverly continued to play the sympathy card, and hinted that the voices of a group of big names were Ovitz's pressure on him to shut up. The media, who were eager to watch the excitement, continued to fan the flames. In such a lively atmosphere, on August 23, Sony Corporation of Japan suddenly interrupted the media's heated discussion on the infantryman incident and announced that it had reached an agreement with Columbia Pictures to acquire Columbia Pictures for $3.4 billion in cash and assume the old film company's $1.6 billion debt. On August 25, the Columbia Board of Directors voted and approved Sony's acquisition plan. So far, after a year-long tug-of-war, Sony has officially acquired Columbia Pictures, one of the 7 major Hollywood film companies. The total value of the transaction is $5 billion. The Columbia Pictures assets brought to Sony include the 2 major labels Columbia and TriStar, a huge film library with more than 4,000 film and television program copyrights, the Loews Theater chain with 820 screens, and some TV station assets. In the late 1980s, the American television field was not open to overseas investors. Therefore, Sony also stated in the announcement of the agreement that it would divest Columbia Pictures television assets after the transaction was completed. Then, on Monday, August 28, Sony has not yet finalized the person in charge of Columbia Pictures, and it held the 4th press conference recently with Deaneries Entertainment to announce the 4th of Deaneries Entertainment's 10 film plans, A League of Women. Like Sleeping with the Enemy, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle and The Fugitive, A League of Women is also a work by a new screenwriter. It is adapted from real events during the Second World War in the United States. It tells the story of an out-of-date baseball star trying to establish a women's baseball team after the men have all gone to the battlefield. This North American sports-themed movie has not made a big splash internationally, but it is also one of the top 10 box office hits of the year that Simon remembers. After A League of Their Own, on August 30th, at the 5th press conference, Universal Pictures and Deaneries Entertainment jointly announced the 5th of the 10 movie plan, adapted from Stephen King's novel 10 Days of Danger. 10 Days of Danger tells the story of a crazy book fan who accidentally saves his favorite writer, finds out that the writer has killed a character he values, and then kidnaps and imprisons him, forcing him to rewrite the plot. After Stephen King became famous, his novels were frequently adapted into movies because of his high productivity, and his works have been put on the big screen every year over the years. Deaneries Entertainment has the copyright of Stephen King's Children of the Corn, and there is also a Pet Sematary adapted from Stephen King's novel of the same name during the Easter season in the first half of the year. However, except for Pet Sematary, which was released on Easter this year and earned more than $57 million at the box office, most of Stephen King's other novels were only $10 or $20 million at the box office, so the producers will not lose too much, nor will they make too much money. A novel like 10 Days of Danger without supernatural elements was not favored at first. It was not until Simon took a fancy turn that Universal Pictures, which had already acquired the copyright in advance, began to take the 5 consecutive projects seriously. The 5 press conferences were also intentional by Simon. He hopes that the 10 film plan can form an influence similar to the brand effect. Judging from the recent media reaction, the effect has been achieved. These films will not lack the attention of various media platforms from casting, shooting, post-production to release. This alone is enough to offset the millions of dollars in publicity and distribution costs. With the announcement of the 5 projects, Hollywood stars are even more eager to move. Century City. More than a week has passed, and the media's criticism and ridicule of Michael Ovitz has not stopped. Ovitz sometimes even suspects that someone is deliberately targeting him. However, the fundamental reason for this matter is that Ovitz used to be too low-key. The media was full of curiosity about him but lacked understanding. When some relevant information was revealed, everyone naturally rushed to him. Because of the recent negative news, or the ban of Deanery's Entertainment and the announcement of 5 films in the 10-film plan, CAA's customers have continued to dwindle recently. After Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn, Geena Davis, who just won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actress last year, was also poached by WMA. WMA also poached a writer named Michael Clayton. Ovitz remembered that this client did not have any well-known blockbuster works, but the dinosaur novel he discussed with him a few days ago was very interesting. But now he has no intention to care about these. If these two people were not too important, WMA's offer to Tom Hanks, who has gradually become popular in the past 2 years, made it difficult for Ovitz to remain calm. Tom Hanks' Flying Beyond last year not only broke the North American box office of $100 million, but also received an Oscar nomination for Best Actor. This summer's Lucky Stars also had a very good local box office and is now firmly in the first line. It's okay for Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell, who have already begun to decline, to change jobs. If a star like Tom Hanks, who is on the rise, leaves, it will be a serious blow to CAA's reputation. With a continuous loss of customers, it is hard to guarantee that other stars will not have the illusion that CAA has begun to decline and is not worth staying. Once the domino effect is formed, the result will be disastrous. Moreover, when Columbia Pictures suddenly announced on August 31 that Geena Davis, who had just jumped from CAA, would play the leading role in the 10-film plan A League of Their Own, Michael Ovitz knew that he had to make some kind of decision as soon as possible. September 1st, Friday. In the new week, only a low-cost B-level thriller from New Line Cinema was quietly released, indicating that this year's summer season has come to an end. According to the existing data, this summer season, there are a total of 6 confirmed movies with a box office of over 100 million yuan, including Indiana Jones and the Last Airbender, Ghostbusters 2, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Lethal Weapon 2, The Bodyguard and The Sixth Sense, of which Deanery's Entertainment accounts for 2. Considering that Deanery's Entertainment and Warner's Batman and Flying Beyond Innocence and Universal Pictures' Back to the Future 2 will be released at the end of the year, if 1 or 2 dark horses can appear, it is very likely that more than 10 films will break the 100 million box office this year. Ticket prices in North America have not increased significantly in recent years. From the previous few years, Hollywood only had 4 or 5 or even fewer films that broke the 100 million box office each year to the current level of 10. The rapid rise of Hollywood after the silence in the 1970s and 1980s can be said to be unstoppable. In my memory, in 1990, the emergence of a series of blockbuster films such as Home Alone, Pretty Woman and Ghost, as well as the further expansion of the global film market, foreshadowed the re-emergence of Hollywood. Subsequently, the annual billion-dollar box office films basically filled the top 10 of the list. In this time and space, later generations sorted out the development trajectory of Hollywood, probably in 1988, when Hollywood had more than $10 billion box office films in a year for the first time. The appearance of Simon, the Big Butterfly, can be said to have brought Hollywood's recovery forward by 2 years. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, at the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills, Sony, a latecomer, was hosting a cocktail party for Hollywood locals. Simon was accompanied by Famke Janssen, who was chatting with Jeff Goldblum and Geena Davis. Goldblum and Davis were a couple, and both were currently considered quasi-first-tier stars. Batman was nearing completion, and as long as the box office reached expectations by the end of the year, Wonder Woman would probably start its early planning. Simon also sped up the pace of making Famke Janssen a familiar face. The other 2 candidates, Helena Christensen and Erica Anderson, had already given up trying to compete with Famke, and Simon stopped wasting time. Over the past year or so, Famke had already played several small roles in some film and television dramas. This time, Simon arranged for her to play 2 small roles in Robert Altman's group drama Crossroads and A League of Their Own, a collaboration between the company and Columbia Pictures. Both films would attract more attention, and Famke Janssen's figure and appearance were enough to attract the audience's attention. Everyone was talking about A League of Their Own, when Michael Ovitz appeared nearby, found Simon, and walked straight over. Those who were able to appear in the banquet hall tonight were all well-informed people. When they saw Ovitz walking towards Simon Westeros, they all looked over curiously, and at the same time did not forget to whisper a few words. Michael Ovitz came to Simon, and without hiding anything, he said straight to the point, "Simon, can we talk alone?" Simon said readily, "Sure." Nodding to Gina Davis and the others, Simon and Ovitz walked to a sofa in the corner of the hall and sat down together. Famke Janssen was very tactful and did not follow them. Chapter 289 The Real Tycoon. The two sat opposite each other on the sofa in the corner of the hall. Michael Ovitz did not speak again for a while, with an expression of obvious unwillingness. Simon did not urge him, but looked at the crowd around him casually, feeling the melodious string music floating from the dance floor. A tall blonde woman in a white one-shouldered dress noticed the silence between Simon and Ovitz, thought for a moment, and tentatively came over to greet Simon. "Hi, Mr. Westeros." The woman was really tall, and she was over 1.90 meters tall when wearing high heels. Simon looked up and smiled at the woman, saying, "Hi, Miss Hall." The woman's face showed a surprised expression, mixed with a bit of just the right amount of joy. "Mr. Westeros, do you know me? Mick's girlfriend, Jerry Hall, right?" Simon had an inexplicable smile on his face, patted his side, and said, "Mick didn't come tonight. He's in England," Jerry Hall replied casually, took the opportunity to sit down next to Simon, nodded politely to Ovitz, and turned his attention to Simon again, finding a topic to say. "Mr. Westeros, I heard that Batman is about to complete the post-production." "Yes, and besides, you can just call me Simon." Simon nodded in response, thinking of Jerry Hall playing the wife of a gangster boss who was disfigured by the Joker in Keaton's version of Batman in the first part, and felt that the matter was very interesting. At the same time, it must be said that this woman who could trap the playboy Mick Jagger, the main creator of the Rolling Stones for many years, is really beautiful. At this time, she looks like she is in her early 30s and is at the peak of her beauty. "It's an honor, Simon." Jerry Hall changed his words, and moved closer to him, saying, "You can also call me Jerry." Simon's mind popped up the image of a little mouse with big ears, and he smiled and said, "It sounds like a boy's name. It can't be helped. There are 5 sisters in our family, and Dad wants a boy so badly." Did his wish come true? No. Simon showed a sympathetic expression. After chatting and laughing for a while, Simon noticed that Ovitz was a little impatient, so he raised his glass to Jerry Hall and said, "Jerry, Mr. Ovitz and I have something to discuss." Jerry Hall took out a business card from her purse and handed it to her generously, saying, "I'll be in Los Angeles these days, Simon. Maybe we can find time to have coffee together." Simon took the woman's business card and nodded, "Okay." Seeing that Simon had no intention of leaving a business card for him, Jerry Hall stood up tactfully and nodded to Ovitz again. Michael Ovitz ignored the woman who had just left, and watched the young man opposite him casually put the business card into his shirt pocket. He finally said, "Simon, Barry and the other 4 will all transfer to WMA, and all the unhappiness in the past will end here. What do you think?" Simon had guessed many of Ovitz's coping strategies, but he didn't expect him to come up with such a solution. However, letting Barry Levinson and others all jump to WMA seems to be the best way to resolve the grievances between the two sides. Simon's close relationship with WMA is well known. By doing this, Ovitz can also protect the careers of his clients to the greatest extent. However, Simon did not nod, and said, "Michael, I am not a person who holds grudges. I will not send someone with a baseball bat to force the other party into an alley and beat him up just because of a few quarrels. You have to understand that with the resources I have now, if I want to target someone, his end will definitely not be very good. However, I am not a person who is good at forgiving. All I ask of those guys who have provoked me is that they never appear in my sight again. Simon, Barry and his friends don't appear in front of you every day. Michael, you should understand what I mean. Now most of Hollywood is in my sight. Of course, there are still some corners left. I don't plan to look at them anymore. It's not good to be too perfect. So, they can stay there." Michael Ovitz thought of Paramount. If the young man in front of him was willing to give up the rift caused by the 2 scripts being snatched, Paramount would definitely not mind turning to Deanery's Entertainment. Maybe there's also MGM, or even the increasingly declining Orion, but he obviously does not intend to do so. It's just because he doesn't pursue perfection. In the past few contacts, Michael Ovitz could feel that Simon was a person with a perfectionist tendency. Now, when a perfectionist no longer pursues perfection, it does not necessarily mean that this person begins to compromise or degenerate. He may become stronger. After all, there is no such thing as perfection in this world. After another moment of silence, Ovitz finally said somewhat dejectedly, "Simon, will the matter be resolved if Barry and others leave CAA?" Simon nodded. "CAA has many excellent filmmakers, and I am actually looking forward to working with you." Since the decision has been made, Ovitz no longer dragged his feet and said, "In this case, you must also ensure that WMA will not poach people from CAA." "I can't agree to such a thing, Michael. I am just closer to Jonathan, and WMA is not my company. This is a competition between your talent agencies. Maintaining the competitive state between major talent agencies is actually beneficial to Simon, and of course he can't limit this." Michael Ovitz also realized something, and stopped talking. He stood up and stretched out his hand to Simon. The two shook hands, and it was considered that they reached a tacit understanding. After leaving the party hall, Ovitz got into the car waiting outside the Four Seasons Hotel and directly dialed the number of Barry Levinson and others through the car phone. Simon didn't know how Ovitz communicated with Barry Levinson and others, but the next day, Hollywood spread the news that four first-line filmmakers, Barry Levinson, Dustin Hoffman, Tom Cruise and Meg Ryan, were about to leave CAA. The matter was quickly confirmed by CAA. However, the official statement to the outside world was that Barry Levinson and the other four chose to leave CAA for their own career development. Subsequently, Barry Levinson soon announced his new project Avalon in cooperation with Paramount Pictures, with a budget cost of $15 million and scheduled to be released next year. Dustin Hoffman said he planned to take a year off from acting and rush to the UK to perform in a stage play. Then the news came out in the circle that Hoffman's role in Warren Beatty's new film T.J. co-produced by Disney had been completely deleted. Tom Cruise's agent Paula Wagner quit CAA with her client and announced the establishment of Cruise Wagner Productions through a Los Angeles Times announcement. Meg Ryan just became famous last year with When Harry Met Sally, and she is the one with the least foundation among the four. After the incident, Meg Ryan's public relations manager also announced his resignation. No talent agency in Hollywood, big or small, was willing to extend an olive branch to her. After a flurry of activity, the actress had to hastily announce that her sister would temporarily serve as her agent and public relations spokesperson. Then, a paparazzi discovered that Meg Ryan's boyfriend of more than a year, Dennis Quaid, appeared in a bar in West Hollywood with another unknown actress in an intimate manner. When questioned by the paparazzi, Dennis Quaid admitted that he had recently broken up with Meg Ryan. Compared to the infantryman incident of Michael Ovitz, which is still being piecemealed by the media, the major mainstream newspapers in North America showed an abnormal silence when Barry Levinson and the other four left CAA. Only some insignificant official press releases appeared on the pages. Most of the public who are not sensitive to gossip will only think that these people may choose to leave CAA because they are dissatisfied with Ovitz, who has been criticized by the media recently. Of course, there is no shortage of tabloids in the circle that want to hype big news to attract attention, but the attention of these newspapers is usually very low, and they dare not openly pick out the inside story of the matter, but only hint a few words half-hiddenly. To be more specific, tabloids actually know better what kind of people can be provoked and what kind of people cannot be provoked. If Simon Westeros is just a simple director, it is okay to hype him up. Public figures are meant to be hyped. However, when this director is a super rich man with billions of dollars and a powerful influence in Hollywood, in order to avoid being sued to bankruptcy, various gossip newspapers dare not be too blatant. As for Hollywood, even the stars who used to be called big mouths kept silent when asked by the media about their views on Barry Levinson and others leaving CAA. Simon Westeros's almost light-hearted effort this time made many people realize that after the era of big studios, another powerful Hollywood figure who can truly be called a tycoon was born. In recent years, the top executives of various studios have basically maintained a flattering attitude towards Hollywood's top stars in order to attract them to star in their own films. Even bigwigs like Steve Ross have tried every means to make friends with Steven Spielberg, Clint Eastwood, Barbra Streisand and others. Now, Simon Westeros not only did not lower his posture and take the initiative to make friends with the stars, but instead took action to knock down several of Hollywood's most popular top stars. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that as long as Simon Westeros does not give in, Even if Barry Levinson, Dustin Hoffman, Tom Cruise and Meg Ryan can still rely on their previous fame to mix in Hollywood, but without the various resources that they once had easy access to, their careers are doomed to decline. Several parties accepted the reality with disgrace, and did not openly challenge Simon Westeros, and they also understood their situation. After all, Simon Westeros did not do anything extreme after all. If he jumped out to provoke at this time, it would be like being at odds with himself. In the following days, seeing a young man who seemed to be always calm and humble and seemed to have no aggressiveness, even some stars who were used to being rebellious could not help but feel a little awe in their hearts. Things always come one after another. The Circle was still whispering about the inside story of Barry Levinson and others leaving CAA. The release of the new Forbes 400 Rich list of the United States immediately triggered another storm of public opinion. Chapter 290 The Richest Man. Until a few days before the new issue of the magazine was finalized, Malcolm Forbes, the second-generation head of Forbes magazine, was still discussing this year's ranking of the 400 richest people in the United States with the editorial team. Compared with previous years, an obvious difference in this year's local list is Sam Walton's withdrawal. Due to the continued deterioration of his health, Sam Walton had officially transferred his shares to the family trust and several children at the beginning of this year. If Sam Walton had not transferred his shares, the retail tycoon's assets of more than $8 billion would definitely continue to sit firmly on the throne of the first place in the U.S. local wealth list. Now, although the Walton family will be counted as a whole on the Forbes global list to be released next month, the position of the richest man on the local list has become a question that many people are paying close attention to. During this period, Malcolm Forbes has received countless calls asking about this matter. Many rich people appear to be indifferent on the surface, but in fact they are very concerned about their wealth rankings. As the most authoritative wealth list in the world, Forbes magazine is also very cautious in determining the data of its own lists. After careful investigation, evidence collection from multiple parties and a lot of discussion by the editorial team, the new list was finally finalized. Malcolm Forbes also understood that this year's list was bound to cause a lot of controversy. September 9th, Saturday. With the release of the new issue of Forbes magazine, the phone at Malcolm Forbes' home in the wealthy area of Fashers, west of New York, kept ringing early in the morning. The first sentence many people said was, "Mal, are you kidding us? The Forbes list is certainly not a joke." However, the name of a young man who topped the list this year made too many people feel a little dazzling. Beverly Hills. In the villa at Truesdale Manor, just after 5 o'clock on the West Coast time, Simon began to receive calls from all sides, congratulating him on his top spot on this year's rich list. Even Sophia from France and Janet from Australia called him. Overtime was arranged for the weekend, intending to complete the post-production of Batman in one go. However, the chaotic morning destined it to be difficult to work peacefully this weekend. After breakfast, Simon had just left home by car, and some media reporters who had been squatting outside followed him, and followed Simon until his car entered Warner Studios. As soon as he arrived at the post-production center of Warner Studios, Terry Semel appeared in front of Simon, also congratulating him, and asked Simon if he was free to have lunch together at noon. Without serious business, Simon was too lazy to have lunch with a grown man, so he naturally refused. After chatting for a while, Terry Semel left, and Simon's driver handed him a copy of Forbes magazine before he entered the Batman studio in the post-production center. Simon instructed the staff who looked at him with a little more strangeness to prepare for today's work, while sitting down on the office chair in the studio and flipping through the magazine in his hand. He was not interested in the long rankings, but just looked at the top 10 that the magazine specially listed, which took up a whole page. First place, Simon Westeros, $6 billion, 21 years old. Second place, John Kruger, $5.2 billion, 76 years old. Third place, Warren Buffett, $4.2 billion, 59 years old. Fourth place, Summer Redstone, $2.88 billion, 66 years old. Fifth place, Ted Arison, $2.8 billion, 65 years old. Sixth place, Donald Newhouse, $2.7 billion, 61 years old. Seventh place, Samuel Newhouse, $2.7 billion, 60 years old. Eighth place, Ann Cox Chambers, $2.55 billion, 69 years old. Ninth place, Barbara Cox Anthony, $2.55 billion. 66 years old. 10th place, Ross Perot, $2.4 billion. 59 years old. A 21-year-old boy suddenly appeared in front of a group of top rich people with an average age of over 60. He looked very eye-catching. It would be hypocritical to say that he was not happy to achieve such a feat in just 3 years. However, Simon did not continue to read more information, but quickly devoted himself to today's work. $6 billion is indeed not much different from Simon's current wealth, but it is still far from Simon's expected goal. At least, on the global rich list, it is estimated that it will still be difficult for him to enter the top 10 this year. Simon's goal is not just to enter the top 10 of the global list, or even to get the first place. He has never forgotten the somewhat youthful and frivolous words he had with Janet on the outskirts of Phoenix on his 19th birthday. Since he has lived again, just doing his best does not meet Simon's expectations. He hopes to reach a height that everyone will look up to. Simon started his day's work calmly, but the media in North America and even around the world were boiling with the news that he topped a list of the 400 richest people in the United States. The first place is always the most popular. Just like the Forbes rich list for many years, the whole world knows Bill Gates, who has long occupied the first place, but if asked who is the second or third place, most people can't blurt out accurately. As Simon reached the top, the first reaction of major media was almost one-sided questioning. Simon Westeros is very rich, which is a concept that most people have already determined in their minds. However, how is it possible for a 21-year-old young man to become the richest man in the United States in just 3 years without inheritance, with a personal net worth of $6 billion? However, compared with last year, the data given by Forbes this year is more detailed, and even some assets that Simon thought he had hidden well were dug out by Forbes. Among Simon's personal assets, the most obvious ones are still those technology stocks. After the large-scale reduction in holdings in the first half of the year, although there are stocks such as AMD that have caused losses to Simon among the remaining 19 technology stocks, the stock prices of Microsoft and Intel, which Westeros holds heavily, have continued to rise in the past 6 months. Compared with the statistics after the reduction at the beginning of the year, the overall value of the technology stocks held by Westeros has reached 13% in half a year, with a total value of $1.77 billion. The second asset is Cersei Capital. In recent months, the Japanese have released more news intentionally or unintentionally, and the operating conditions of Cersei Capital have gradually become known to more people. According to the net asset value of Cersei Capital of more than $3 billion, Forbes judged that Simon at least holds a share of no less than 1/3, which is another $1 billion. The third asset is a large number of properties under Simon's name. This is also what surprised Simon. Forbes magazine found the information about the buildings and corresponding land that Simon bought east of Madison Avenue in Manhattan. At the same time, the real estate investment in Europe was also counted. Counting Simon's large number of luxury houses in cities such as Los Angeles and New York, Forbes estimated that the total value of Simon's real estate holdings reached an astonishing $400 million. The fourth asset is a series of non-listed companies held by Westeros. Cisco, AOL and Evinegret, which was established only a few months ago, are all included, and Gucci, a luxury goods company, is also counted. Cisco has recently begun to emerge, and Gucci's recovery over the past 6 months is even more obvious. Forbes estimates the value of this group of non-listed companies at $300 million. The total value of the above 4 assets is close to $3.5 billion. Next, the fifth asset is naturally the most important one, Deaneries Entertainment. Forbes magazine specifically lists the assets that Deaneries Entertainment currently owns: Deaneries, New World and Highgate, 3 film labels with a large number of hit films, Deaneries Television, which has many profitable reality shows, 30% stake in Blockbuster, which owns more than 750 video rental and sales chains, Marvel Entertainment, Pixar Animation Studios, Deaneries Special Effects, Blizzard Studios, Malibu Deaneries Studios under construction and Deaneries Entertainment headquarters building in New York, Toy Factory in Rhode Island. Then, it is a comparison with the list of assets of Columbia Pictures, which Sony has just completed the acquisition. Sony paid a total of $5 billion, but only got Columbia Pictures Columbia and TriStar labels, a library of more than 4,000 film and television copyrights, the Loews cinema chain with 820 screens, and 5 local TV stations. Columbia and TriStar are obviously far inferior to the 3 labels of Deaneries Entertainment, Deaneries, New World, and Highgate. The copyrights of more than 4,000 film and television works may be Columbia Pictures' biggest advantage, but the income brought to Columbia Pictures by these more than 4,000 film and television works through annual home entertainment operations such as videotapes and TV broadcasts may not be as much as the income from 1 or 2 hit films under Deaneries Entertainment. This asset is more of a potential secondary development copyright value in a long-term foundation. Although the Loews Cinema chain is wholly owned by Columbia, the scale of 820 screens is not worth mentioning compared to the total number of more than 23,000 screens in North America. In comparison, Blockbuster has rapidly expanded its market share to nearly 10% in the past 6 months. As for local TV stations, in an industry merger in March this year, Ron Perlman, who is ambitious to enter the media field, bought 12 local TV stations for only $100 million. Including the debts of these TV stations, the total transaction value did not exceed $200 million. In fact, the national TV network of the mainstream TV network in North America is mainly established by these TV stations. The number of affiliated TV stations of each of the 3 major TV networks, ABC, NBC, and CBS, exceeds 200. It is not difficult to imagine that the value of the TV stations in Columbia's hands will definitely not be too high. In addition, Deaneries Entertainment has already started to build Deaneries Studios, but Columbia Pictures does not even have its own studios. If Sony wants to revive the operation of this old film company, it must continue to spend money to purchase studios. In comparison, Sony is willing to pay $5 billion for such a film company. Deaneries Entertainment, which is still in a state of rapid expansion and vitality, is naturally not too low in value, and may even exceed Columbia Pictures. Considering that Sony paid almost double the premium to acquire Columbia Pictures, Forbes magazine valued Deaneries Entertainment at no less than $3 billion. Finally, after paying off part of the due debts in the first half of the year, the total amount of debt under Simon's name has dropped below $800 million. Combining the above data, Forbes magazine rounded up and gave Simon Westeros's personal net worth as $6 billion. The statistics made by Forbes magazine are well-founded, but the media controversy has not diminished at all. In addition to a group of easily counted technology stocks publicly held by Westeros, Forbes magazine's valuation of Simon's other assets has become a focus of media controversy. In the following days, various media discussions and newspaper articles about the Forbes magazine wealth list came one after another, filling countless TV screens and various types of newspaper pages. Is Deaneries Entertainment really worth $3 billion? What does Simon Westeros plan to do with the Manhattan plot? Is Deaneries Entertainment worth only $3 billion? Media tycoon John Kruger accuses Forbes of exaggerating Westeros' personal net worth figures to attract attention. The secret of Cersei's capital profit distribution. Former Motorola chairman Robert Galvin, selling Motorola stock was Simon Westeros' biggest mistake. Analysis of Westeros technology stock investment portfolio. Australia's Kintex Group has made an acquisition offer to MGM for $1 billion. The best time to buy at the bottom. Westeros is optimistic about the global real estate market. Chicago police cracked a psychic learning class scam case with a weekly tuition of $10,000, and the suspect made more than $2 million in illegal profits. Simon's popularity was already very high. With the hype of a large number of media around the Forbes rich list, he became a North American celebrity in just a few days. Some media have begun to predict whether Simon Westeros will be on the Time magazine's Person of the Year this year. This world has never lacked blind followers. No matter how many media platforms discuss and argue, it is an established fact that Simon Westeros has taken the top spot on the U.S. rich list with a personal net worth of $6 billion. Therefore, as the discussion about Simon's personal wealth continues to spread, a large number of investors have poured into the technology sector of the North American stock market and the Japanese stock market, which is still rising. As the foundation of Simon's fortune, Hollywood has once again become the object of close attention from capital. After the '87 stock market crash, Hollywood did experience a period of difficulty. Mainstream second-tier film companies such as De Laurentiis Entertainment and Canon Pictures went bankrupt. However, with the exposure of the New Year's Forbes rich list, because of Simon's series of achievements, a large number of capital forces that have fantasies about the film and television industry have begun to stir again. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Can't Let Go. Burbank. In a screening room at Warner Studios. Until the end credits, everyone in the screening room was still immersed in the shocking visual journey of more than 2 hours. This was the first internal preview after the first installment of the Batman series, officially named Batman Begins, was completed. All the senior executives of Warner Brothers Pictures and Deaneries Entertainment attended, and even Steve Ross took the time to fly from the East Coast. After the unexpected end credits, the lights came on, and Steve Ross, who was sitting side by side with Simon, was the first to applaud. Under the bright light, everyone still had different expressions of admiration, aftertaste, surprise, shock, etc. on their faces and responded one after another. None of them pretended to please Simon. The more people who understand movies deeply, the more they can understand how groundbreaking this superhero movie they've just watched has created. Many of the amazing details in the movie have never appeared in previous Hollywood movies. It can be said that the last time everyone was shocked like this was probably George Lucas's Star Wars. Everyone had an idea at this time. Simon Westeros' Batman will definitely become a reference for Hollywood action movies for many years to come. In addition to a series of amazing technical details, the plot of the film is also done in one go. The final edited version completed by Simon is 138 minutes long. Before watching the film, some people thought that the length needed to be further compressed, but now no one has such an idea. From the beginning of the film, the compact plot of the whole film has always firmly grasped the audience's attention. When the subtitles rise, most people's first feeling is that they are still unsatisfied. The Easter egg at the end of the subtitles also just aroused the audience's desire for the sequel. When the applause stopped, Steve Ross said to Simon, "I think the sequel can be started now." Simon said, "In fact, the sequel has been planned since the first project was established." Steve Ross thought of the Easter egg at the end of the film and smiled, "I can't wait to see the second one." As they chatted, the staff showed everyone several theme posters of the film. After a brief discussion, everyone left the screening room. It was almost noon. In the afternoon, the two companies' distribution teams held a promotion meeting for Batman. Simon had other things to do and did not plan to attend in person. After explaining this to Robert Rem, who was in charge of this matter, he walked side by side with Steve Ross to the parking lot of the movie studio. Because it was a weekday, passers-by on both sides of the road nodded to the two big men from time to time. After casually responding to the greetings of the people around him and chatting for a few words, Steve Ross said again, "Speaking of which, Simon, I want to congratulate you on becoming the richest man in the Federation." Last Saturday, when Forbes magazine was released, Steve Ross called him. Simon just nodded and said, "Thank you." Steve Ross asked, "So, what are you going to do next?" "Next, I want to take a year off, let go of the company's affairs, be a bystander as much as possible, sort out some things, and learn some things." Steve Ross was stunned. He actually wanted to lead the topic to another place. After hearing what Simon said, he quickly agreed, "That's good, Simon. You have achieved a goal that most people cannot achieve in their lifetime. You should really stop and think carefully." Simon smiled bitterly and said, "However, this matter is easy to say, but it is not so easy to really stop. Let alone other things, just the 10-movie plan that was launched some time ago, Simon must spend a lot of time to personally steer the helm. What's more, there are many other things in the plan that need to be implemented in the next year." When Janet heard Simon say that he wanted to take a long vacation, she said that he might not be able to let go even if he wanted to, and it turned out to be true. Steve Ross laughed when he heard this, nodded in agreement, and said, "You are still young, and you still have a chance to let go. Moreover, if you want to continue to expand your business territory, you must learn to let go. After all, one person cannot take care of everything." Simon nodded seriously and asked, "What about you?" Steve Ross knew what Simon was asking, and said, "Paramount's attempt to prove that Time Incorporated changed its acquisition plan for Warner Brothers in order to resist their offer was also rejected by the judge. Unless they can produce new evidence, the case will be closed by the end of the month." Paramount Communications, Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers filed a lawsuit. Paramount's initial reason was to protect the interests of shareholders, and it provided some documents to prove that Time Incorporated was the acquiree in the merger between Time and Warner. Once this accusation was supported by the Delaware court, Paramount would be able to participate in the bid for Time Incorporated. Unfortunately, this accusation was rejected because the evidence was not sufficient. Recently, Paramount has presented new evidence that Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers adjusted their acquisition plans in order to resist Paramount's offer. This is actually a fact that anyone with a discerning eye can see, but in court, Paramount is destined to find it difficult to prove this. After all, the top executives of Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers, who are in agreement with the outside world, will never admit that the change in acquisition strategy is to resist Paramount's offer. The parties do not admit it, and there is no substantive document pointing to this point. As long as Time Incorporated and Warner Brothers come up with some high-sounding excuses to refute it, Paramount is destined to return empty-handed. The two came to the parking lot and rushed to a restaurant near Warner Studios for lunch. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after lunch, Simon and Steve Ross had just walked out of the restaurant, and the flashlights not far away lit up. These days, the media's discussion about Simon's winning the title of the richest man in the Federation seems to be a hot topic, and there happened to be a ridiculous thing like the psychic learning class fraud case. Although Simon's life rhythm is step by step, there are many paparazzi around him who follow the daily life of the newly crowned richest man in the Federation. Simon, think about it carefully. As long as it is a field that Warner is involved in, we have the possibility of cooperation. I will, Steve. The two said goodbye, and after Simon got in the car, he couldn't help but consider Steve Ross's invitation for deeper cooperation during lunch. Speaking of which, it's not just DC. Many assets in Warner's hands make Simon very interested, such as Warner's cable TV operating system and HBO, which is still in the hands of Time Incorporated. The future of Hollywood is the world of comprehensive media groups. If Deaneries Entertainment does not have its own TV network, it will be difficult to gain a foothold in the media field in the future. Therefore, Simon has been considering getting involved in the TV field for some time. However, Warner is not the best partner for the time being. In the afternoon, he was going to audition for the male lead of Sleeping with the Enemy. Simon drove to Fox Studios in Century City, Beverly Hills. On the way, his mobile phone rang. Jennifer called from Santa Monica and said that Christopher Scars, chairman of Australia's Kintex Group, contacted here and hoped to invite Simon to dinner. Simon had heard about this Australian company that tried to acquire MGM these days, but he didn't remember much about it. He mentioned it when he talked to Janet, and the woman told him not to pay attention to it the next day, and sent some information. Kintex Group is a comprehensive equity investment company headquartered in Brisbane, Australia. It is somewhat similar to Westeros Company, and is involved in media, hotels, retail, tourism and other businesses. However, the information sent by Janet showed that Kintex Group has reached a very dangerous level of debt ratio due to its rapid expansion in recent years. It may go bankrupt as long as it encounters some problems, and it can come up with $1 billion to acquire MGM Group. The calculation in the mind of Christopher Scars, chairman of Kintex, is nothing more than to pull some unknown capital to form a partnership, and want to make a fortune out of nothing. Janet also conveyed her father's evaluation of Christopher Scars on the phone. This person is likely to go to jail in the next few years because he can't repay the loan and uses too many illegal means. After instructing Jennifer to reject the invitation, Simon got off the car at the Fox Studios parking lot and was about to rush to the administration building when a female voice came from behind him, "Simon." Turning his head, the first thing that caught Simon's attention was four crazy long legs stretched in white jeans. These were two women. One was Jerry Hall, who had greeted Simon at the Columbia Pictures party last time, and the other Simon also knew, named Elle Macpherson, one of the most famous supermodels in North America in recent years, and also had a nickname The Body, which showed this woman's devilish figure. The two women quickly came closer, probably noticing Simon's gaze just now, and both had smiles on their faces. Simon did not hide it. He stretched out his hand to Jerry Hall and said, "You two should stop running around. If you walk on the street like this, many people will definitely bump into lampposts. You are so domineering, Simon. You don't let us go out on the street because you are worried that we will bump into lampposts." Jerry Hall shook hands with Simon with a smile, and said, "This is Ella Macpherson. Hello, Miss Macpherson. Good afternoon, Mr. Westeros." Nice to meet you. Ella McPherson responded a little restrainedly, looking at the man in front of him curiously. Simon shook hands with Elle McPherson, then turned to Jerry Hall and asked, "Why are you here?" Jerry Hall said, "I'm here to audition for a small role, and I happen to meet Ella, who's also here for an audition." "Are you done?" "Yes, we were just planning to go shopping together to see if any men would bump into pillars. Maybe even women would." Haha, Jerry Hall smiled and asked, "What about you, Simon?" "Same, auditioning." "Then you must be auditioning someone else. You're already so beautiful and so smart, I won't praise you anymore." "Really, I don't want to. If Westeros praises me again, I'll probably faint." After joking for a few words, Simon raised his wrist to look at his watch and said, "Well, let's talk when we're free." Jerry Hall hesitated and said, "Simon, when will you be done?" "Too many things. I probably won't be done even if I don't sleep." "In that case, how about taking a break and having a cup of coffee together later?" "I'm afraid that won't work. There are too many paparazzi following me around lately. It would be bad if I was photographed." "It's just coffee, not a date." "It's a pity the paparazzi wouldn't think so." Jerry Hall didn't argue too much and just nodded regretfully when he heard it. Simon was about to leave when Elle McPherson, who had been silent just now, suddenly said, "Mr. Westeros, can we go over and see how you auditioned?" Simon paused, looked at Elle McPherson, and said, "How about this? There will be a party at Coldwater Canyon on Saturday night. It's hosted by Jonathan Friedman, president of WMA. You can come. By the way, have you signed an actor's contract?" "I signed it recently, and it happens to be at WMA." Simon guessed that Jonathan should be following ICM's strategy of expanding its business into the fashion industry, and nodded, "That's perfect. If you are free, I will call Jonathan and prepare 2 invitations for you." "Then it's settled," Elle McPherson agreed, and quickly took out a business card from her bag and handed it over, saying, "Mr. Westeros, this is my contact information." Simon took the business card handed over by the woman and put it away. Finally, he nodded goodbye to the 2 women and walked towards the administrative building. The 4 major fashion weeks of autumn have already begun. This year's Milan Fashion Week will open on September 22nd. Gucci's 1990 Spring and Summer Fashion Show is scheduled for September 23rd. Simon and Janet will probably rush to Europe on September 20th, and Simon will start his vacation at the same time. Today is Wednesday, September 13th, and there is still a week before departure. Originally, he planned to take a break after completing Batman, but it is difficult to do so in reality. Pretty Woman has been completed and has entered the post-production stage. Ghost and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are both in the intense filming process, and Simon can't ignore them completely. Gale-Man Films' key project Crossroads next year also requires Simon to split his attention. In addition, among the 10 films confirmed to be released next year, Sleeping with the Enemy, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle, 10 Days of Danger and A League of Pink all require Simon to personally helm them. Adding the upcoming North American bond market operations in October, Simon's so-called vacation is difficult to be true. Moreover, this is based on Simon completely letting go of Deaneries Entertainment's TV business. Entering September, 4 blockbuster reality shows produced by Deaneries Television, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Survivor, Big Brother and The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, were released one after another, and there were also 6 TV drama projects, all of which fell on Robert Iger. Fortunately, the 4 reality shows laid a good foundation last year, and as long as Robert Iger does not mess up, he will not mess it up. Simon is still very confident in Robert Iger. As for the TV drama business, Simon can't spare any energy to take care of it for the time being. Although he expects Robert Iger to bring him some surprises, he doesn't have too much expectation. Simon continues to be busy in the ripples of public opinion about becoming the richest man in the Federation, looking forward to his trip to Europe in late September. However, just as the new week began, the dispute between Deaneries Entertainment and Whitney Houston's record company Arista Records over signing a contract has once again become the focus of media attention. Chapter 292 Are You Fearless? Santa Monica Airport. It was Monday afternoon, September 18th. Nancy Brill stood beside the airport runway with 2 other bodyguards who drove over to pick them up. The Gulfstream IV landed and stopped, and the cabin door opened. Nancy saw Simon and 2 other beautiful women who were so tall that she couldn't even reach them, talking and laughing as they walked off the plane. One of the women, who was wearing a belly-revealing t-shirt and denim hot pants, was holding Simon's arm affectionately, and her two long legs were exposed and dazzled people. The three of them approached. Simon was a little surprised by Nancy's appearance, but he still smiled and introduced the women around him, saying, "Nancy, this is Ella, and this is Jerry." Ella Macpherson was a little curious about the petite woman in high heels in front of her. Not knowing who Nancy was, she let go of Simon's arm and shook hands with her politely. Jerry Hall also came forward to greet her. After the three women chatted for a while, Simon said to Ella Macpherson and Jerry Hall, "I still have work to do. How about I have someone take you home first?" "Okay," Ella Macpherson replied with a smile, and then came over to hug Simon and kissed him, saying, "It was a great weekend, Simon. I hope there will be another chance next time." "I will definitely." Simon patted the woman's slender waist, hugged Jerry Hall, and then told Neil Bennett to drive the two women away. After sending the two women away, Simon and Nancy got into another car. The black luxury Mercedes-Benz sedan drove out of the airport. Simon asked Nancy, who was still looking at him with strange eyes, "Why are you so anxious for me to come back? What's going on with Arista Records?" Nancy didn't rush to answer. Instead, she asked, "You and those two women?" Simon smiled and raised his hand to point from Nancy's head to his chest, and said with a smile, "Are you envious?" Seeing that Simon was making fun of her height and was obviously trying to change the subject, Nancy criticized him bluntly, "What a philandering man." She also squinted at the man threateningly. Simon immediately retreated and said in a low voice, "Keep it a secret from me, and I'll give you a raise." Nancy said disdainfully, "This is your private matter, I won't gossip." "Well, but Ella Macpherson is fine, that Jerry Hall, it seems who it is." Simon interrupted Nancy's thoughts, smiled and raised the stakes, double the salary. Nancy rolled her eyes and stopped dwelling on this matter, but did not forget to add, "Ridiculous man." Simon put away his expression and said, "Okay, let's talk business. I was planning to come back tomorrow morning." The night before yesterday, Simon attended Jonathan's party, and left with two women afterwards. In his two lives, Simon never intended to treat himself badly in such matters, and he didn't care what others would think. If he had the chance to eat a woman he liked, he would not miss it. The paparazzi around him had been following him too closely recently, and he didn't want to be bothered by any messy news, so he borrowed a holiday villa with a private beach on Lanai Island in Hawaii from Steve Ross after some inquiries, and then flew over with the two women to have fun for a day and a night. He wanted to come back tomorrow, but he received several calls from Los Angeles, so he had to return early. Simon thought that if it was just a company matter, it wouldn't be so urgent. There might be a black hand behind the matter. For example, a jealous female assistant. Simon certainly wouldn't tell Jennifer about this, but women probably have an instinctive intuition about such things. Nancy stopped paying attention to Simon's personal affairs, took out a stack of documents from her bag and handed them over, saying, "According to the contract we signed with Arista Records, the revenue from the soundtrack of The Bodyguard is settled every 3 months. The record was released on June 5th, and the first revenue settlement should be due on September 3rd, which was a Sunday. The record has been on sale for exactly 13 weeks. It has not yet been released overseas, and the total domestic sales are 12.16 million copies." Simon flipped through the documents Nancy handed over and asked, "Then what?" When the person in charge here asked for settlement, Clive Davis, the president of Arista Records, kept shirking responsibility and hoped to change the contract terms to settlement by quarter of the calendar year, saying that this would facilitate Arista Records' financial audit. Although it is 3 months, Arista Records is obviously just delaying payment. I personally communicated with Clive Davis and it took 2 weeks. It was not until last Friday, when it was close to the end of the get-off work day, that Arista Records sent the statistical account distribution report to me, saying that the funds would have to wait another week before they could be allocated. Nancy reached over and flipped the document in front of Simon, saying, "This is it. According to the original agreement, we should have received more than $30 million in revenue from the sales of 12.16 million records, but Arista Records only gave $23.19 million US. This is simply too much." Clive Davis probably included all of his company's expenses in the past few months in the cost of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard. Simon had learned about the record industry a long time ago. For singers who want to make a name for themselves, The production and distribution costs of records are indeed a huge expense. Some unknown singers will do almost anything to get record companies to help them release their albums. However, once an album is a big success, the profits are also very lucrative. For a hit record, the gross profit that a record company can get from each record will not be less than 50% of the selling price. For a phenomenal hit album like the soundtrack of The Bodyguard, the profit margin is even higher because the huge sales have diluted the costs. The contract signed by Deaneries Entertainment and Alistair Records was that both parties would receive 50% of the gross profit of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard. To be precise, after deducting the expenses of production, marketing, distribution and singers' share from the record shipment income, the two parties would share the remaining pre-tax profit 50-50. In just 3 months of being put on sale, the domestic sales of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard reached 12.16 million copies, with sales exceeding $120 million. According to industry practice, Deaneries Entertainment's expected share of income should not be less than $30 million. Simon was not surprised at Alistair Records' doing this. It is common for a low-cost Hollywood movie with a production budget of $5 million to sell $300 million worldwide, but the film company still counted it as a loss and refused to pay the main creator's share. Alistair Records' way of including a large number of other expenses in the cost and diluting profits in the financial statements is completely a Hollywood leftover. After just flipping through a few pages, Simon closed the report and asked Nancy, "Have you talked to Clive Davis?" "I went to Burbank this morning, and Clive Davis insisted that there was nothing wrong with this report. I asked for a financial audit, and he said that if we had to do so, it might affect the subsequent release of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard." "Simon, he is threatening us. The expected global sales of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard are between 40 million and 50 million copies. According to current sales data, there is still a sales potential of at least 10 million copies in North America alone. In order to cooperate with the release of the movie The Bodyguard, overseas, basically none of them have been put on the shelves. The success of The Bodyguard movie was largely stimulated by the success of the soundtrack, and everyone knows this clearly. Clive Davis's words are indeed an obvious threat. Deaneries Entertainment does not have the ability to release a hot record on its own, let alone distribute it worldwide. In comparison, Arista Records is backed by the German Bertelsmann Music Group and has a complete global distribution network. If the two sides fall out, Alistair Records will only slow down on the subsequent release of this album, which will not only affect the album sales, but also the overseas box office of The Bodyguard. Clive Davis dared to blatantly swallow up Deaneries Entertainment's share because he relied on the global distribution channels of Alistair Records and the entire Bertelsmann Music Group to release the soundtrack of The Bodyguard. However, Clive Davis may think that Deaneries Entertainment can only swallow this loss in order to ensure the overseas release of The Bodyguard and the subsequent sales of the soundtrack of the film. However, he overlooked one thing. Deaneries Entertainment really values the various aspects of the income of The Bodyguard. However, for Alistair Records, this soundtrack is also very important. After all, the only singer that Alistair Records can show off is Whitney Houston. Although Alistair Records only accounts for half of the revenue of the phenomenal and best-selling soundtrack of The Bodyguard, it is enough to support most of the performance of this record company in the next 1 or 2 years. However, for Deaneries Entertainment, even without the revenue from The Bodyguard, a large number of other hit projects can still bring huge profits to the company. Most importantly, Deaneries Entertainment is now cooperating with other Hollywood studios on a large number of projects. If Simon chooses to give in on this matter, other studios will only follow suit in the future. Santa Monica Airport is not far from Deaneries Entertainment headquarters, and the two arrived quickly. Outside Simon's office, the female assistant was sitting behind the desk in the outer room, busying herself. When she saw Simon and Nancy appear, she greeted them as if nothing had happened, but there was still some guilt in her eyes. Simon also pretended to be calm and asked Jennifer to prepare 2 cups of coffee. Then he went into the office with Nancy and sat down and asked, "What are you going to do?" Nancy sat opposite Simon's desk and said, "We share the copyright of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard with Arista Records. If it were up to me, I would immediately suspend all publicity and sales of this album until the dispute between the two parties is resolved. However, doing so will have a great impact on the subsequent distribution of this album, including the overseas release of the film. The last 2 months happen to be the time when The Bodyguard has been intensively released overseas. Several major overseas box office countries such as the United Kingdom, Spain, and Italy have already opened. France, East Germany and Japan will also be released next month. All of these require the cooperation of the sales of the soundtrack. So, Simon, you still need to decide what to do. Then the suspension is required, Simon said without hesitation, and this matter cannot be resolved by just getting back the share that Arista Records has swallowed up. They should double the amount they have swallowed up as a punishment. The cost of making a mistake is too low, and if they don't learn a lesson, some people will easily forget it and do it again next time. Nancy looked at her boss uncertainly. She originally just wanted Arista Records to return the share of the profits as soon as possible. The suspension of record sales was already a very tough measure, but Simon did something even more extreme. Arista Records swallowed at least $7 million this time. Now not only does it have to return all of it, but it also has to pay another $7 million in compensation. This will definitely make Clive Davis heartbroken. You know, if it weren't for the big hit of The Bodyguard, the net profit of the small Arista Records in the past year might only be $20 to $30 million. $7 million is definitely a lot of money for Arista Records. After a pause, Nancy asked, Simon, are you sure you want to do this? Of course, we are now cooperating with the Big Seven on so many projects. If we are not tough enough this time, you should be able to imagine how many similar troubles we will face in the future. This is also a warning to other partners. If they think they have some bargaining chips and want to threaten Deanery's entertainment, I don't mind turning the table over directly. Nancy is also a strong woman in her bones. Since the boss has made up his mind, she stopped persuading him and hurriedly said goodbye and left. As soon as Nancy left, Jennifer brought in a few documents. This is the promotion plan for Batman. Mr. Rem sent it this morning. The preliminary budget is $25 million. Also, this is the list of candidate actors for several major supporting roles in Sleeping with the Enemy. Mr. Deutschmann came back from Venice yesterday afternoon. He selected 3 movies at this year's Venice Film Festival. Here are the materials. Simon watched the female assistant introduce a stack of documents to him one by one, smiled and picked up the promotion plan for Batman and opened it, saying, I am such a lucky guy. Without Jenny, life in Westeros would be a mess. Jennifer heard this and relaxed her official expression. She looked at the man opposite with bright eyes, and her tone was slightly entangled. Which Jenny are you talking about? Simon said decisively, of course it's the Jenny standing opposite me. The female assistant snorted and stopped squeezing Simon. She put away the coffee cups that he and Nancy had just drunk, turned around and left the office with her ponytail shaking. Burbank. After sending Nancy Brill away in the morning, Clive Davis, president of Arista Records, was still thinking about how to intercept more profits from the soundtrack of The Bodyguard and overseas distribution. Unexpectedly, a few hours later, the little woman came to his door again. Since he decided to swallow up the share of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard, Clive Davis no longer expected to have another chance to cooperate with Deanery's Entertainment. Although Deanery's Entertainment has repeatedly created miracles in the film industry, in the field of records, a phenomenal hit that is enough to squeeze into the top 10 of the best-selling albums in history is definitely not something that can be produced casually. The record industry is like the movie industry, with many variables. Even for a top singer, the global sales of the previous record exceeded 20 million copies, but the sales of the next record may only be 4 or 5 million. Clive Davis is not lacking in long-term vision, but he is sure that a hit album like the soundtrack of The Bodyguard may not appear for 10 or 8 years. The expected sales of more than 40 million copies worldwide represent too much profit. Even if he gives up the potential cooperation with Deanery's Entertainment in the future, he still decides to get the profit first. Having made up his mind, Clive Davis still politely and smiled as he welcomed Nancy Brill into the office. However, Nancy Brill did not sit down this time, and the words she said almost made Clive Davis jump out of his office chair. Mr. Davis, due to Arista Records' breach of contract, Deanery's Entertainment has decided to suspend the global promotion and sales of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard. We have notified the record factory to temporarily stop shipments, and the overseas promotion and sales of this record will also be suspended until our differences are resolved. As the copyright co-owner of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard, Deanery's Entertainment has the above rights. If Arista Records continues to forcefully advance any work related to this record, Deaneries Entertainment will apply to the Recording Industry Association of America and the Los Angeles Federal Court for enforcement. In addition, Deaneries Entertainment will also file a claim for compensation for Arista Records' breach of contract. Chapter 293 Greed is Good! Exclamation mark. Clive Davis, president of Arista Records, did not believe that Deaneries Entertainment would make such an irrational decision that would kill 800 enemies and hurt 1,000 of its own. After hearing Nancy Brill's notice in person, he argued with Nancy in astonishment and anger, and then thought of contacting Simon Westeros. He thought that Nancy Brill was acting on her own. Simon's answer is predictable. However, Clive Davis still did not believe that Deaneries Entertainment would suspend the sale of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard. The two sides were deadlocked for a whole day, and the news inevitably reached the media. As of last Sunday, September 17th, The Bodyguard had been released in North America for 15.5 weeks, with a cumulative box office of $116.35 million. The film's single-week box office also fell to within the range of $500,000, and it was about to be withdrawn. When Deaneries Entertainment and Arista Records announced that they would stop selling the soundtrack of The Bodyguard due to a profit-sharing dispute, this film, which had already begun to end in North America, once again attracted strong attention from the media and the public. Regardless of Clive Davis's reaction, the soundtrack of The Bodyguard has indeed stopped shipping, and related work in overseas regions such as Europe and Asia has also stopped. The strictness of Western countries and copyright protection is well known. The dispute between Deaneries Entertainment and Arista Records was originally limited to unclear division of revenue. If Arista Records insisted on selling the soundtrack of The Bodyguard after Deaneries Entertainment, which shared the copyright, made a claim, it would involve copyright infringement. The division dispute can be easily resolved as long as the two parties reach an agreement. Even if it goes to court, Arista Records is unlikely to suffer too much loss. But if it involves copyright, a copyright lawsuit worth $1 for a claim of $100 is not excessive. Deaneries Entertainment is enough to sue Arista Records into bankruptcy. On September 20th, seeing that Deaneries Entertainment had no intention of pretending and truly stopped all business activities of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard, Clive Davis finally woke up. Deaneries Entertainment has many other sources of income. Without the income from the soundtrack of The Bodyguard, the impact on the company is almost negligible. However, this record is the mainstay of Arista Records' income. According to the original forecast, this record alone can contribute more than 70% of Arista Records' profits this year. Obviously, it is self-evident which side this record is more important to. Just after 8 o'clock in the morning, Clive Davis, who had been suffering all night, arrived at the Arista Records headquarters on Oliver Avenue in Burbank. Media reporters were squatting nearby earlier than him. Clive Davis had just parked his car in the public parking lot next to the company's headquarters when a group of reporters surrounded him. He pushed the door and got out of the car with an expressionless face, and all kinds of questions suddenly rang in his ears. Mr. Davis, will you reconcile with Deaneries Entertainment? Does Arista Records intend to sue Deaneries Entertainment? Will Bertelsmann Music Group, the parent company of Arista, intervene in this matter? It is rumored that Whitney is already preparing her second movie. Will this have a negative impact on her development in Hollywood? Clive, you have caused such a huge loss to the company. Will you be fired for this? Clive Davis squeezed the crowd and walked towards the company's office building without saying a word. Suddenly, he heard this question ringing in his ears. This question touched the area he was most worried about. He could not calm down and turned his head to respond angrily. I didn't cause any loss to the company. You should ask Simon Westeros. That greedy bastard is the culprit who caused all this. The reporters were boiling when they heard this. This kind of irrational verbal battle is simply the most popular material for the media. Clive, you mean to say that Simon Westeros is at fault for this matter? Isn't it? Just because of some small disputes, he forcibly stopped an excellent record that is worthy of being recorded in music history. This is a complete blasphemy to music. Of course, I believe that the kid certainly does not think this is blasphemy, because he only sees money. Otherwise, why do you think he can become the richest man in the Federation? However, according to the announcement of Deaneries Entertainment, the cause of this incident is that Arista Records swallowed up Deaneries Entertainment's due share. Of course they will say that from their own standpoint. If it weren't for Whitney's song, such a crappy movie might not even make back $10 million at the box office. They have already made enough profits, but they are still not satisfied, and they want to squeeze more from Alistair. In my opinion, this is just greed. After venting, Clive Davis finally entered the office building of Alistair Records. However, his comments about Simon Westeros being greedy and the bodyguard being shit quickly spread, and a local TV station in Los Angeles and the national CNN news channel soon reported similar topics, triggering a wider discussion about the incident. As another party to this incident, or rather, the media and some people wishfully believed that he was a party to this incident, Simon met Janet at Los Angeles International Airport at 1 p.m., and then boarded the still-rented Boeing 767 with his entourage and flew directly to Milan, Italy. In fact, Simon only made a decision, and he did not intend to participate in the subsequent matters. Clive Davis's remarks spread, and Deanery's Entertainment also responded immediately, accusing Alistair Records of being truly greedy, swallowing up a quarter of Deanery's Entertainment's share of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard. This can't even be called greedy, it is completely a crime. In fact, the Circle can probably understand why Deanery's Entertainment reacted so strongly to Arista Records swallowing up the share of Bodyguard. It was obviously killing a chicken to scare the monkey. Therefore, although on the surface, they still cooperated very happily with Deanery's Entertainment, they could not avoid making some small moves to stir up trouble in private, making it impossible for Deanery's Entertainment to completely control public opinion. Whitney Houston's fans also jumped out to join in the fun, gathering outside Deanery's Entertainment headquarters in Santa Monica and Burbank, demanding that Deanery's Entertainment give up targeting their idol. Clive Davis actually began to regret after saying that, but since the situation could not be reversed, he could only hold on and hope that Deanery's Entertainment would make concessions under pressure from public opinion and fans. Of course, Deanery's Entertainment would not make concessions. In an interview with the Los Angeles Times, Nancy Brill said in a tough manner that unless Alistair Records accepts Deanery's Entertainment's financial audit, pays Deanery's Entertainment all the shares it deserves and makes compensation, the soundtrack of The Bodyguard will never appear on the market again. Influenced by Nancy's remarks, the price of the few soundtracks of The Bodyguard that are still circulating in the market has risen. As the parent company of Alistair Records, Germany's Bertelsmann Music Group was quite glad that it took over the bankrupt record company from RCA 2 years ago because of the sudden appearance of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard. Now, seeing that Clive Davis not only did not take measures to ease the situation after the incident, but was obviously dragging things to a more unmanageable point, he quickly decided to intervene. A senior executive of Bertelsmann Music Group also flew from Germany to Los Angeles the day after Simon flew to Italy. The first thing he did after arriving was to announce that Clive Davis would temporarily take an indefinite leave of absence, take over the operation of Arista Records, and start negotiations with Deanery's Entertainment. Italy. Simon's residence in Milan is located on the famous Lake Como in the north of the city. The mansion is about 2 acres and is built on a hillside overlooking Lake Como. It is surrounded by dense woods. It takes more than 1 kilometer of forest trails to reach it from the lakeside road. It is very private. Today is September 22nd. Gucci's 1990 spring and summer show was scheduled for the morning of the 23rd. Simon and Janet arrived in Milan on the afternoon of the 21st local time. They only went to the city to watch the last rehearsal of the show. They did not participate in some activities of the opening ceremony of the Fashion Week. The two returned to the beautiful mountain villa to rest again. In a blink of an eye, it has been more than a month since they last saw each other. Compared with socializing with many strangers, the two prefer to stay together and chat. However, Simon and Janet were not the only ones in the villa. Bodyguards and the like were not included. In addition to Jennifer, the female assistant, Natasha Kinski, who came to Milan to attend the Gucci fashion show, also moved in. Sofia Fessi did not move in this time because she was busy preparing for the big show. Milan is still in the Mediterranean climate area, but because it is located inland, the weather here has been very cool since the beginning of autumn. The warm sunlight in the afternoon is just right for sunbathing. Janet was lying on a lounge chair next to the swimming pool in the courtyard, wrapped tightly in the sun, and casually flipping through some news from Los Angeles. After a while, the woman looked at Simon sideways and said, "They say you are a greedy guy." Simon was flipping through a local newspaper in Milan. Hearing this, he skillfully repeated the classic line from Wall Street, "Greed is good, greed is right, greed works." Huh? Janet was dissatisfied with Simon's show-off, and her little feet in thin socks reached out and scratched Simon. Women are afraid of getting their feet tanned. Simon lifted his leg and easily pressed one of Janet's small feet under it, saying, "Do you want to go to the city to play tonight?" Janet immediately became interested. "Just the two of us." Chapter 294. You go. Simon said, "If it's just the two of us, you need to call home first and ask them to prepare the ransom." Janet smiled and retracted her little feet, saying, "This is the north. The mafia should be more active in the south of Italy." "That's only relatively speaking," Simon said. "It's actually the same in Milan. Take the fashion industry for example. Models who go to Milan to seek development may be able to escape the Italian government's income tax, but they can't escape the gang tax that needs to be paid. In this case, let's take Neil and the others with us. If something really happens, we can have a gunfight. Neil and Ken are both very good at shooting. Italy does not ban guns, and Australia has not banned guns yet. If you think about it carefully, most Western countries do not ban guns at this time." Simon has never paid much attention to the resumes of Neil Bennett and Ken Dixon, the two veteran Johnston family bodyguards who were assigned to the first place, but he does not doubt Janet's statement. It's just that. Encountering a gunfight. Such an exciting thing, it's better not to experience it for the sake of your heart. Simon has not encountered any substantial threats to his life so far, but he doesn't want to be like the kidnapping of the Heineken CEO a few years ago, where he had to face a life and death situation before he remembered to pay attention to his own safety. "Forget it, I'll call Sophie later to see if there are any fun and safe places to go in Milan at night." Janet hummed, but didn't wait, and got up and ran to make a call. Janet left, and Simon was about to continue flipping through the newspaper in his hand, when Jennifer came over from the villa holding a folder. After greeting Janet, who was passing by, she nodded to Natasha Kinski, who was sitting lazily in a swimsuit on the other side of the lounge chair, then sat down on the edge of the lounge chair where Janet had just sat, and said to Simon, "Do you want to see the information about GSM technology now?" Simon sat up, took the folder from the female assistant, opened it, and asked, "How is the investigation of Nokia going?" "The detailed information is still being collected, but the general situation is clear," Jennifer said. "Nokia is a diversified corporate giant with a very long history in Finland, involved in many fields including papermaking, rubber, home appliances, telecommunications, and mobile phones. In recent years, due to the continued deterioration of the economic situation of the Soviet Union, Finland's largest trading partner, Nokia has also fallen into operational difficulties. Nokia's CEO Kari Karamo shot himself last year because he could not bear the pressure of business operations. The new CEO Simo Friirta began to streamline Nokia's business at the beginning of this year, and the telecommunications and mobile phone departments happen to be on the sale. It is not difficult for us to get these two businesses. However, Simon, the situation in Eastern Europe is very unstable, and war may even break out. It is not a rational decision to acquire a Finnish company that directly borders the Soviet Union." Simon looked down at the GSM technical information in his hand and asked with some curiosity, "If we put aside political factors, what do you think of me buying the telecommunications and mobile phone departments of this company?" Jennifer had obviously considered this question and said, "It's not the best, but it's also a good choice. The telecommunications industry in most European countries is still controlled by state-owned enterprises. Because telecommunications equipment adopts a government-designated procurement model, it suppresses the enthusiasm of enterprises for research and development, and to a large extent restricts the technological development of the telecommunications field in these countries. The various telecommunications industry giants in North America have long been deeply rooted, and it is very difficult to enter the market. Even in Australia, there is currently only one state-owned telecommunications company. In comparison, Nordic countries such as Sweden and Finland opened up the telecommunications field to private enterprises a long time ago, adopted a market-oriented free competition mechanism, and did not restrict the entry of overseas capital. At the same time, although the market size of Finland is small, we can use it as a basis to open up the entire European market." Simon nodded with satisfaction and said, "In this case, send a copy of this information to your father and let him organize a team to contact Nokia as soon as possible." Jennifer agreed and said, "Also, according to the news from Los Angeles, Bertelsmann Music Group has taken over the operation of Arista Records. They are willing to accept our conditions of financial audit and compensation, but they hope to resume the sales of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard first." Simon rejected it and said, Since they have publicly stated that they will not resume the sales of the record until this matter is resolved, there is no reason to change it. Seeing that Simon did not give in, Jennifer did not persuade him and stood up and walked towards the villa again. After the female assistant left, Simon continued to look through the information in his hand. GSM is the abbreviation of Global System for Mobile Communications. As early as 1983, European countries had established technical teams to formulate the technical standards of GSM, but they have not been implemented for many years. This is obviously due to the state-owned monopoly in the telecommunications industry. As far as I can remember, the reason why Nokia was able to rise was precisely because it took the lead in GSM technology and was the first to launch a digital signal mobile phone with GSM standard. Finland was also the first country in the world to establish a GSM network. Now, even North America is still using the first generation of analog signal communications. Simon can enter the market at this time and seize more opportunities with his own funds and foresight advantages, so as to share more benefits in the next wave of mobile communications. Unconsciously, I finished reading more than 10 pages of documents, and Janet had not returned yet. The sun was setting. A cool breeze blew from the direction of the Alps in the north. Simon put the documents aside, stood up and stretched his body. He noticed that Natasha Kinski was still lying lazily beside him, and walked over with some concern and looked down. After relying on Simon, she enjoyed the mansion like a servant, and there was no financial pressure. This woman really has a tendency to live like a cat. Noticing that Simon looked down at her condescendingly, Natasha Kinski raised her eyelids, but just hummed softly, as if asking Simon if he was okay, and if he was okay, he should not block her from enjoying the last sunset. Simon looked at the woman and smiled. "You have heard so many business secrets without knowing it." I suddenly wondered, should I silence her? Natasha Kinski rolled her eyes at Simon with disdain and simply turned sideways. Seeing that the woman ignored him, Simon bent down and stretched out his hand to pick her up. Natasha Kinski was not at all flustered after being suddenly attacked. Instead, she twisted her body, as if looking for a more comfortable position. Simon carried the woman to the edge of the swimming pool and gently threw her into the water. A splash sounded in the courtyard. Then there was no movement. Simon, who originally just wanted to make a joke, looked at the woman who was sinking to the bottom of the pool motionlessly and staring at him with wide eyes, with a helpless look on his face. A string of bubbles appeared. 2 strings of bubbles appeared. 3 strings of bubbles appeared. After more than a minute, the woman obviously started to drink water. She was still staring at Simon with wide eyes at the bottom of the pool, and had no intention of getting up. Simon originally wanted to see how long Natasha Kinski could hold out, but suddenly remembered the strong self-destructive tendency in this woman. If left alone, she might really drown herself in this pool. Thinking of this, Simon did not have time to take off his clothes, and jump into the water in his shirt and trousers, reaching out to pull the woman out and put her on the edge of the pool. He left the pool by the edge of the pool and found that Natasha Kinski's eyes were closed and she was completely motionless. Simon was really shocked and quickly leaned over to hold her on his knees and pressed her down. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of water, Natasha Kinski opened her eyes again. She felt that the man was still exerting force, and she grabbed his leg in dissatisfaction to protest. Simon became even angrier. "Don't scare people with your own life like this." Seeing that the woman had recovered and still had the strength to grab him, he raised his hand and slapped her buttocks hard a few times. After a few slaps, Natasha Kinski groaned and softened, and then was thrown on the lounge chair next to her. He changed his position painfully and lay on his side. Noticing that Simon still had a frightened and frustrated expression, the woman's eyes were full of pride and she started to giggle. Simon was still a little scared. He sat down on the recliner next to him, wiped the water stains on his face, took off his wet shirt and threw it aside. Seeing the woman's heartless smile, he said unhappily, "I can't support you anymore, go away." "No," Natasha Kinski shook her head and suggested fearlessly, "you can throw me out." Simon imagined the woman lying at the door with her eyes wide open, and he completely lost his temper. He picked up the shirt next to him and walked towards the villa. Natasha Kinski was only wearing a swimsuit and didn't need to be paid attention to, but he was wet and had to change quickly. Entering the living room, Janet was leaning on the sofa holding a cordless phone and talking to the opposite side. Seeing Simon coming in wet, she was surprised for a moment, then glared at him and pointed upstairs. Simon went to the upstairs bedroom, took a quick shower, and was getting dressed when Janet walked in, smiling and curious. "What happened just now?" "I fell into the water," Simon said perfunctorily, and changed the subject. "Have you been talking to Sophia for so long?" Janet didn't get to the bottom of it, but stepped forward to help Simon straighten his shirt collar and said, "David called and asked you if we want to go to England this time." Simon remembered that it was David Johnston, Janet's fourth brother. After completing the filming of Batman in April, Simon happened to meet David Johnston, who came home to visit his family before leaving Melbourne, and he brought a girlfriend who was not recognized by Raymond Johnston. However, thinking about David Johnston's nerdiness, it was possible for him to call to greet Jenny, but it was not reliable to invite them to England. Janet helped Simon straighten his collar and said with a smile, "Have you thought of that?" "His girlfriend?" "Yes, her name is Leslie Wickett. The old man doesn't like her and thinks she's too fussy. But I think she's okay. David is so dumb, it would be a good idea for him to find a smarter wife. We don't have time to go to England this time. Cersei Capital's layout in the US bond market is about to close. After finishing things here, they have to return to New York. That's what I told him. He can't go this time," Janet said, and found that Simon hadn't put on his shoes yet. She walked to the shoe cabinet, picked out a pair of leather shoes and handed them to him, saying, "Put on your shoes. I'll change my clothes too. Let's go to dinner first. Sophia will be waiting for us in the city. We can go to some interesting clubs in the evening." Chapter 295 Kung Fu Behind the Scenes. September 23rd. On the second day of the opening of Milan Fashion Week, just after 9 o'clock in the morning, people began to gather in an abandoned factory in the Freni district in the western suburbs of Milan. Gucci's 1990 Spring and Summer Women's Fashion Show will be held at 10 o'clock. 3 months ago, since the abandoned factory on Misterna Avenue in the Freni district in the eastern suburbs was selected, the Gucci team began to renovate the factory to be used for this show. By the opening of the Fashion Week, even Misterna Avenue outside the factory was full of Gucci brand posters, and all the details such as lighting, seats, and catwalks in the factory used for the show were also pursued for excellence. In the final analysis, this big show is just a grand marketing for the Gucci brand, in order to reshape the high-end image of this luxury brand after Gucci's decline for many years. Therefore, the clothes displayed in the big show are actually secondary. As long as you do it with your heart, an excellent designer will never design a work that is too unsuccessful. The focus of the big show is still behind the scenes. In order to ensure the maximum exposure of this fashion show, and the exposure of a positive image, Gucci's marketing team has also been working on media public relations since a few months ago, and Deaneries Entertainment has also tried its best to provide all the help it can to Gucci. Therefore, before the show began, many top fashion magazine pages had been booked by Gucci, and CNN, MTV and many TV stations in Europe, Australia and even Asia were invited to interview and report on this show. Gucci also specially invited celebrities from different countries and regions to cooperate on camera. Valeria Garlino, who has starred in Rain Man and Batman and is famous in Italy, will deal with local media. Madonna, Gina Davis and other Hollywood singers and stars will appear in the lens of CNN and MTV. Nastasia Kinski will be interviewed by French TV, and so on. In terms of models, feeling the aggressive momentum of Gucci, under the obvious efforts of competing brands such as Dior and Chanel, several supermodels such as Claudia Schiffer and Linda Evangelista, who are the most famous in recent years, are still absent. However, the model team of this show is still strong. Cindy Crawford, Carla Bruni, Paulina Pliskova, Stephanie Seymour, Helena Christensen and other well-known models are more than enough to support the starlight of this runway. In addition, there is naturally the Gucci documentary produced around this show. After the show, this documentary is expected to be released in North American theaters in November, and will also be released in theaters in Europe and Asia. Just like the Gucci night at the Cannes Film Festival in May, Simon still plays a mascot role for this show. However, Simon originally planned to take a break after completing Batman, so this time he is not in a hurry, not to mention that he can also give Janet a legitimate reason to get rid of the shackles of Cersei Capital. Therefore, after the show, although there are still many things waiting for Simon to deal with, he does not need to leave in a hurry like last time. I played until late at night in a club in the city last night, and I got up early today. We rushed from Lake Como to the eastern suburbs of Milan. After breakfast, it was not yet 8 o'clock, and everyone was busy today. According to the previous rehearsal, the show was expected to last only 15 minutes, but various work schedules might take 2 or 3 days. As I said, the hard work is behind the scenes. Hi, Maggie. Yeah, Jenny and I are all wearing Gucci. In order to avoid having to wear only this brand in the future, I'm already considering buying some other luxury brands. I owe you an accompaniment, of course I didn't forget it. Gina and Jeff, I'm glad you can come. Since it's a baseball movie, you have to receive some training. After filming A League of Their Own, I promise you will be promoted to an action actress. Well, did I just say something? Riley, you look so beautiful today. Of course, you can speak Italian, but I still prefer your English with an accent. Hello, Ms. Wintour. Thank you. I also think the show layout is amazing, but this is the credit of Fort and others. I didn't contribute much. As the show was about to start, the guests finished taking pictures at the media wall and temporarily gathered in the waiting area to chat with each other. Sophia and Tom Ford were both nervously making final preparations, and Simon and Janet took on the responsibility of hosts and shuttled through the crowd to greet everyone. The two of them socialized in the crowd. During their short break, Janet suddenly leaned over to Simon's ear and whispered, "Why didn't Sandra come this time? She's shooting a new movie and can't spare the time." Simon smiled and kissed the woman's face, saying, "Do you want Sandy to come?" When Simon was still in Los Angeles a few days ago, Sandra specifically called him to explain this. In order to broaden her acting range, Sandra took on a musical film from Columbia Pictures. Since the annual box office champion Grease in 1978, musicals have been a very important category in Hollywood in recent years, and there are many hot-selling works. Although he had never heard of the musical film called Forbidden Dance, since Sandra wanted to try it, Simon did not dissuade her. With several consecutive hot-selling movies and an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actress, Sandra's status has been consolidated, and it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 works fail. Of course, there is no need to explain these details to Janet. Janet heard Simon's answer and pouted, "I hope she never appears in front of me." As they were talking, a hot Latin American girl came over to them. Simon recognized her as Sabina Freri, whom he met during his last trip to Florence. He smiled and said, "Hi, Sabina, why are you here?" Sabina Freri looked a little flattered and said, "Simon, I didn't expect you to remember me, the invitation letter from Miss Fessy. Is this your girlfriend?" "Yes, Janet Johnston, Jenny, this is Sabina Freri." The two girls greeted each other for a few words, and Sabina Freri talked about her recent affairs. She just got a role in Giuseppe Tornatore's new film Family Trip, playing one of the protagonist's children. She did not hide the fact that Sophia helped a little. After Cinema Paradiso won the Palme d'Or in May, replacing Sex, Lies and Videotape in the original time and space, Giuseppe Tornatore immediately became a first-line director in Italy. Not only was Cinema Paradiso bought by Universal Pictures at a sky-high price, but the new film project was also snatched up. However, due to the wrong distribution strategy, Cinema Paradiso did not splash any waves in North America. After some twists and turns, Deaneries Entertainment also became one of the producers of Tornatore's new film Family Trip. The production budget of Family Trip is converted into US dollars of $3 million, which is not low in Europe. Galeman Films invested $1 million to obtain the full channel rights of the film in North America. At the same time, because of the failure of Cinema Paradiso in North America and the growing fame of Deaneries Entertainment, Galeman Films also has a lot of say in the production of this film. Gucci and Galeman Films are cooperating on Gucci documentary, and Sophia naturally keeps in touch with Deutschmann. Also in Italy, it was not difficult to help Sabina freely get a role in Family Trip. Simon had read the script of Family Trip. One of the children of the male protagonist was a model, and Sabina Freely's image was just right. But he didn't quite understand why Sophia wanted to help this woman. The brief encounter last time should not have reached such a close level. Nearing 10 o'clock, the guests began to enter and take their seats. Although a large number of guests were invited, the core of this fashion show was still the new Gucci clothes on the models, so the lights in the show were mainly concentrated on the T stage. However, in order to cooperate with the filming of the documentary, the media reporters in the show no longer squatted on the T stage in front of the guests like other fashion shows of this era, but deliberately lengthened the T stage to divide the media area and the guest area into 2 parts. Simon and Janet did not intend to appear too much in the Gucci documentary, so they specifically asked for a less conspicuous position, And it was the second row. The front row was basically reserved for a group of fashion celebrities and film and television celebrities who would be deliberately swept by the lights and cameras. 10 o'clock. The lights in the show dimmed and the prelude music sounded. Sophia walked out from the backstage with a tired look. Jennifer, who was sitting on Simon's left, took the initiative to give up her seat next to the man. The spotlights gathered at the exit of the T stage. Cindy Crawford, who was responsible for the opening of this big show, appeared in front of everyone in a white dress. The round neck, sleeveless, backless, waist-cinched and knee-length dress with obvious Gucci accessories immediately gave people a bright feeling. To be fair, Simon was unable to accept most of the clothing styles of this era, especially the wide-shouldered suits of urban working women. Under Simon's resistance, the women around him rarely wore such women's suits. As Sophia often discussed the fashion design style of this big show with Simon through telephone and fax, he also unconsciously conveyed some of the design ideas in his memory to this side. Now it seems that Tom Ford did adopt a lot of Simon's suggestions, especially the suggestions of adding Gucci brand elements in the design and appropriately strengthening the complexity of the fashion style, because this can effectively avoid imitation. Luxury brands' plagiarism and imitation have always been a headache for all companies. In addition, the suggestion of dividing the fashion show into several sub-themes according to the style and color of the fashion was also implemented, and the phenomenon of black and white tones suddenly changing to red and green did not occur. Speaking of which, Simon did a lot of preparation in the communication with the Gucci team, but he had watched the fashion shows of other major luxury brands in recent years more than once. Chapter 296, The Man-Eating Demon. This 6-day Milan Fashion Week, from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. on the second day of the opening, will have a total of 11 brand shows. However, Gucci is definitely the only focus today. Prada, Armani, Fendi, Versace and other Italian luxury brands have previously staggered their shows with Gucci. After the Gucci show, except for a few people who needed to leave in a hurry, most of the other media and guests stayed. In addition to post-show photo interviews and other links, Gucci also arranged a sumptuous lunch, and will also hold a grand brand theme party in the evening. After just watching the show with Simon for 15 minutes, Sophia Fessi started to get busy again, and Janet and Jennifer were both pulled to help. Simon turned to the rest area next to the show, which was carefully decorated by another factory. The exquisite sofas, open bar and the indispensable Gucci product display make this rest area full of artistic atmosphere, and it is also convenient for people in it to rest and socialize. After the media interviews and photo sessions, the guests gradually gathered here to rest and wait for the lunch to start at 11:30. Then, the model team responsible for this fashion show also appeared one after another. Because it is the busiest fashion season in the circle, these models will certainly not only come to Milan for this fashion show, but because of Gucci, they don't need to go to other shows at least this morning. At the round table in the corner of the rest area, after Madonna came here, she pestered Simon and said, "Simon, the sales of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard are really amazing. How about helping me make an album? I can star in Deanery's Entertainment's movie for free." Simon felt that this woman was almost sticking to him, so he had to move aside and said, "Maggie, the success of the soundtrack of The Bodyguard was just a coincidence. Besides, you coming to star in Deanery's Entertainment's movie for free, such a bargaining chip is not attractive at all." "Oh, Simon, it's so hurtful for you to say that. Didn't I perform very well in Pulp Fiction?" Madonna persevered and moved closer to Simon again, saying, "Or, we can cooperate, just like Deanery's Entertainment cooperated with Arista Records on the soundtrack of The Bodyguard." Simon shook his head firmly again and said, "Making records is very time-consuming. I don't have the time now." "Alice, Simon, you are so heartless. I still regard you as a good friend." Simon smiled and said, "Since we are friends, we should be less involved in work matters." "You're wrong. Friends should help each other," Madonna retorted. Seeing that Simon didn't give in, she said, "Besides, I just saw the filming team of Gucci documentary and suddenly wondered if I could make a documentary about my concert next year." Simon immediately thought of Madonna's music documentary In Bed with Madonna when he heard it. As far as he could remember, this music documentary based on Madonna's 1990 Blonde Ambition World Tour experience cost less than $5 million and earned nearly $30 million in box office worldwide, which was much more successful than Michael Jackson's 1985 Shadow Dancer of the same type. However, Knowing that the woman next to him was actually very shrewd, Simon did not show any interest immediately, but just said, "The Gucci documentary is mainly used for brand promotion. Why do you make documentaries? Maybe it will sell well." Madonna suddenly became interested and started to calculate directly. The budget for such a documentary should not be too high. A few million will be enough. Moreover, it will not only be me, but many friends will also appear in the film, especially with Simon Westeros's performance, which is very rare. Therefore, in the future, even if it cannot be released in theaters like Jackson's Shadow Dancer, it should be no problem to make back the cost through videotape distribution and TV broadcast sales. Madonna made up her mind completely as she spoke, looked up and said, "Simon, do you want to cooperate? If you don't want to, I will find someone else." Simon noticed the faint temptation in Madonna's eyes, and said with a smile, "How about this? You pay for the production yourself, and Deaneries Entertainment can help distribute it. Maybe you can really make a lot of money." Madonna could afford the money now, but she was very clear about the absolute rule in this circle that you should never invest your own money in a movie. Seeing Simon's indifference, Madonna reluctantly tried again, "Then I will find other film companies to cooperate with." In Hollywood today, who doesn't know Simon Westeros's vision? If the little man next to her is interested in her documentary idea, regardless of whether the documentary will be successful in the future, she can use it as a bargaining chip to gain more benefits for herself. Simon just shrugged, and was about to say something else, when a group of tall and beautiful beauties walked towards them, talking and laughing. They were the models of this fashion show. Michael Jackson's Shadow Dancer didn't make any waves. Simon didn't believe that many people would be interested in Madonna's music documentary, so he planned to leave this woman alone for a while. He pretended to be attracted by Cindy Crawford and others who came over, and took the initiative to greet them. "Cindy, are you done? Take a break for now, we still have to take pictures in the afternoon," Cindy Crawford said, just nodded to Madonna casually, and sat down on the other side of Simon very impolitely, and asked for something to say. "What are you talking about?" Simon responded casually, and Paulina Priskova, Helena Christensen, Stephanie Seymour and other models also sat down around this round table after greeting Simon. Madonna saw that Simon was completely attracted by a group of fairies, so she didn't stay to make herself bored, and took the initiative to get up and walk away. Simon was originally just a two-seater minimalist sofa. Madonna got up, and he wanted to move to the other side to make the space more relaxed, and a slender figure sat down. Simon felt the slight squeeze of bodies and smelled another faint fragrance. He turned his head and saw a girl with brown hair, blue eyes and high cheekbones. She was wearing a simple white shirt and washed jeans. Having seen her before at the last rehearsal, and with so much information still in his memory, Simon did not pretend not to know her and said in Italian, "Hello, Miss Bruni." Carla Bruni was stunned for a moment, and also said in Italian, "Hello, Mr. Westeros, your Italian accent seems to be more standard than mine." Simon smiled and said, "How is that possible, aren't you Italian?" Carla Bruni took the coffee from the waiter and held it in her hand, saying, "I immigrated to France with my family when I was 5 years old." Simon waved to the waiter, pointed to a cup of coffee on the round table in front of him, and continued to talk to Carla Bruni. "Why did you immigrate to France?" "The Bruni family seems to be very prominent in Italy. The security in Italy became worse and worse in those years, and my family was worried about being kidnapped, so they had to immigrate," Carla Bruni said, and then said to Simon, "Mr. Westeros, if you stay here for a long time, try to be careful." Simon nodded and said, "Also, just call me Simon." Stephanie Seymour, who was sitting on the sofa next to them, saw that the two of them were talking in Italian, and interrupted them with dissatisfaction. "Simon, Carla, what are you talking about? No one can understand you. You are talking about the mafia. You should be careful in Milan these days." Stephanie Seymour was not completely ignorant of this, and said indifferently, "We are not those little models who have just debuted." As they chatted, time soon came to 11 o'clock, and the staff began to remind everyone to rush to a nearby hotel where the lunch would be held. When Carla Bruni stood up, she generously handed a business card to Simon, hoping to talk again when she was free. Simon had no idea about this woman who was known as a man-eating demon because she did not fit his aesthetic taste, but he still put away the business card. In the next few days, the Gucci team led by Sofia was busy all the time. Newspaper articles, magazine specials and TV interviews about this Gucci show quickly spread in the media of various countries. Although it was inevitable that some newspapers and magazines criticized Gucci's show and even the new season's fashion design style as being too commercial, the overall public opinion trend was clearly positive. The 4 major fashion weeks of this era were held in London, Milan, Paris and New York. It was not until the opening of Paris Fashion Week that the discussion about Gucci in the media was gradually diverted to the major French luxury brands, while Italian brands such as Prada and Armani were completely suppressed by Gucci. The day after the show, Simon and Janet started their schedule. First, they flew to Rome and met Giuseppe Tornatore, who was making final preparations for family trip, and also attended some gatherings in the Italian film industry. In the 1970s, due to the rise of the Italian gang in Hollywood, Italian filmmakers really enjoyed a few years in Hollywood. However, this scenery disappeared with the failure of a series of European directors' big productions in Hollywood. However, as the world's film center, Italian filmmakers still have an instinctive yearning for Hollywood. Simon, a young Hollywood tycoon who has risen rapidly in recent years, was naturally warmly received by the Italian film industry. When purchasing a property, Simon and Janet failed to choose a suitable residence in Rome. They only stayed in the city for 3 days before rushing to Florence. Simon's trip to Italy has attracted much attention from local media, as he is the newly crowned richest man in the United States and a Hollywood media mogul. The activity of the local media in Italy is no less than that in North America. As soon as he arrived in Milan, Simon has been the target of Italian paparazzi. He has been running around 3 of the most important cities in Italy. He inevitably said a few nice words when he was questioned by the media. Simon quickly became an American tycoon who has a very good impression of this country in the Italian media. Speaking of which, if it were not for the potential concerns about security issues, Simon really has a good impression of Italy, a country with a profound cultural heritage. Just the day after leaving Milan, Simon's mansion on the shore of Lake Como was exposed by local newspapers. Simon has installed alarm systems in all his residences in Europe. The intruder was discovered as soon as he climbed over the wall. The Milan police promptly arrested a group of 5 criminal gangs with obvious gang backgrounds. The private residence of such an influential public figure as Simon was broken into. If it were to be spread out, it would definitely affect the city image of Milan. After the incident, the Milan government quickly sent people to lobby Simon not to make it public. Since there was no loss, Simon would not make a fuss. However, Simon then gave Sofia a media public relations task to avoid the exposure of information about his residences in Europe as much as possible, and he also considered continuing to upgrade or develop a more rigorous residential monitoring alarm system. As a guy with a strong sense of territory like a lion, Simon did not care about the possible financial losses after these residences were broken into, but the fact that his private territory was broken into made him very uncomfortable. Florence. Simon's manor in the southern suburbs of the city. The time was already Thursday, September 28th. Milan Fashion Week ended on the 26th, and Sofia led the team back to Florence. After a day's work, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Sofia drove here, asked a bodyguard in the front yard, and walked around the villa to the backyard. On the lawn under the setting sun, Simon and Janet were standing together at a long table covered with various documents, discussing something in a low voice, and Jennifer was also beside them. Seeing Sofia appear, the two stopped talking and greeted each other. Sofia pretended to glance at the documents on the table unintentionally. When she saw the title of Risk Assessment of Bond Assets of Columbia Savings and Loans Bank printed on a document, she tactfully retracted her gaze. Simon did not shy away and said to Sofia, "I can't show you these. Let's go to the living room." Sofia smiled and responded, and followed Simon into the villa. The two sat down on the sofa in the living room. Simon remembered something and asked, "What's the matter with Sabina Freri on family trip? Have you become good friends?" Sofia took out some documents from the bag she brought with her and said, "Sabina's father is an official of the Milan municipal government. He helped us a lot in getting the factory in the eastern suburbs to hold the fashion show." Simon nodded and stopped asking. It is impossible to do business in any country without dealing with the government. It is even more impossible to expand the business without establishing a closer relationship with a local government. His female executive was obviously very familiar with this, so Simon did not intend to pay too much attention to it. Sofia also didn't say much. Instead, she took out a document from her bag and handed it to Simon, saying, "These are Gucci's operating conditions and financial data in various aspects in recent months. and there are also several project plans. Simon took it, flipped open a document, and said, "Why are you asking me to look at these suddenly?" Sophia said, "Judging from Gucci's recent operating conditions, this year's revenue data should be able to exceed $350 million, a significant increase of 35% compared to last year's full-year revenue of $260 million. However, there is still a big gap with competitors such as Dior and Chanel. Dior's revenue last year was as high as $830 million, and its net profit was $120 million. Simon nodded and waited for Sophia to continue. Sophia paused for a moment and continued, "Fortunately, Gucci has recovered very quickly in recent months. My expectation for the company is that next year's revenue will exceed $600 million and surpass Dior in 1991. To achieve this goal, we must continue to expand the scale of Gucci. The project plans in your hands include plans to acquire workshops, plans to renovate Gucci stores around the world and train employees, and a marketing budget plan for the fourth quarter of this year and next year. Simon, if you agree, Gucci will not retain any profits in the next 2 years. I plan to use all the funds for the company's expansion, and I will apply for loan financing again when necessary." Chapter 297 Give you 1 point. Although Simon's personal wealth grew very rapidly, he has never been a person who pursues short-term interests, so he naturally would not reject Sophia's business strategy. The two had a brief discussion, and Simon said, "In addition, Sophie, you should be able to guess that I have made a lot of money in the Japanese market in the past 6 months, so Melisandre can now start looking for other luxury brands worth investing in." Sophia nodded and said, "I have been paying attention to various developments in the industry. There are some suitable targets, but the time has not come yet. Moreover, Gucci still has great growth potential. I don't think this matter needs to be too urgent. If we invest in similar companies, it will easily cause internal competition. Melisandre's next stage of expansion goals should focus on jewelry, watches, red wine or high-end cosmetics." Simon leaned on the sofa and changed to a very casual posture. He flipped through the documents that Sophia had just handed over, and said, "It's good that you have an idea in mind. Next, I plan to resume my original position as a boss as much as possible, just responsible for paying money, and then waiting for the results." Sophia smiled, knowing that Simon had no intention of continuing the conversation, and stood up and said, "Then I'll go to help the boss prepare dinner." "Go ahead, you still remember your job as a housekeeper, I'll give you 1 point." Sophia glanced at Simon lightly and said, "I remember all my promises." After saying that, without waiting for Simon's reaction, Sophia turned and walked away with her high heels. Simon followed a beautiful figure of the housekeeper and disappeared into the corridor leading to the kitchen. He silently said in his heart, "Wait for me, fairy." Simon brought a total of 8 bodyguards this time, divided into 2 groups to be responsible for 24-hour security. There were too many people accompanying him, so Sophia selected several chefs and servants to take care of everyone's daily life. Simon gradually realized that this kind of thing was inevitable, so he stopped worrying about it. Because he had to enter and leave the main villa, he only required that these people must be women, not too old, not too ugly, and not appear in his field of vision for no reason. Other things didn't matter. It was just a short-term part-time job for a week. Sophia joked privately that Simon's requirements were actually very high, but the people he found still exceeded Simon's expectations. The 2 chefs and 2 maids were all white women around 30 years old, and their figures and appearance were also above standard. When he just arrived in Milan, the housekeeper secretly told Simon that these women were all single, with an instigating tone of seducing someone to make a mistake. In fact, compared with Simon's current wealth and status, this request is nothing. Problems that can be solved with money are no longer a problem for Simon. Simon has no idea about these vases that are purely for visual needs. Some tabloids have long noticed that Simon likes to hire beautiful female college students to help him take care of his house. The reason why it did not cause any waves is that Simon has never met these girls. Simon is actually very cautious about women. He generally does not touch those women who are unknown, not smart enough, or may cause trouble to him. Simon can certainly bear the trouble now, he just doesn't want to get involved in these bad things. After dinner, everyone gathered in the living room to watch TV and chat. Unknowingly, it was late at night. Sophia naturally stayed overnight. Both Jenny were there, so naturally nothing happened. After staying in Florence for another 2 days, Seeing that the time was almost up, Simon and his party set off to fly back to New York on the afternoon of October 1st. According to the analyst team of SYNOPSIS Capital, the crisis in the North American junk bond market will break out in the first 2 weeks of October, because United Airlines will have a junk bond of up to $1.5 billion due in mid-October. In the past few years, United Airlines has issued more than $6 billion of high-risk junk bonds in order to merge with several airlines such as New York Airlines, People Express and Frontier Airlines. The U.S. economy has not fully recovered after the heavy blow of the '87 stock market crash. Michael Milken's investigation has also made it impossible for these companies that need to rely on junk bond financing to maintain operations to continue. In addition, United Airlines' own debt scale is too large, and it is difficult to seek other financial support besides high-risk junk bonds. Therefore, the team of SYNOPSIS Capital determined that United Airlines could not fulfill its obligation to repay this batch of maturing bonds and could only choose to default. Once United Airlines defaults on its debt, it will inevitably trigger a domino effect in the North American junk bond market. Simon's memory of this crisis is more accurate. This small collapse after the '87 stock market crash occurred on October 13th. He also believes that this date will not change much. United Airlines bonds need to be repaid on October 16th. Because they cannot come up with the money, the company must announce the news before the due date no matter how much it delays. October 13th happens to be a Friday. Announcing the default news on this day can give the market a 2-day buffer and also leave United Airlines with a last glimmer of hope. If the federal government intervenes to avoid the collapse of the financial market, the crisis of United Airlines may be resolved. After all, the federal government's rescue measures 2 years ago were very timely. In Simon's view, United Airlines' idea is destined to be a luxury. The federal government cannot save the $200 billion junk bond market. Since completely leaving the Japanese financial market in early July, SYNOPSIS Capital's sub-funds 6 to 10 have been secretly deploying in the North American bond market for the past 3 months. In order to avoid attracting the market's attention as much as possible, SYNOPSIS Capital has only used about $3.2 billion of its $5 billion in funds in 3 months. Among the various financial derivative positions, Simon was more familiar with the more than 32,000 S&P 500 stock index futures short contracts that he had established in 3 months. Since it was confirmed that the North American stock market would collapse in mid-October, stock index futures would naturally remain the most reliable arbitrage product. In addition, Simon did not have enough professional knowledge, time and energy to take care of the various types of complex short-selling contracts for stocks and bonds of individual target companies such as Columbia Savings and Loan Bank, United Airlines, American Newspaper Group, Drexel Burnham Lambert Securities, etc. This was a talent that surprised Simon. Janet showed a talent that surprised Simon. The woman was lazy on weekdays, but she could accurately know a series of contracts with a total value of more than $30 billion under leverage. Just like the operation of the Japanese market, Simon did not expect SYNOPSIS Capital's layout to be absolutely confidential. However, the short-selling activity of junk bonds in the North American financial market during this period has been clearly noticed by major financial media, but the information about SYNOPSIS Capital's participation in it has not been reported in the newspapers. Obviously, the followers who heard the news privately were making a fortune in silence. The two arrived in New York. Janet began to appear at the Westeros headquarters in Midtown Manhattan every day under the pretext of conducting a financial audit of Westeros. In fact, she was trying to directly control the SYNOPSIS Capital sub-fund team hidden in Westeros. Simon was going to focus on Ghost and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which were being filmed in New York. Both films started shooting in August and are expected to be completed around November. Lower Manhattan. In an apartment in Soho, Ghost is filming some clips of the daily lives of the male and female protagonists. Simon had previously spent 3 days watching the finished samples of the 2 films and discussed some revisions with the main creators. Today, he stayed on the set of Ghost to observe the filming. The new version of Ghost is basically the same crew from the leading actors to the director. Simon is not too worried about the quality of the film. It was almost time to finish work in the afternoon. Demi Moore finished her last shot of the day and walked to sit next to Simon in the lounge area. After he finished chatting with the producer, she interrupted and said, "Simon, the song Unbridled Melody you chose to go with the pottery-making scene is so classic. The soundtrack of this movie will surely sell like The Bodyguard." Simon smiled and said, "Just the soundtrack? You have too little confidence in this movie." "Of course not, it will surely sell well," Demi Moore said with a smile, and then said, "It's almost time to get off work. Do you want to have dinner together in the evening?" Simon shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I already have plans tonight." "Then tomorrow night, you won't stay in Manhattan for only one day, right?" Simon just shook his head again. Demi Moore shrugged in disappointment. Seeing the producer on the other side of Simon walk away, the woman came over and whispered, "Simon, in that case, I'm going to the trailer to remove my makeup. Do you want to come with me?" Simon didn't want to hear about the scandal of a certain actor and actress having an affair on the set, causing the trailer to shake and the whole crew to be embarrassed. Moreover, the woman next to him was just trying something new. Simon didn't want to get too involved with her, so he smiled and said, "Demi, my assistant will come to give me some information soon. You can only remove your makeup by yourself." Demi Moore was rejected again, but she still didn't give up easily. If she could establish a lover relationship with this little man who had already reached the top of federal wealth and was powerful in Hollywood, her future development in Hollywood would definitely be a smooth road. Therefore, she persevered and gave Simon a business card with her Manhattan address and contact information. After watching the man put it in her pocket, Demi Moore finally got up and left. In the evening, there was a banquet at the Raybould family, mainly to introduce Simon to Joseph Sclapp, the head of Sclapp Consulting. Westeros has confirmed that it will become the largest funder of this political consulting firm that provides election surveys and campaign plans for parties. The first $3 million of funds was delivered last month. Sclapp Consulting also began to provide assistance for David Dinkins, who was supported by Westeros, in the New York mayoral election. The Federal Election Act has very strict restrictions on campaign donations in the United States. Business groups such as companies and banks are prohibited from donating to candidates, and personal donations are also subject to various restrictions. However, over the years, through political action committees and public welfare campaign funds, American corporate giants and the wealthy class have never stopped intervening in political campaigns. Both major political parties can benefit from it, so they will naturally not actively seek to fill these obvious loopholes, but the loopholes are continuing to expand. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. I've also read it. Simon is in a duplex apartment on Fifth Avenue in the Upper East Side. After a series of tossing and turning, and socializing until late last night, Simon still got up at 6 o'clock in the morning in New York and began to prepare breakfast for the two of them. Today is October 6th, Friday. Simon and Janet plan to stay on the set of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for another day, and then they will leave again. Deaneries Entertainment has a lot of things that Simon needs to deal with recently, and Janet will also return to the Melbourne headquarters to personally take charge of the operation of the U.S. junk bond market. Moreover, since it is confirmed that the crisis in the U.S. junk bond market is about to break out, it is easy to be associated with staying in New York, which is not a good thing. The next reunion will be in early November, when the Boeing 767 ordered from Boeing is delivered, and the two of them should finish the most urgent things in their hands. After breakfast, Janet rushed to Westeros Company in Midtown, and Simon met up with Jennifer. First, he sent the female assistant to the Deaneries Entertainment New York branch building in Greenwich Village, and listened to some work reports by the way, and then rushed to Brooklyn in the east of Manhattan. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was filmed in Brooklyn. It was still 6 in the morning in Los Angeles, but the box office data for the previous week had already been released. From September 29th to October 5th, in its 14th week of release, Deaneries Entertainment's The Sixth Sense earned another $5.09 million, with a cumulative box office of $275.06 million. Uncle Buck, which opened on August 11th, also entered its 8th week of release, earning another $3.26 million in a single week, with a cumulative box office of $57.02 million. With the film's potential to earn about $10 million, Uncle Buck is expected to become John Hughes' second highest-grossing film in recent years, second only to No Time to Read. The Bodyguard, the earliest film to be released in the summer season, has seen a small rebound in box office data in recent weeks due to the recent dispute between Deaneries Entertainment and Arista Records over the revenue sharing. Last week, the box office earned another $510,000, with a cumulative box office of $118.31 million. The Bodyguard is currently showing on 286 screens, and it is expected that the domestic box office will have a good chance of breaking the $120 million mark before the end of the season. In addition, in September, Highgate Pictures successively launched Sweetheart and The Woman on the Roof, which were bought from the Cannes Film Festival. The two films were released on September 8 and September 22 respectively. Ella Deutschman has explored a set of effective radial distribution models through the release of films such as Metropolitan People, Sisters and Others in the first half of the year, that is, a strategy of opening on a small scale in central cities such as New York and Los Angeles to test a market reaction and then gradually spreading to other cities. Jane Campion's Sweetheart was targeted for marketing in the three major cities of New York, Chicago and Los Angeles. After the media recognized the reputation of the preview, Deutschman decisively invested $300,000 in publicity and distribution costs in the three cities. Sweetheart opened on September 8 with 26 screens, and created an outstanding record of more than $19,000 in revenue per theater in the first week, and the box office revenue reached $510,000 in 7 days. Considering the audience of the film, the distribution team of Highgate Pictures predicts that the total box office of Sweetheart in North America is expected to reach $5 million. Highgate Pictures only paid $500,000 in advance to buy Sweetie. After the increase, the overall publicity and promotion costs can be controlled within $1 million. Although it will have to pay the producer 50% of the box office net profit in the future, the income from videotapes and TV broadcasts in the later stage will all belong to Deaneries Entertainment. This project can be considered a small gain. As for The Woman on the Roof, Highgate Pictures did not seek media recognition through word of mouth, but hype up the lesbian elements and erotic scenes in the film and publicity. Deutschman also arranged for the two heroines of the film to appear on a local adult men's magazine in New York. In view of the audience's habit of not liking to read subtitles, Highgate Pictures specially produced a dubbing version for this Swedish film. Highgate Pictures invested a total of $300,000 in film purchases, dubbing and publicity. The Woman on the Roof opened in New York on September 22 with 11 screens, and recovered $230,000 in box office in 7 days. According to the $100,000 investment in publicity and promotion in New York, the cost has been recovered, and the box office of more than $20,000 in a single theater is better than Sweep's sister. However, in the second week of the release, the box office of The Woman on the Roof from September 29 to October 5, with the screen size unchanged, and the release area still limited to New York, fell by 36%, and the box office curve was far less strong than Sweep's sister. It is expected that after several months of long-term screening, the North American box office forecast should be able to reach about $3 million. Speaking of which, these two small businesses of gay omen films are simply not worth mentioning in front of Deaneries Entertainment's hit films such as The Sixth Sense and The Bodyguard, but Simon did not despise them at all. He always insisted on treating a $500,000 business and a $50 million business as one. After all, if a big tree only has a trunk but no branches and leaves, it is destined to die. These small businesses are actually the branches and leaves of Deaneries Entertainment. What's more, no one is sure whether these inconspicuous branches and leaves will suddenly become another towering tree one day. In addition to the domestic box office, some overseas box office data of The Bodyguard also appeared in this week's report. In this era, the overseas release of Hollywood movies is generally delayed by more than 3 months compared to the domestic release. Deaneries Entertainment is also very cautious about the overseas release of The Sixth Sense. Therefore, of the 3 summer movies, only The Bodyguard will be released in the overseas market in September. Deaneries Entertainment has been in a heated dispute with Alistair Records over the soundtrack of The Bodyguard. Under the strong attitude of Deaneries Entertainment, Alistair Records had to accept the financial audit of Deaneries Entertainment last week, and it is now coming to an end. On the other hand, the fact that the soundtrack of The Bodyguard was completely stopped from selling did not impact the box office of the film, as many people imagined. This incident not only stimulated a small rebound in the domestic box office, but also aroused the strong curiosity of overseas audiences about The Bodyguard because of its strong topicality. The film has been released in major overseas markets since the UK on September 8. In the past month, the film has accumulated more than $86 million in the UK, Spain, Italy and other major countries where it has been released. This is even without being released in major countries such as Japan and France. As far as I can remember, the box office distribution of The Bodyguard is dominated by overseas. The North American box office of the film only broke $100 million, but the total overseas revenue was close to $300 million. Now it seems that this movie will still reproduce the box office distribution rules of the original version. The overseas box office has not been affected, and Deaneries Entertainment naturally has more initiative in the dispute with Alistair Records. Because of this initiative, Simon returned to Los Angeles at the weekend, and Alistair Records deposited a total of $38.25 million in cash into Deaneries Entertainment's account after completing the financial audit, of which $7.53 million was Alistair Records' payment to Deaneries Entertainment for overdue compensation. Deaneries Entertainment also took the initiative to make some compromises and did not disclose the specific amount of the settlement reached by the two parties, which was considered to save some face for Alistair Records. However, the industry probably knows this very well. Deaneries Entertainment's strong statement through the soundtrack of The Bodyguard also gave a strong warning to all other studios that have cooperative projects with Deaneries Entertainment. If they want to swallow up Deaneries Entertainment's interests in cooperation, Deaneries Entertainment will never choose to compromise even if both sides suffer losses. Los Angeles. Fox Studios in Century City. In the 2 weeks since Simon left, Fox Film has quickly completed the preparations for the first of 10 projects, Sleeping with the Enemy. The film is expected to be released in the prime time in June next year, so all parties have given the green light and the film will start shooting later this month. In comparison, the other 3 films to be released next year, The Hand That Rocks the Cradle is expected to be released in late July and early August next year. The competition at the end of the summer season will not be so fierce, which is just right for the long-term horror-type films to play a role, and at the same time, it can avoid competition with Sleeping with the Enemy, which is also a thriller. The release date of 10 Days is tentatively confirmed to be Halloween at the end of October next year. After this year's Scream 2, the third film in the series will be suspended for a year, so there will be no internal friction at that time. A League of Legends is expected to be released during Thanksgiving in November next year, so as to avoid Home Alone in December. The other 6 of the remaining 10 films will probably be released in 1991 and 1992. Simon also admitted to many people that the first 4 films are not the focus, and the real blockbuster must be in the back. After a morning of production meetings for Sleeping with the Enemy, everyone had lunch together. Simon was about to return to Santa Monica when he was stopped by Joe Ross and returned to Joe Ross's president's office in the studio. The two sat down, and Joe Ross handed over a document, saying, "Simon, this is the copyright transfer agreement for Terminator." Hemdel's initial offer was $3 million plus 5% of the film's full channel net profit share. "We have been negotiating with Hemdel for a month, and the $3 million copyright fee has not changed, and the share has been changed to 5% of the film's box office net profit." Simon took the copyright transfer agreement handed over by Ross and flipped through it. Although the $3 million copyright transfer price did not reach the sky-high price that Simon paid when he secretly purchased Tolkien's Middle-earth series, it was already very high. After receiving this money, Hemdel probably no longer wanted too much share, so it agreed to change 5% of the full channel net profit to 5% of the box office net profit. Full channel net profit share and box office net profit share are completely two different concepts. Anyone who knows a little bit about Hollywood accounting rules knows that Hollywood movies usually do not generate profits on paper, let alone pure box office profits. After putting down the agreement, Simon asked Ross, "What about Cameron?" Joe Ross shook his head and said, "Cameron insisted on directing the film himself." "Simon, I think we can completely put him aside and do it ourselves." Simon asked, "So, have you read Cameron's script for the sequel?" Joe Ross nodded, "I have, it's pretty good." Simon shrugged and said, "I've read it too." The two looked at each other for a moment and smiled bitterly. Since they had read Cameron's script for the sequel, unless they completely abandoned the idea of the liquid metal robot, if they wanted to get rid of Cameron, they would be sued in the future. Although Joe Ross said it was pretty good, he obviously knew the finishing touch of the liquid metal robot. Therefore, it would be very difficult to completely put Cameron aside. Chapter 299 Crisis breaks out. The original Terminator 2 was produced by Carlock Pictures, a Hollywood company known for its extravagance and waste. Arnold Schwarzenegger not only received Hollywood's first high fixed salary of $15 million for this project, but the film also became the first Hollywood film with a production cost of more than $100 million. As far as I can remember, the film Terminator 2 only had more than 1 million feet of film printed out, and less than 1% of the material was finally used, which is enough to prove how wasteful the film was. More than 1 million feet of film actually means a huge expenditure by the film shooting team to shoot these shots. Once a film crew starts work, it costs tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. A set of shots that could have been shot in 3 days took 6 days, and the budget naturally doubled. From The Abyss to Terminator 2 and then to the famous Titanic, James Cameron's series of films have never been completed on time, which is also the fundamental reason why Cameron spends more money on making movies than other directors. Simon and Joe Ross discussed it and only confirmed that Fox would continue to keep in touch with Cameron, and that they could let him be the producer on top of the screenwriter. As for Cameron directing it himself, it was the last option. At the same time, this project would not be included in the 10-film plan before all aspects were finalized, so as to avoid the main creators waiting for the price. After the discussion, Simon returned to the Deaneries Entertainment headquarters in Santa Monica, where Amy Pascal and another middle-aged man in his 40s wearing glasses were waiting for him. After getting Simon's instructions, Amy has been looking for the person in charge of Deaneries International and Deaneries Home Entertainment during this period. Deaneries International has confirmed that Mark Belford, who was promoted from within the company, will serve as president. Mark Belford is about the same age as Amy. This young man in his early 30s has not been to college. After graduating from high school at the age of 18, he has been working hard in Hollywood with some connections in his family. Mark Belford joined Deaneries Entertainment last year and accidentally attracted Simon's attention. He then performed well in the release of many films such as Scream, so he was quickly promoted. The Hollywood media had different attitudes towards Mark Belford's rocket-like promotion. Some people commented that Simon dared to use people, while others criticized Simon for being too rash. Deaneries Entertainment also had some complaints about this. However, less than a month after taking office, Mark Belford quickly took over Deaneries Entertainment's overseas business, and during this period he basically flew between countries around the world. In the dispute between Deaneries Entertainment and Arista Records, the suspension of the sale of the soundtrack album of The Bodyguard not only did not affect the overseas distribution of the film, but the box office and popularity of the film in various overseas countries also rose against the trend, which was not unrelated to the marketing operations carried out by Mark Belford in the past month. Just this point made Simon confirm that his choice was right. The head of Deaneries International has confirmed that Simon is going to meet the head of Deaneries Home Entertainment today. Maurice Corman, who looks more than 40 years old, is slightly fat and wears a pair of frameless glasses. He has no relationship with Roger Corman, the king of Hollywood B-level films. He has been working at Columbia Pictures before and his position is vice president of marketing. After Sony completed the acquisition of Columbia Pictures, it has been very active in recent times, purchasing the former MGM studios in Culver City, merging Peter Guber and John Peters Guber Peters Productions, buying out all the shares of its subsidiary TriStar Pictures, cooperating with Deaneries Entertainment, selling TV station assets, etc. At the same time, the original management of Columbia Pictures was also replaced by Sony. It was in this context that Maurice Corman resigned and officially joined Deaneries Entertainment after a few weeks of negotiations. His position was president of Deaneries Home Entertainment, mainly responsible for the distribution of videos and TV broadcasts of films produced by Deaneries Pictures and New World Pictures under Deaneries Entertainment. The determination of the heads of Deaneries International and Deaneries Home Entertainment also means that the power originally belonging to Robert Rem has been divided into three. Robert Rem will continue to be responsible for the domestic theatrical distribution of films produced by Deaneries Pictures and New World Pictures in the next 2 years. The gap between the two parties has been deep, and Simon did not communicate too much with Robert Rem about this matter. The reason why he was not fired was because of his contribution to Deaneries Entertainment in the past year. Simon is not a person who likes to kill the donkey after it has done its job. However, this is also based on the fact that Robert Rem must fulfill his duties and responsibilities in the next 2 years. If Rem is resentful because of the diversion of power or even deliberately messes up Deanery's Entertainment's film project, Simon will definitely not be soft-hearted when he drives him away. In fact, after confirming that Rem's power will be divided into 3, Simon told Amy to focus her energy on the company's distribution department. After the meeting with Morris Coleman, Simon and Amy discussed Ella Deutschman's matter again. Ella Deutschman's 1-year probation period is about to end. Although Gay Omen Films is directly responsible to Simon personally, Amy still came forward to discuss the salary plan after Deutschman officially joined the company. After several communications, it was roughly confirmed that Ella Deutschman's formal contract period is 5 years, with a basic annual salary of $300,000. At the same time, Deutschman can also receive 5% of Highgate Pictures' annual net profit as a bonus. Based on Deutschman's performance in the past year, Simon also confirmed the amount of his joining bonus promised to him last year as $2 million. Ella Deutschman's 5% share of Highgate Pictures' net profit seems to be the same as Amy's, but the difference between the two is actually equivalent to the difference between a movie's box office net profit share and the omni-channel net profit share. Moreover, Deutschman's terms do not involve equity incentives. Unknowingly, it was another busy day. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Simon was about to get off work when Nancy Brill came to his office. Putting a box of game cartridges on Simon's desk, Nancy sat down opposite and said, "The game team has made some adjustments to some details. Simon, try it again to see if there are any areas that need improvement." Blizzard Studios was officially established in February at the beginning of the year, and it has been 8 months now. The normal development time for a video game in this era is 3 to 5 months. It was completely absurd to hastily make a game in just 6 weeks like A. However, the fact that Blizzard Studio took 8 months to polish a game also made Simon feel that it was named wrong. The real Blizzard is famous for delaying the release of the game. Moreover, the development plan of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game was divided into 2 parts, one action role-playing type and the other fighting type. The one that Nancy took out at this time was still similar to the Konami version in Simon's memory. The other fighting game took 3 months just for the early settings and is still under development. Delaying the release of the game naturally means budget overruns. The original production budget of the 2 games was $500,000. Now, the production budget of the action role-playing type Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game alone is close to $1 million. If the other fighting game is released early next year, the budget will be at least $1.2 million, all of which are more than doubled. Because the action role-playing version is scheduled to be officially released in early November, Nancy Brill has also been promoting it recently, and plans to launch it in the 2 major markets of Japan and North America at the same time. According to Nintendo's royalty system, the cost of making game cartridges in the future will also need to be borne by Deanery's Entertainment. In summary, Deanery's Entertainment's total investment in one game has exceeded $2 million, not counting other expenses of Blizzard Studios. If it were not for the excellent quality of the 2 games confirmed during several trial play sessions, Simon would definitely have called a halt to the project. In recent months, he has been used as a guinea pig for trial play more than once. Seeing Nancy bring another cartridge that will obviously not be changed much, Simon shook his head and said, "There are only 3 weeks left before the release. Can it be modified now? The first batch of 100,000 cartridges cannot be changed, but the subsequent ones can be improved." Simon gestured casually and said, "In fact, you should find the consumer group of this game to try it out, not me. Of course, the potential consumer group aged 8 to 22 is within my test range." "Look, you are 21 years old." Simon interrupted, "How old are you?" "How rude." Nancy rolled her eyes at Simon, stood up and pushed the cartridge towards Simon, saying, "Anyway, try it again. I'm going to leave work first." Simon watched Nancy leave, put the box of game cartridges in his briefcase, and left the office. In the next few days, Simon was still busy with various projects, and the undercurrent of the U.S. junk bond market became more and more turbulent. October 13, Friday. At 1 p.m., United Airlines held a press conference and announced that due to a shortage of cash flow, the company could not repay a $1.5 billion corporate bond on time. The management was urgently discussing all possible financing plans to ensure the interests of investors to the greatest extent. The financial markets certainly did not believe United Airlines' rhetoric of ensuring the interests of investors, so they rushed to sell United Airlines stocks and bonds, triggering a series of chain reactions. The long-accumulated crisis in the U.S. junk bond market officially broke out. If you think carefully, compared with a sudden Black Monday in 1987, this Black Friday little collapse had too many prior signs. Since the first half of this year, Drexel Burnham Lambert, where the king of junk bonds Michael Milken once worked, has begun to fall into crisis. This Wall Street financial giant, which had issued more than $80 billion of junk bonds in the previous decade, was seriously damaged by various insider trading scandals involving Milken. As a result, many corporate groups that have been working closely with Drexel Burnham Lambert Securities can no longer obtain funds to support operations through repeated junk bond financing. At the same time, the market's enthusiasm for junk bonds has also cooled significantly after the 1987 stock market crash, and the federal government's supervision of junk bond financing has become increasingly strict in the past 2 years. All these factors are driving the final collapse of the junk bond market. After the announcement of United Airlines, in the last 2 hours of trading on Friday, the stock prices of a large number of companies in the North American stock market plummeted, and the Dow Jones Index fell 217 points in 2 hours, creating the second largest single-day drop after the 508 points on the day of the stock market crash on October 19, 1987. The S&P 500 index also plummeted 32 points in the following 2 hours as the market collapsed, a drop of 11% compared to the 286 points at the opening of the day. It directly triggered the 10% limit on the S&P 500 index futures of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. By the close of the day, the stock price of United Airlines, the center of the storm, plummeted by 21% in 2 hours, and the price of United Airlines bonds fell by 27%. In addition, the stock and bond prices of many other companies, banks and other institutions that issued or held a large number of junk bonds also plummeted. Drexel Burnham Lambert was the first to be hit. The company's stock price, which had been falling for the past 6 months, plummeted by 19% in just 2 hours. Columbia Savings and Credit Bank, which has maintained a close cooperative relationship with Drexel Burnham Lambert for a long time, also fell sharply by 16%. Gillette Holdings, American Newspaper Group, Integrated Resources, Consolidated Oil and Gas, and Reynolds Nabisco, which just set a record for the scale of leveraged buyouts at the beginning of this year, and a long list of well-known American companies, whose stock prices plummeted, made countless investors tremble with fear. Everyone felt that another stock market crash had come. Fortunately, this time it was Friday. Everyone had 2 days to discuss coping strategies. However, compared with 2 years ago, the federal government's rescue measures this time are obviously not so strong. The hope of the senior executives of United Airlines, who originally thought that they could get emergency funds in such a crisis, was just ignited, but was extinguished by the statement of the U.S. Treasury Secretary that the federal government would not pay for highly indebted companies. At the same time, more negative news about the junk bond market broke out over the weekend. The front page of the Wall Street Journal on Saturday was a comprehensive statistical report on the junk bond market. The article pointed out that the comprehensive return on investment in junk bonds in the past decade has only increased by 145%, while the return on the North American stock market has increased by 207% during the same period. Even the comprehensive return on U.S. Treasury bonds in the past decade has increased by 177%. Not only that, in the previous 10 years, among the 100 randomly selected North American companies that issued junk bonds, 24 companies went bankrupt or were unable to fulfill their repayment obligations, like United Airlines, which is 5 times the proportion of other companies. The article finally determined that the high-risk and high-yield junk bond theory that Michael Milken has been claiming for the past decade is fundamentally wrong. Therefore, junk bonds actually have no investment value, and many companies are just maintaining superficial prosperity with repeated financing similar to a Ponzi scheme. The debt default of United Airlines is just the beginning of the collapse of the junk bond market after the 10-year boom. In the coming months, more companies and institutions will be dragged down by a large number of worthless junk bonds. In addition to the overall pessimism of the market by the Wall Street Journal, many negative news about some targets that issued or held a large number of junk bonds have also been exposed. The New York Times revealed that the cash flow of Drexel Burnham Lambert Securities has dropped from $1.5 billion at the beginning of the year to less than $300 million. This Wall Street financial giant, which holds a large number of junk bonds and needs a high proportion of funds for turnover, may collapse at any time. Columbia Savings and Loan Bank was also exposed by the New York Post as holding up to $1 billion in United Airlines bonds, making it the largest creditor of United Airlines. As the United Airlines crisis continues, this bond asset is conservatively estimated to shrink by more than 50%, and in the worst case, it may even be completely wiped out. The Washington Post pointed the finger at Reynolds Nabisco. After the record-breaking $25 billion merger at the beginning of the year, Reynolds Nabisco's stock price not only did not rise sharply as expected, but fell 33% over the past year compared to the merger. The company's share of the tobacco market also shrank sharply, with its market share shrinking by 8% in less than a year. Moreover, after the merger of Reynolds and Nabisco, which were both profitable, the company is expected to lose more than $1 billion this year. In recent months, the company has laid off 2,300 employees to save costs, and some high-quality assets have to be sold at low prices due to debt pressure. In short, the Reynolds-Nabisco merger was a complete disaster, and only the financial companies that brokered it made huge profits. The commission paid to Wall Street companies such as KKR, Drexel Burnham Lambert, and Merrill Lynch for the entire transaction exceeded $1.5 billion. Although there are some comments supporting the junk bond market, under the intensive bombardment of public opinion, all these negative reports are severely undermining the confidence of countless investors who are not so firm. After the weekend, the media is still noisy, and North American stock markets fell again after opening on October 16. The financial market probably also felt the direction of this crisis. The federal government was not completely inactive. Therefore, except for the continued decline in the stock and bond prices of companies such as United Airlines, the overall situation of the U.S. stock market stabilized. As a result, companies such as United Airlines, Drexel Burnham Lambert Securities, and Columbia Savings and Loan Bank were like old, weak, and sick sheep abandoned outside the flock. After several months of layout, Cersei Capital and other capital forces that followed behind the scenes began to reap their hunting results in a big way. Simon knew that this small collapse would not last long, so he told Janet to clear the stock index futures contracts held by Cersei Capital as soon as possible. In the following week, the closing of more than 32,000 S&P 500 index futures contracts alone brought Cersei Capital more than $500 million in profits, and the profits brought by the delivery of other large stock and bond short positions were as high as $1.1 billion. Moreover, the size of this batch of shorts was less than half of all Cersei Capital's positions. In the next few months, as the domino effect in the North American junk bond market continues, Cersei Capital will continue to make even more lucrative profits. Chapter 300 Westeros has left. October caused a mess in the U.S. junk bond market. A large number of short-selling capitals made a lot of money, and more people lost everything. Therefore, whether it was out of consideration of launching a scapegoat to attract media attention or other different ideas, it seemed that there was no need to keep Cersei Capital's secret participation in this crisis secret. On Saturday, October 21st, New York's Daily News suddenly published a press release titled "Westeros is coming, and the stock market crash is coming." The article reviewed the Japanese stock market crash caused by Simon's last visit to Melbourne to visit his girlfriend in a humorous tone, and then pointed out that Simon Westeros and Janet Johnston happened to stay in New York for a week before the small crash on October 13. If it were just this, of course it would not be a big deal. However, as a gossip newspaper with a similar positioning to the New York Post, the Daily News exposed many inside stories of Cersei Capital in the press release, even including the most core net asset value status. Finally, the topic was directed to Cersei Capital and the Australian consortium, which participated in promoting the collapse of the U.S. junk bond market and then made huge profits by short selling. Cersei Capital earned $1.6 billion in this week, and there was nothing wrong with the article in the Daily News. However, the intention of this article was obviously not so simple. It was just that the public opinion guidance of Cersei Capital and the Australian consortium destroyed the U.S. junk bond market was sinister, which was completely intended to label Simon as a traitor to the United States who invited wolves into the house. Simon had no sense of belonging to the country he was in, but he also understood the impact on his personal image and business territory once this public opinion was formed. Therefore, the public relations team of Westeros Company immediately responded to the article in the Daily News, pointing out that the scale of short-selling funds against the U.S. junk bond market exceeded $30 billion, and it was impossible for a single capital force to dominate it. Moreover, the fundamental cause of the collapse was that companies such as United Airlines ignored their own strength and overissued bonds without restraint. The Daily News' attempt to blame the collapse of the junk bond market on Cersei Capital was completely a slander. Westeros not only responded publicly, but also asked the Daily News to retract its article and apologize on the front page of the newspaper. Otherwise, Westeros will file a lawsuit against the Daily News. As a supplement to this response, Daenerys Entertainment immediately announced the withdrawal of the movie advertisements originally planned to be placed in the Daily News. James Raybould also personally called Mortimer Zuckerman, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Daily Mail, and implicitly warned the other party that if necessary, Daenerys Entertainment could push at least half of the major Hollywood film companies to withdraw their advertisements for the Daily News, and all other newspapers and magazines of Zuckerman Publishing Company would be unwelcome in Hollywood. The continuous increase in Hollywood film marketing costs means that any major film company is an important advertiser of the mainstream media platform in the United States. Mortimer Zuckerman naturally cannot afford to lose most of the Hollywood market. So, the Daily News announced the withdrawal of the article from the previous day, the next day, and made an apology statement on the front page. The quick compromise of the Daily News in just one day was dramatic. The Westeros company's swift and sharp attack made many people realize that a powerful capital force has been formed in this country. The reason why nouveau riche are called nouveau riche is that they often lack the power and foundation equivalent to their personal wealth. Even if your wealth is 10 or 100 times that of other old families, you will still be despised, ignored, and looked down upon by others. If Simon Westeros was just an upstart who suddenly had a net worth of billions of dollars, the American media that advocates freedom would not pay any attention to the demands of the Westeros company. The compromise of the Daily News clearly means that this new rich who has risen rapidly in just 3 years has established potential power and influence equivalent to his huge personal wealth. Therefore, although the pressure from the Westeros company on the Daily News was very obvious, out of fear of Simon Westeros, after the Daily News announced the withdrawal of the article and apologized, other mainstream media in the United States were very cautious not to continue discussing a sensitive topic. No matter how strong a flame is, it cannot spread into a fire without combustibles. The major newspapers actively ignored it, no one on mainstream TV discussed it, and the argument of the Daily News was only briefly popular before it quickly disappeared in the wave of other news. In the final analysis, this is the power of capital. However, although no media dared to lead Simon to the trend of American trader or the like, the fact that Cersei Capital participated in shorting the North American junk bond market was established. It seems that it is not a taboo to simply discuss how much money Simon Westeros has made, or to explore the inside story of Cersei Capital. Some newspapers published similar articles after scratching this topic that is destined to attract attention. Seeing that it did not cause dissatisfaction with Westeros Company, other media began to follow up. Of course, the inside story of Cersei Capital's operation is not something that anyone can find out. Most newspapers only get semi-public information leaked through some not-so-secret channels like the Daily News. However, there is never a lack of people with intentions in this world. It is no secret to some people that Cersei Capital created sub-funds 6 to 10, but most insiders have overlooked some deeper information. For example, where did the capital of sub-funds 6 to 10 come from? The net value of sub-funds 1 to 5 of Cersei Capital has achieved a 100% increase in less than a year. Some people naturally think that it is easy for Simon Westeros to raise additional large amounts of funds, and naturally it is not easy to pay attention to the specific source of this money. However, there are exceptions to everything. Manhattan. For reasons that everyone knows, Noah Scott, who once helped Simon Westeros operate S&P 500 index futures in the '87 stock market crash, has been in charge of a derivatives hedging and arbitrage team under Lehman Brothers that specializes in operating overseas financial markets since the end of last year. Now, in less than a year, the $1.5 billion capital managed by this team has increased in value to $2.6 billion. The profit rate of up to 70% makes Noah Scott the most watched young executive in Lehman Brothers, but he has been living in a kind of vague uneasiness in recent months. Because he needed to focus on the Japanese market, Noah Scott did not intervene in the U.S. junk bond market, which Lehman Brothers also involved in. The small crash of the U.S. stock market on October 13 and the subsequent collection of information from all sides made Noah Scott gradually begin to confirm his own guesses. At the American Express headquarters in Rockefeller Center. Although it was Sunday, James Robinson, CEO of Lehman Brothers parent company American Express, and Nelson Scott, Noah Scott's father and also a senior executive of American Express, and several other core executives of American Express gathered in a meeting room at the headquarters to personally listen to Noah Scott's confidential report. I have carefully studied Source E Capital's operations in the Japanese market. According to the information we have obtained from various sources, Source E Capital's operations are clearly divided into 3 stages. The first stage was roughly from the end of last year to March this year. To be precise, it was before Simon Westeros accidentally fell into coma due to overwork. Source E Capital's operations were mainly conservative and prudent, and they were long-term trend investments. This should be led by Simon Westeros himself. From March to July, Source E Capital's operations turned aggressive, and there were many ultra-short-term, high-leverage, and high-risk investment cases. As a former classmate, I can determine that Janet Johnston should be in charge during this period. Noah Scott paused here, and quickly continued, after July, Source E Capital's operating methods are incomprehensible. James Robinson was originally looking through a copy of Source E Capital's insider information that Lehman Brothers had collected using a lot of resources, connections, information channels, and even some dishonorable means. Hearing this, he looked up and asked, "Noah, what exactly do you want to say?" Noah Scott sorted out his thoughts and said, "Jim, since Simon Westeros went to Melbourne at the end of June, Source E Capital's operating methods have changed significantly again. This time it is not the style of either Westeros or Johnston. It is neither conservative nor radical. It simply continues to be bullish on the Japanese stock market through a high proportion of holdings." Noah Scott's father Nelson Scott said at this time, "Noah, besides Westeros and Johnston, doesn't Source E Capital have another person in charge? The head of the Johnston family, Anthony Johnston, maybe he took over the operation." Anthony Johnston is only responsible for the finances of Source E Capital and does not participate in the specific operations. Moreover, Janet Johnston is obviously more outstanding. How could the investors of Source E Capital let Anthony Johnston, who is not familiar with these businesses, take over? Another executive asked, "Maybe Janet Johnston has shifted her focus to North America." Impossible. Even if Janet Johnston turns her attention to North America, she will definitely keep an eye on Japan. Source E Capital's operating style for the Japanese market is unlikely to change completely, Noah Scott said, no longer keeping the secret. "So, I've always suspected that something happened inside Source E Capital that we haven't been able to find out more about. I've been troubled by this matter in recent months, until the recent collapse of the junk bond market made me realize it." Everyone in the conference room looked at Noah Scott. Noah Scott simply stood up, walked to the whiteboard at the front of the conference room, picked up a pen and wrote quickly, explaining, "Simon Westeros rushed to Melbourne at the end of June, and Source E Capital's sub-funds 6 to 10 were established in early July. During the same period, Source E Capital's sub-funds 1 to 5 changed their operating style for the Japanese market. More recently, according to the information we have obtained, Source E Capital's short selling of the federal junk bond market will not be less than $3 billion. $3 billion. Such a huge amount of money is simply impossible to raise quietly. So, everyone think about it carefully. Where did the $3 billion for sub-funds 6 to 10 come from? After saying this, Noah Scott did not really let everyone guess, but directly picked up the pen and drew several arrows in succession to lead the schematic diagram of Source E Capital sub-funds 1 to 5 on the whiteboard to sub-funds 6 to 10. The scene was full of top professionals who had worked in the industry for many years. Noah Scott did not need to remind him anymore. James Robinson, with a chill running down his spine, stood up and blurted out, "Westeros has left. The Japanese stock market has recently broken through the 39,000-point mark and is heading straight for 40,000 points. If Simon Westeros had cashed out in July, it would be the end of October now, and everyone had been fooled for more than 3 months. More than 3 months have passed, and Lehman Brothers' large amount of funds are still completely stuck in the Japanese market. So, who dares to say what will happen next?" End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.